I would rather have an attacking start pagdating sa split. At least I could gauge kung ano nga ba yung kailangan kong habulin kapag nag-swap ng sides. For example, makita mo, makagawa ka ng, makasurprise ka kahit pa paano ng mga plays. Ikaw ba, mas prefer mo yung defender side kapag nagsisimula sa split?
Honestly, para sa akin, always defender ang masaya simulan
Parati
talaga.
akong naka-comeback sa split kapag defender ako nagsisimula.
Totoo, kasi pag nag-split, pag nag-second half
Swap,
na kayo,
yeah.
tapos ikaw na yung attacking sides, di mo alam yung tempo, ayun yun. Pero I think may inherent, risk na tinitake ngayon ang Ateneo sa pag-take ng attacking side niya. Kasi aside sa, alam mo na, baka mas okay yung second half nila or whatnot, I think yung pag-set ng pace is very important din. Baka meron silang strat dito na nakita sa mga other teams din, di ba? Na baka break lang nila yung mental ng DLSU at the very start. So once you come into that second half, may minsan na mas discourage sila sa pag-take ng aggressive angles and whatnot. Kasi yung nakakalimutan ng tao na aside sa pag-perform mo sa Valorant, meron din mind games yan sa mga players, lalo na team game tayo dito.
That's true. That's definitely true. Kagaya na lang din ng mga matches, for example, na nakita natin yesterday, di ba? Medyo, intense din yung match between FEU, pati na rin kahapon against Adamson University. So, yun, sobra talaga ang fast-paced at action-packed yung dala-dala nila when it comes to the rounds that we were looking at yesterday. But this time, syempre, gaya ng sabi mo, it's time to set the pacing, set the tone para sa teams na meron tayo dito. And maybe for the side of Ateneo, that's how they want to set the tone. That's how they want to set the pace as well by starting off on the attacking here. Pero do you think that there would be any unorthodox o kaya something na hindi natin usually nakikita ngayon sa meta pagdating sa pipiliin nilang mga agent comps dito?
I think hindi naman siguro unorthodox, pero I think magkakaroon tayo ng ibang expression lang potentially sa attacking side dito. Yung parang nakikita kong trend as of the past couple of months dito sa split ngayon has been yung double duelist na meron kang Raze at Jet or maybe even combination ng Raze and Waylay. Waylay has been, I think, a really strong particular agent pick
We
ngayon.
saw Waylay yesterday.
Yeah, yan nga, di ba?
Yeah.
I think I was on Ascent ata. Tama ba? Nung kinas nyo ni Vil. But yung nga lang gusto ko dito is ang daming pwedeng gawin talaga sa split na ito. And I think 10.08 hindi pa ata na deploy yung nerfs kay Teho. So, split is one of the, I think, stronger maps na meron na pwede mo nang gamitin yung Teho dito. So, having those very oppressive utilities na pwede mo gamitin, talagang baka yun yung nasa game plan ng Ateneo ngayon.
We've always been seeing Teho as well. Parang hindi siya nagiging absent pagdating dito sa mga teams natin sa UAAP as well. So, it's also the double initiators, quite popular as well from our UAAP teams right here. So, I'm quite excited para malaman din kung ano nga ba exactly yung magiging agent composition nila. But what do you think so far when it comes to Icebox though? Dahil, syempre, ito yung magiging second map din natin later on. And do you think na teams like this, kunwari, especially for Ateneo and Lasal na nasa taas naman ng standings natin, you think there would be anything special or would they rather stick to the meta?
Ooh, hindi ko masagot yun. Kasi ngayon, I think napakadaming teams na ang daming different styles din ng mga comps. Depende talaga sa gusto nila. Again, makikita natin mamaya. Pero just to kind of answer more yung question mo, madaming ways talaga para i-approach ngayon ang Icebox. May nakita din ako the other day na nagkakasaka sa Southeast Asia. May double wall play with the Viper sa Harbor. Meron tayong nakita sa sabi na, di ba? Double initiator. Meron tayong Teho sa Breach. Napakadaming opportunity at agent expression ngayon sa Valorant. So, okay, gusto ko lang yung parang, onting wiggle lang ng kamay. But yeah, sabi ko lang, madaming ways talaga ngayon para maglaro ng Valorant. And that's what I'm very, very happy about with the particular scene that we have right now sa Collegiate. Napakadaming pwedeng gawin ngayon ng mga players na I think a year or two ago, hindi na masyado magawa din.
Ang dami na rin kasing bagong agents. Diba? So there's just a lot more options for teams right here. And it could be sometimes chaotic to look at even dahil sa dami ng utilities na nakikita mo onto your screen. But what you are saying basically is, syempre, mas marami na tayong option for combinations. Especially coming to utility kind of plays, di ba? Yung mga dati na Raze Breach lang yung makikita mo, Pain Shells after ng stun. Ngayon, ang dami ng ibang agents na kaya mong isabay. Pagdating sa mga ganong klaseng scenario, meron ka bang favorites in particular so far na nakikita mong bago?
Honestly, yung pinaka-basic lang talaga na Tejo Breach.
Still the same.
Sobrang ganda talaga ng combination nila ngayon. And yun din yung pala yung gusto ko idagdag sa sinabi mo, di ba? Na dahil nga sa sobrang daming potential ngayon ng mga nagpwedeng gamitin ng mga players natin, yung isa din dito is, as the receiving end, you have to be someone na nag-adjust na rin sa style na yun. Kasi yung parang yung pag-adjust or yung pag-receive mo before ng contact na raise saka breach lang, iba sa pag-receive mo ng contact, pagkalabo mo naman breach saka Tejo. Napakalaking bagay talaga ng dapat mabilis yung rotation mo, snappy ka, mas active ka sa pag-move mo around the map. And yung ganong klaseng speed creates a more aggressive, a more para masabihin to, explosive na action-packed game na makikita natin dito ngayon.
Uy, may team huddle na. Parang ito na ata ang cue, kumbaga, para sa pagsisimula nila. But teams are talking right now, and of course, before we start as well, nagre-ready at naghahanda na rin sila. Paborito lagi ito gawin ni Juan. No? Kahit sa teammates niya, usually na previous years, parating may huddle, maririnig mo. And the hype man himself, ika nga, for the rest of the LSU. But for the side of Ateneo as well, they're also more than prepared to take on. Sa tingin mo ba may halong kababa para sa mga players na to? Knowing na, syempre, yung iba naman sa kanila used to a LAN setup. Like, one, for example, yung experience na yon, meron bang difference yun na madadala, especially for TLSU na nag-Predator League din dati, di ba? So, it's VCT teams basically they're going up against, and
absolutely,
they get close.
Yeah. I think, I can't tell it for the, I can't speak for the players themselves kasi siyempre di ba tayo naging player, naging slight player lang siguro tayo, pero yung level of competition na to, I feel like kahit anong mangyari, kahit sanay na sanay ka na, hindi mo pa rin mawawala yung early jitters talaga na yun. So, yung paggawa mo ng kahit ano sa simula para lang ma-maintain yung focus mo, napakalaking bagay. And ito na ang ating age selection.
Yun, nakikita na nga natin for the side of Ateneo. We have a Viper, a double smoke, a double control, and a double initiator mula sa kanila. And both teams actually have the Yoru, pero single duelist para sa side ng Ateneo.
And to add to that, walang Sentinel parehas sila dito ngayon.
I mean, you have a pseudo Sentinel on the Viper's hands, but wala tayong nakikitang Cypher from both teams. Para silang naka-Viper dito.
Yeah. So, ang nakikita ko agad na mangyayari dito ngayon, Taylor, is both of these teams, like I mentioned, very proactive. Hindi pwedeng mag-play ng passive game ang DLSC dito in terms of yung pag parang ACP lang ba nila, huhulaan lang ba nila kung sa maglalaro ang Ateneo, kung mag-push ba sila ng A site, mid, or B. So, you will be seeing a lot more na si Navila sa si Sablay dito ngayon maghahanap ng contact na yan. And that's why you're seeing the Yoru din. Kasi Yoru can play those more aggressive angles, mag-push siya sa mid. At least pag naipit siya, pwede siya makapag-gate crash para maka-take out of position. Tapos kung kailangan nila mag-delay, yun ang sinasabi mo, di ba? Meron silang pseudo Sentinel in the form ng Viper na yan. So, nakikita mo na yung game plan na nasa both ng teams natin dito. Napakalaking bagay na talaga nung execution, at least para sa akin specifically sa DLSU in their defending side.
Yeah, true. Definitely true. And therefore, Ateneo as well, syempre, napaka-importante dito yung positioning as well ni De Gia, for example. Yung pag-setup niya, pagdating sa loob ng mga sites, syempre, even the Yoru, pagdating sa mapa na to, may lineup set sa gate crash specifically. So, if they could play around that and even really set up the entirety of the site, it could bring so much trouble for the side of DLSU. But then again, sa DLSU naman, do you think na mas papalag tong composition na to on the attacking later on? Or you think it's fair enough to say na for defending and attacking, it looks pretty good?
Honestly, both sides looks pretty good on both ends talaga. It's more about yung
execution,
execution talaga, and how much map control ang makukuha mo sa simula ng mga rounds na yun. So you keep your opponents guessing, or you keep your opponent making these more aggressive moves para lang makakuha ng map control na yun. Yun ang pinakamalaking bagay. At least both of these teams looks like handa na sila makipaglaban talaga. So yun ang nagugustuhan ko sa nakita ko sa agent selection natin.
Okay, now, without further ado, the El Clasico matchup na makikita natin dito sa UAAP. De La Salle University versus Ateneo de Manila. First map natin is gonna be split. And syempre, magsisimula sa attacking dito ang Ateneo nga. And with regards dito sa ating magiging pistol round, syempre, titignan natin kung saan magsisimula. Is it gonna be much more of a slower play?
Yeah, for now, nakikita mo ngayon si De Gia at yung Teho. Nag-set up na sila sa A-side kasi agad-agad, potentially, magpapakita lang sila ng starting pick or whatnot. Pero gusto ko yung nakita ko ngayon sa Ateneo na fake sila sa A-site na yan. Quick tipping ngayon para sa DLSU, De Gia and the rest, looking for that B. Pero, or excuse me, from Ateneo. Pero mukhang handa na ang DLSU dito.
Patience mula kay D. Quite aware na syempre may mga players coming in from B main. After that, Pain shows as well. And did a little bit of a damage, I would have to say, pagdating sa side ng Ateneo on that Yoru. But nonetheless, pretty much, this round is still very open to anyone or for anyone to take one, getting info, and parang nilalaro lang talaga nila is info game at this point.
Yeah, mukhang, pero at least at this point, mukhang gusto na rin sumugod ng Ateneo. Mid-side, tinitigilan sila ng DLSU. Quick little contact. De Gia hindi makakuha ng great shots na yan at si Juan ang makakuha ng first pick. Nice pocketing para kay Novilla. Back agad siya sa smoke.
Wow.
And kahit makakuha na ng B-site dito,
30
ang
seconds
Ateneo, medyo ubos na ang kanilang players at late pa ang pagplant nilang spike.
Such a good push and pull mula sa side ng DLSU, getting one kill and they know that they should move back. We have the advantage already. Tingnan natin at magsasama-sama na lang ata sila trying to find the last player here. And De La Salle University, a very, very clean round on the pistol.
Yeah, again, I like the idea na nakita sa Ateneo na minaneuver nila yung map na yun. Onting tingin dito, onting tingin doon, and mukhang sinetap nila yung B. Pero hindi na-shake up ang De La Salle in terms of yung setup nila. Nakita mo sa side nila sa minimap na hindi sila gumagalaw, hindi sila natakot, and hinode lang nila yung position nila. Ang ganda ng response na ginawa doon ng DLSU. Nakita nila na yung Ateneo magpupush sa B, agad-agad smoke nung Viper at bato agad nung Paint Shells para lang matakot dito ng Ateneo. And kung nakita mo, si De Gia, low agad yung HP niya, hindi pa sila nagsisimula mag-work sa site.
Yun nga di ba? And kailangan natin mahanapan ng space, ika nga, for the side of Ateneo. But it's just the pistol that we are looking at. Medyo pakiramdaman din naman para sa mga teams natin right now dahil ito din yung literally the first game of the day as well. Early in the morning, Novilla secures one kill on that Outlaw. With Monsod going down, 4 na lang ang natitira para sa side ng Ateneo.
De Gia though, mukhang okay ang nahanap niya dito na singit into the site pero handang-handa din si Novilla. Kita naman, napakagandang contact. And susunod na lang si Sablay holding yung B heaven position. For the moment, medyo hirap ang Ateneo, di sila makakagalaw. And DLSU, napakaganda ng defending start nila dito sa second round natin.
Looking very, very clean for the side of DLSU so far. Alam nila yung angle na dapat nilang abangan. Alam nila as well na they're gonna play a lot more slower dahil pistol round pa rin to para sa kanila, no? Para sa side ng Ateneo. But again, you still have a sheriff. You cannot discount any kill. Value na agad yon para sa kanila. Mukhang atrasan nila tong mid-control. And yung pag-aantay, sana hahabol ba si Novilla right in front of Antonio. Pins him. Wow! The pinch is there. Great call mula kay Novilla dito. A flawless round for DLSU.
Napakagandang reaction din. Quick little flick para maiwasan yung flash and babalik sa kanya ang Outlaw. Ito ang gusto ko makita ngayon sa DLSU. Yung proactiveness na kita mo kay Novilla, hindi siya natatakot na i-take yung angles na yun. Pero ngayon na naka-gun round na ang Ateneo, all Vandals on hand. Paano ang reaction nila dito? For the moment, I think Novilla taking a more passive angle, pero tutulungan siya ni Juan para makakuha ng information na yan. Haunt possibility on A main. Pero on the other side naman para sa Ateneo, they're looking to at least enforce yung B dito with more numbers.
Dito na magkakaalaman sa official buy round ng Ateneo. Scorpus smokes off B main here. Very deep smoke at Sablay. Napatay na naman nila si Monsod dito. Removing one and making it a lot more uneven. Corpus goes for the TP pero De Gia hindi tatama yung mga shots niya. Instead, makakakuha ng 2 kills ang DLSU dito. Sablay, it's just gate crash. Little bit of a fake here. D, on the other hand, nakapwesto lang din. Alam nila, B main. Eh, magagaling itong 2 players. What a reaction mula sa side ng Ateneo. And still, for D, hindi pa rin sapat para sa DLSU.
Absolutely. De La Salle, okay yung naging nakita natin simula sa kanila. You saw how aggressive they were on that A main control para lang ma-push out. They got the the first picks that they wanted. Ateneo, ang response nila is to see na lang i-heat check yung B site na yan, kung makakuha ba sila ng picks dito. And that starting takedown, knockout kay Corpus, napakalaking bagay kasi yung remaining players ng DLSU, kailangan pa nila mag-rotate, nanggaling sila sa Heaven, and at that point, mas nakuha na ng Ateneo yung tempo na hinahanap nila sa B main at sa B site.
Sablay only needs one more orb para sa kanyang ultimate dito. And kitang-kita mo naman din yung pag-aantay and yung patience na meron din dito ang side ng Ateneo. And Monsod, no, he's been trying to find space really sa mapa na to. But so far, parati siyang nahuhuli ng DLSU. Let's see if we can create something. Pagdating sa mid-control na gusto nilang ipakita dito as well.
Onting hintay na lang tayo. Sablay having this crossfire alongside his teammate. Pero nag-whiff siya dito. Digia with a great start. Flash agad siya. TP pabalik lang muna for the safety. Pero this is a good first pick para sa Ateneo as they're working their way into the A site. One, medyo naiipit. Might have to go for the rotation. He does have yung toxic screen ng teammate niya, giving him a little bit of that leeway. Pero kailangan nilang bumalik. Pero napakaganda na lurk galing kay Monsod.
Ang tagal niyang inantay yon. Kanina pa siya parating nahuhuli, but this time siya naman ang makakahuli sa players ng DLSU. And Ateneo, 5-man strong so far. And still, they're moving quite slow around the map. They want to make rotations happen, lalo na nabuksan na ni Monsod ang B site. And kukunin na to ng Ateneo.
Monsod with the highlights. Amador na naman. Kahanap dito ng quick little flank, quick little lurk. Sa dalawa na natitira sa DLSU, Sinavilla. Sa wakas, napabagsak si Monsod pero damage be done. Amador getting that refrag. One na lang natitira. Si Juan na lang din. Sorry, Juan na natitira. Quick, catch. Exit frags na lang ito. Ateneo will get themselves a nice little point on the board. And DLSU, medyo yung setups nila na kakatch off ngayon ng Ateneo.
Di nila in-expect yung mga lurks. And ito yung gusto sana na mag-pay off kanina pa para sa side ng Ateneo as well. Kanina pa nila ginagawa to. Kagaya nung mention ko kanina na si Monsod nga, kanina siya parate yung nauhuli. But this time, his lurk around created really the entirety of that space that the Ateneo de Manila really needed. That basically opened B side. That basically killed everyone off pagdating sa mid-control nila and just allowing the rest of the team to follow up.
I do like na, or at least hindi ko nagugustuhan na yung Ateneo, naghanap sila ng exit frags doon. Medyo napagastos sila sa round na yun. Lalo na alam mo na naman na ang masasave na lang dito na weapon natin Ateneo is yung Phantom na yan. In any case naman, not too bad. Again, 2-2 tayo for the moment. Okay, yun nasabi ko sana, si Amador hindi pa siya nakakabili ng kanyang Vandal. Pero yun na nga, malapit na rin ang mga ultimates availability dito ng Ateneo. Pero on the side naman ng Lasal, meron tayong double ultimate position para sa kay Novilla na hinaabol agad si Monsad. That's a 1-for-1 trade. Pero that is a pick na kakailanganin or ginugusto pakuha ng Lasal.
Bucky versus Vandal. And Bucky ang magwawagi doon. Yung drone, nandiyan na rin. And the fake out just walking through as well. Corpus successfully taking down one. This guided salvo. Pwesto lang. And para lang makapag-create ng space. But speaking of space, Ateneo de Manila, medyo nahirapan sila, especially when it comes to B main. It's smoked off. They don't really have that mid-control as well. Pero ginamit na rin dito yung Sablay. Kitang-kita niya kung ilan yung mga players na nasa B main. Kitang-kita niya rin kung sino-sino nga ba sila.
I think sobrang masyado ang Ateneo dito sa pag-push nung through the smoke ng DLSU. As long as na wala kang setup doon, medyo mahirap din gamitin siya. I'm surprised na nangyari din actually sa Ateneo dahil sa meron silang Teho dito. But it is what it is. Kahit man weaker buys ang De La Salle, seems like they're able to use it. Armageddon has been popped already. Counter flash naman tayo dito ngayon ni Sablay. The crossfire working out. Napakaganda na pag-hold ng angles dito si Lopez na lang matitira. 3 versus 1. Takes the shot pero hindi. Mag-whiff siya.
Grabe ha? Grabe si Dia. Kanina pa siya nakakakuha ng mga sheriff shots niya dito. Kanina pa siya nakakakuha ng mga kills mula sa kanyang sheriff. He has been cursed on the shots. But nonetheless, si Novilla din naman. Pati yung dalawang duelist pa nila, yun pa yung nagpa-pop off as well. So, this could be a little bit of a problem from the side of Ateneo. Perhaps much on the latter part. But it's still a pretty tight match. It's still 3-2 kung tutuusin.
Yeah, every round though, napaka close na assessment ng match natin
Hindi mo
dito.
alam kung sino mahuhuli.
Totoo. Ang pinaka-problema ngayon natin is dahil sa nahuli sila sa eco round na yun ng Lasal, balik na naman sila sa weaker weapons na to. It will be a weak buy para sa Ateneo. And you know na yung setup ng DLSU is napakahirap i-push through pag wala kang proper utility at proper weaponry to match up. Digia though, going for that mid-contact. Medyo malayo yung teammates niya dito. Triple stack ngayon para sa Lasal. And nandito na si Hiwan, tumitingin na lang. 2 kills na agad siya dito ngayon. Holding top mid. Forcing them back alongside kay Novilla. Kung gusto naman niya, pwede siyang gumamit na kanyang showstopper. Pinatom na yung C's, force them back. De Gia looking to at least respond, pero hindi pa rin kakayanin. Quick little contacts on mid, pero si Novilla pa rin makakuha ng final kill natin.
Hirap lang talaga para sa side natin na mahanap din yung momentum nila, no? Kahit dun sa aim duel. Kasi nahirapan din sila pagdating sa economy, eh. Kung lagi kang bibili ka muna, Vandal, Phantom, and then the next round, kailangan mo na namang mag-eco. You just couldn't get that momentum na tuloy-tuloy na makakuha ng confidence against playing against the DLSU. Yan namang, ito muna, time out muna, tactical pause muna from Ateneo de Manila.
Ano lang, kahit man dalawa lang yung round deficit nila against dito sa De La Salle, nakikita mo yung disparity in terms of yung control na ginugusto nila. We started talking about this, Taylor, bago magsimula ang map 1 natin, na Ateneo as a team, as a unit, with the agents that they selected, wants to go for a more aggressive route. Pero yung aggressive route na yan, nakaka-counter ngayon ng De La Salle, even an eco, eco round win para sa De La Salle dito. So all that being said, Ateneo is in a bit of a spot ngayon. I don't know what the coach is going to be talking about in terms of regrouping yung kanyang mga players. Medyo baka the jitters is really setting in or whatnot. Pero kailangan magkaroon ng adjustment dito para sa Ateneo.
Pero sabi nga nila, di ba, minsan yung mga teams natin, nadadala sila ng pag-overthink as well.
Sabi ko, bugso ng damdamin
Bugso ng damdamin na rin. Syempre, knowing ito yung reigning champions as well, di ba? And you have very familiar players, faces here that played beforehand as well. So, tignan natin, no? De Gia wants to use that ult. Inside B, naghahanap na rin sila ng posisyon dito from the shadows. Nagamit na rin. Remember, para sa DLSU, meron pa silang pang-retake dito ng matindi-tinding utilities.
Yeah. Especially na meron nga silang showstopper na sinasabi natin. Si Amador, pinatagsak agad yung Nightfall dito. Meron pa silang hahanapin na kahit anong kontra, mukha mang-plant na yung spike. Pero tignan mo ang positioning ng Lasal. Tumitingin agad sila sa backstab. Dinala na ang showstopper na wala. Pero teka lang, Novilla still able to respond in kind. Naiipit na nga sa loob ng site ang natitira sa Ateneo. The flash comes in. Here comes D. Isa na lang. And mukhang wala na. The long flank coming in from Monson. Matitigilan niya ba ang pag-defuse ng spike? Mukhang hindi. At De La Salle retake this site once again.
Grabe, no? Ang ganda na sana nung drone. Na-cancel literally in the perfect time, perfect moment, yung showstopper na yon. But DLSU, they're really good at adjusting then as well. Pagdating din sa aim duel na yon, walang problema para sa kanila. And then you quickly recover back the site kahit may late lurk na manggagaling kay Monsod. It's already too late. Naubos na lahat ng natitirang players dito sa loob ng site mismo. De La Salle now closes this round or this game so far to a 5-2 scoreline plus a Vipers pit available for both Vipers on the other teams.
And I'm really surprised.
For both teams, rather.
Taylor, na nung tinignan natin yung minimap, bigla na lang parang 3 players ng Lasal nandun na sa labas ng B-main. Hindi na nila-expect ng Ateneo yun. Nakatingin sila dun sa side ng Lasal. Pero Lasal, 1 step ahead in this particular game natin. I've mentioned this already a couple of times na, but Ateneo has to try to dig themselves out of this hole that somehow they are in. But the contact from D might start at first for them, pero hindi pa rin. Monsod looking for the refrag, pero out na agad ang Lasal sa top mid na yan. Lalo na nakuha na sila ng first pick.
They're definitely moving a lot more faster than a while ago as well. And maybe ito yung naisip din nilang solusyon. No, usually kasi para sa mga teams natin, no, pag mas takot kang sumilip, mas slow yung movements mo, mas nababasa ka. Especially when you have an operator. Kagaya na lang nang nangyari dito kay Lopez mula kay Sablay. But on the other hand, look at the mini-map. They already have good control of the site. The problem is, asan yung spike?
Nasa labas na naman. It's the Lasal special. Always grabbing an advantage. Not letting you retake the situation if kaya man. Kaibang recompose ng Ateneo. Simula na sila gamit yung fault line. Coming around the corner. Great pick kay Corpuz. As an Ateneo trying to sync themselves up.
30 seconds
Monsod medyo malayo sa kanyang teammates. Kaya kailangan nilang makipagtulungan dito. 25 seconds na uubusan na ng time dito Ateneo ngayon. And nagbato pa ng paint shell si Navilla for the delay tactics. Si T coming in for the pinch. Na-sandwich siya si Antonio. Hindi siya makagalaw. Monsod, nasan ka na ba? The late... Nako, the late walks hindi manggagaling. At si Antonio, tinalunan ni Navilla.
What a control coming in from DLSU there. Nakita nila yung spike? Guys, umikot na kayo dito. Ipitin na natin lahat ng magiging players na papasok muli at hahanapin to spike na to. I mean, Ateneo was able to get the site itself. The problem was, there's no spike to plant. And kailangan nila bumalik doon. DLSU realized that already beforehand. And 5 sa players nila doon, pinapalibutan na all across the map. Kung saan man sila dadaan doon, lagi silang may katapat.
This starting map na pinili ng Lasal, playing on split, absolute perfection ngayon on this first half. 4 rounds na ang disparity. Sinabirato na ng Ateneo, going for the Hail Mary pass, gamit-gamit ang Rolling Thunder ng kanilang breach. They're pushing through, pero napakaganda na paranoia coming in dito kay Corpuz. Nakita mo na tamaan yung dalawa with the flashes. De Gia backing away. Nasaan yung spike? Wala sa kamay niya. Going for the rotation versus Sablay with a shot on the operator. DLSU once again.
7-2. Medyo nahirapan silang maghanap ng space dito. And I have to say na syempre, you have a single duelist on the side of Ateneo. You have to really put a lot of, kumbaga, effort as well in maintaining that space. But the problem is, Ateneo so far doesn't look that comfortable around the map na nakikita natin dito. It seems like they want to take control of a space, but at the same time, it's a little too slow. Again, you have an operator waiting for you, and De La Salle, they're quick on their toes pagdating sa decision-making na ganun.
I think more than anything else, nahihirapan ang Ateneo ngayon na i-readdress yung mga setups ng DLSU. Hindi sila makapag-react eh. And if they try to do so, medyo matagal na. Still though, D gets caught by De Gia. Sablay out of nowhere hits the off-cam shot with the operator. Navilla naman tutulong lang dito ngayon to get that heaven control for the moment. Makakatakas ba siya? Kasi mukhang hindi na sapat sa Ateneo na makipag-contact sila isa-isa. Lahat na sumugod. They're using brute numbers para makuha ang B heaven control na ito. And mukhang gumagana siya. Pero si Sablay with the operator hitting shot after shot after shot. Reposition. Gamit ang gate clash. Ginamit na ang dimensional drift. And hindi pa tapos ang DLSU. Ateneo, no chance to plant that spike just yet. Wala pa silang upgraded weapons. Hindi pa nila na-pick up yung spike na na-drop doon sa Hell. And Sablay coming out. Grabe naman. Minukaan. Talagang tinignan na stare down kay De Gia dito. Falls down. Corpus coming in with the backstab. And another round para sa Lasal.
Man, oh man. That's quite annoying, I have to say. Para sa Ateneo siguro, no? Like, you wanna create a play. Gusto mong makakapag-clutch out. But at the same time, paano mo magagawa? Si Sablay nag-ult, nag-dimensional rift, binibigay yung bawat info na kailangan nila dito. Nagkamali man siya ng pag-exit dun sa dimensional rift na yun, right in front of the faces of Ateneo. But ginawa niya na yung trabaho niya. Binigyan niya na ng oras and info yung buong team ng DLSU para mabawi yung magiging round natin dito. It's an 8-2. And for Ateneo, they want this to be at least an 8-4. I have to say, mahirap to kapag pinabayaan nila na tumaas o yung gap ng score.
Sobrang agree ako sa dyan, partner. Napakalaking struggle ngayon para sa Ateneo. They need to get that 2 rounds nga, as you mentioned, pero napakahirap din na magawa yan. They tried so many times to go for that pressure on B main or on B through Garage. Ang dami nalang binatong kind of varying ultimates din doon. Meron silang gamit ng Armageddon, Rolling Thunder, pero wala pa rin tumatama talaga. And you can already see Lasal kind of having a good gist kung anong gustong gawin dito ng Ateneo. Quick use into from the shadows on the Lasal side para lang maka-rotate dito agad si Corpus on B. Ang dami na naman ng stock ngayon. D with a great catch. Any response from Ateneo pero napakadaming players ng Lasal dito sa Heaven. And D with a great couple of kills alongside Navilla. Isa na lang matitira sa Ateneo ngayon at yan na lang si De Gia.
Akala mo isa lang yung hinahabol mong player dito pero pag silip mo kay D, bigla silang naging tatlo mula sa side ng DLSU. Ateneo, they're just really having a difficult time. I don't think we've seen them create a play na talagang rush play. Pasok tayo sa loob ng site. The don't care play, as we call it, dahil kailangan mo lang talaga makakuha ng mga rounds na yon. Nothing much of an aggressive stance coming in from Ateneo here. They still playing it slow, but I wonder, coming into this round, dahil syempre for the Gia, he also has the Dimensional Rift and the favorite gun to use it with.
Yan na, set-up niya na nga. Any stunts? Si D?
Exactly.
Yep, absolutely great start dito para sa Ateneo. You love to see it. It did use a lot of resources, pero is that going to be enough? Medyo nag-overstep ng bounce ngayon si Digia, and somehow, kuha ng kill ngayon ang DLSU. Novelia coming at the back. Tapos silang second shot. Ipit siya kay Antonio, pero naipit ba talaga siya o si Antonio ang naipit sa kanya?
Very, very impressive mula sa side ng DLSU dito. Alam mo yung, ang ganda no Armageddon kung tutuusin eh. They are forced out of their position at that point. But you have the operator repositioning towards the back end of the site. Hindi na naman in-expect ng Ateneo, and lahat o yung dalawang players na nanggaling from B main, huling-huli sa aktong lumalabas. Walang retaliation na nanggagaling mula sa kanila. I'm very excited to see the second half though. Maybe dito mas makakakuha ng puntos sa Ateneo for now.
We'll have to see. Medyo spread thin na rin ang defenses ngayon ng Ateneo. They only really have the Gia as that first contact. Are they gonna be able to stop itong double duelist ng De La Salle that already is primed and ready? Great stun though para kay Antonio. Sadyang napakaganda ng pag-peek niya using yung smoke ng kalaban against them. A great start para sa Ateneo.
Kahit yung TP, hindi na rin kumapit. The swing mula kay Juan. Sinusubukan niya sanang hulihin yung kumukuha nung orb control na yan. But Amador, really good on the shot. Taking down one here. It's a 4v3 scenario. Lopez, though, unaware as D punishes two players immediately.
That's so much contact para sa Ateneo on A main. Didn't really expect na DLSU gonna give them a taste of their own medicine. Nakita natin kanina on the pistol round din ng Ateneo that this was the exact same play na ginusto nila. Novelia already prepared for Monsod. Monsod in a 2 versus 1. Nahanap siya at isa na lang tayo ngayon. That is gonna be Amador all the way through heaven. Great first shot on the headshot, 2 versus 1. Stun connects? Hindi. Has a flash potential, pero hindi. Nahuli din siya, excuse me, as he drops down on the lower floor on the B site.
Grabe kung may isang player ako na ayaw tapatan sa pistol o kaya mapa-pistol rounds man or eco round, I think this would be D. He's been pretty great on those pistol shots since a while ago as well. Kahit yung mga eco rounds na nakikita natin mula sa kanya, it just hits. Dahil dyan, mapipilitan yung Ateneo. It's a force buy para dito sa susunod na round natin dahil this could be a potential match point for DLSU right now.
And you don't want to play a 12-2 na kahit may guns ka, you don't have any more buffer rounds. You just take the risk na lang or go for that next map natin dito ngayon. Seems like DLSU coming in with the start. Great catch from Antonio, pero wala yung kanyang teammates. Iniwanan niya. Nahuli si Antonio at si Amador. The triple stack actually blowing up in the face of Ateneo. La Salle now finds a little bit more comfort pushing into that B site. Getting the catch onto Monson is huge right now. 2 players remaining para sa Ateneo. Make that one, and we are all left with Lopez. A little bit too late to the party. Juan going in for the proactive check. Lopez with the kill. Pero hindi pa tayo tapos. Sablay falls down. 2 versus 1. Manageable bar para to kay Lopez as we have 10 HP remaining para sa ating Omen. He has a paranoia. 5 seconds para sa kanyang dark cover. Pero mahahanap niya ba ito? He gets a separation. Tries to get closer. He does have some time. Pick up lang muna na Vandal. The pop shots could be fatal sa kanya. Tries to separate an angle. Hanap siya and Corpus takes him down. And we are at map point dito sa split.
Sobrang hirap para kay Lopez na makuha yung magiging round na yon. And if ever, kumbaga, miracle na lang talagang hinahanap niya pagdating dun sa round na yon. I have to say though, etong game na to so far, Azuray, wala pa tayo masyadong nakikitang post-plant scenarios. Wala pa tayo masyadong kung papansinin mo ha, wala tayong mga rounds masyado na kailangan nilang mag-retake. Hindi nila binibigyan ng space. Nilalabanan talaga nila parate. And I mean, Ateneo started off on the attacking. So sila talaga yung kailangan lumapit dito. But De La Salle, they're just really good at holding down the fort na hindi sila nauubos sa loob ng site.
Speaking of De La Salle, Novelia So much courage on this entry fragger. Sinimulan niya agad. Has the judge in hand. Monsod di makatakas because of the seas.
Oh, no.
Hinabol na lang siya through the smoke. Somehow Monsod is alive but not for long. Falls down. Big control para sa DLSU ngayon sa ating B-Heaven. Ipit na sa B-side si Lopez. You can already see he's trying to position but so many angles from the attacking DLSU could be fatal para sa kanya. He has a smoke on B main pero hindi pa rin kakayanin. One finds him and we have 3 remaining players from Ateneo rotating to try to re-encapsulate yung nangyari dito ngayon sa B-side to retake that B-side as the plant gets or as the spike gets planted down.
Grabe, dire-diretso. Literal minarcha ni Novilla hanggang city side and ganun na ubos at natapos ang game number 1 natin. A DLSU victory sa mapa rin na pinili nila.
And dominating performance from DLSU.
Really dominating.
Absolutely. Napakaganda na nangyari sa kanila. And honestly, it looked pretty bad para sa Ateneo. They tried to do so many things. You have to give them a lot of props for that. Pero kinulang talaga sila. So many tries. Nakita mo, De Gia trying to superimpose himself doon sa mga sites pero nahuhuli siya. Yung response na kinakailangan dito ng Ateneo from each other, yung pag-push ni De Gia, matulungan sana siya ni Antonio ni Amador to set it up as initiators. Hindi nagko-connect para sa kanila and because of that, nahuhuli sila one by one ng Lasal. Nakita mo may isang play doon where De Gia, ganda ng first pick niya pero iniwan niya yung dalawang initiator niya sa A main and somehow because of that, nahuli siya ng De La Salle and then after that, pinush na lang nila yung advantage nila.
I mean, DLSU had really great setups coming in dito sa match na to. They also have a really good aim duel potential as well. So nakita naman natin yon coming in dito nga sa ating unang match. D with 16 kills total and 8 deaths lamang. Grabe yung parang 10 kills ata dito. Lahat galing lang sa pistol.
Oo nga eh.
Diba?
Sobrang linis ng ano niya
niya mag-sheriff, kati niya mag-ghost.
And it's not, and I just want to add to that din na aside dun sa ganda ng kanyang tutok sa laban natin dito, it has been such a great treat to see kung paano niya nakakombine yun sa Viper util niya. Pero syempre, he's not the only player
Grabe
that was very much felt. Syempre, yung MVP natin dito is Sablay, yung Yoru ng De La Salle. You can already see ACS, 269, assists of 7, kills of 16, and death of 5. Man was on a mission every single round to get an advantage para sa De La Salle, and he succeeded in that.
Yeah, that operator, once he had it, there's no stopping him anymore.
Absolutely.
Parang hindi ko nakitang nawala yung operator na yon. Parating nilang nababawi, nare-recover back. And even Novilla as well, no? The double duelist, the setups that they have right here, para silang on point coming into this game. At grabe si Sablay, parang nag-ano na siya dito, nag-iipon na siya ng MVP. Kasi last time na nakita ko rin yung match nila, back-to-back MVP rin siya nun.
Ramdam mo naman eh. And ito yung lakas ng DLSU na at least right now, nakikita ko in person yung double trouble na binibigay ni Sablay at ni Novilla for the team. Napakaganda ng kanilang tandem dito. You can see plays like this from Novilla where he just heroically goes for those charges. Double charge siya, satchel jump, diba? And napakaganda ng setup niya somehow with only Juan as his initiator. It just goes to show kung gaano ka trusting, gaano ka comfortable, and gaano ka synergized ang mga players ngayon ng De La Salle, at least in this first map.
Grabe din yung comfortability mula sa side ng Lasal na talagang to push off. Alam mo na laki nung gap sa scoreline eh, di ba? Why not make use of that advantage already? You have rounds to lose, more than enough. But at the same time, they've just been really crisp kung ano ang pinractice nila, kung ano setup nila, maganda yung rotation nila. It all just worked out para dito sa side ng DLSU. But I do hope coming into the second game though, especially Ateneo pick that map, makabawi rin sila dito. Syempre, magandang laban din ang gusto nating lahat makita.
I wonder if makakuha natin sa interviews siguro mamaya, if ever we finish this series, kung matatanong ba natin ng DLSU if they win, if this first map was a hard read sa nila against Ateneo.
Yeah.
Kung alam ba nila na Ateneo doesn't really have a super strong na split map and they made use of that talaga, especially sa map veto. Kasi doon nagsisimula talaga ang laban eh. Map veto is where it begins, and if this is what DLSU foresaw, and they saw this exactly unfolding in front of us like this. Napakaganda ng ginawa nila to make that happen.
Yeah, definitely true. Very, very excited for the second map. And gaya ng sabi namin dito, ibig sabihin lang nun, hindi pa tapos ang laban ng DLSU versus Ateneo. Muli kaming magbabalik though dahil right now, we're just gonna go in a very short break. And when we come back, is it gonna be a 2-0? Is it gonna be a 3-game? Who knows, diba? This is UAAP Season 87.
How much do we love Pinoy sports? As a fan, we don't just watch the games.
This season for me, and I just owe it all to the work I put in.
We watch every part, every angle, every name. We talk about the plays, talk about it for days. We witness the big events, the thrilling moments, and relive the best seconds. We cherish the fears, the tears, at syempre, the cheers. How much do we love Pinoy sports? With all our heart, all-out passion. All the time. All with Pilipinas Live. Ang app natin para sa sports natin.
You know what I love about Philippines?
Of Philippine volleyball. Watch your favorite volleyball leagues such as Spikers Turf, Premier Volleyball League, and the UAAP. All in one app. You can watch all these games and more live and on your preferred device. Download Pilipinas Live today from the App Store or Google Play Store and register for free.
'87!
Yeah.
Wow!
Oh,
Hindi pa ako buhay nung
87?
may simula yung 0-0.
Malamang nga. Sorry, ako din, di ba? Pagdating doon. Pero bigyan shoutouts kay Zen na may magandang balita para sa atin, di ba?
Oo, napakagandang balita na
napakagandang balita.
nagbago yung buhay ko
Oo,
nung sinabi niya sa akin yun.
Totoo yan. But nonetheless, welcome back, ladies and gents, and to everyone who's watching right now. This is UAAP Esports Season 87. Gaya nga ng sabi ni Asuray. And of course, sa lahat nung nandito right now sa Gateway 2, o kung wala man kayo, imbitado kayong lahat. Nandito kami right now, live na live. So you guys can hop in o kaya naman dumaan din kayo para makita nyo yung inyong mga universities. Baka alumni kayo ng Ateneo, baka alumni kayo ng De La Salle. Ito na yung oras. Tapos nagba-Valorant kayo. Saktong-sakto.
Ako, hindi ako alumni ng kahit. So, susuportan ko na lang sa magulang ko.
Sige, sa magulo mo na lang. Okay. Pwede rin naman, di ba? Pero at the same time, ito nga, no, this is just the first series that we have so far for today. And game number 1, natapos na natin. That's a very, very dominating win from the De La Salle University.
Absolutely. And again, it just went by so quickly din dito. If you guys were able to see it or are just tuning in, 13-3 or 13-2 ang nakita natin ngayon. And sobrang in command ngayon ng De La Salle. Ateneo really struggled to get any form of map control, tried to make a lot of aggressive plays, pero De La Salle just looked like they were one step ahead. So now, as we are getting this, kind of reset, preparing ourselves na lang para sa ating next map, which is going to be Icebox, how is the mental state and yung parang reset state dito ng Ateneo? Is there something going to be different, or is De La Salle just going to show that they are the most dominant team dito sa ating Group A?
I am definitely sure kasi nakita ko kanina sa gilid na nag-usap-usap na rin sila alongside the coach, especially para sa side ng Ateneo dito. And syempre, prep up na naman to. Kumbaga, reset ang kailangan nila heading into game number 2. Kumbaga, at this point, as a team, di ba, parang kalimutan mo na muna yung game number 1 natin dito. Focus na muna tayo sa mapa. O, sa goal. Una sa lahat, sa goal. Pangalawa, sa mapa na sila yung pumili.
And now, it's still going to be Icebox. Syempre, nakita na natin to. I am wondering though kung makikita pa rin natin yung double initiator ng Ateneo that, again, they wanted to use last time sa split more efficiently. Pero parang may disconnect na nakita tayo dito ngayon sa, sa mga initiators nila. Si Antonio Sasi Amador, the double ace, hindi makakuha nung support or hindi makagive ng support na kinakailangan ni De Gia as that primary duelist ng Ateneo. Something has to change between the three of them, and that has to happen now sa Icebox because we only have a best-of-3 series dito sa atin.
Exactly. And knowing as well kung paano nga ba yung score system natin dito sa UAAP Esports, di ba? Yung group stage nga natin dito, yung groups natin, kapag nakapag-clean sweep ka ng 2-0 sa isang best-of-3 match, 3 points yung makukuha mo.
Yeah.
And syempre, kung ikaw naman ay 2-1 o kaya naman naging 3 games yung inyong match, 2 points lang yun. So, napakalaking bagay nung extra puntos na pwede nilang makuha, knowing na importante din itong araw na to para sa lahat ng mga teams na maglalaro, especially yung mga teams na meron na ring loss on their standings.
I have not seen
Okay.
a Gecko used in a very long time sa mga matches na napanood ko in the recent couple of months. And Monsod is gonna be bringing that out now ngayon sa Icebox. Again, this will be Ateneo naman that will be on that defending side dito. But I am so curious to see how effective this Gecko truly is when ang daming counter ngayon sa kanya. Killjoy, Tejo, and KO, all really good counters against yung wingman to plant the spike, to defuse the spike. All of those things really good against just deterring yung kind of playstyle na yun that Gecko brings to the table.
Let's see what else can Ateneo do, especially kailangan nilang bumawi dito sa ating second game nga. At actually, si Monsod ang may gamit nito eh. And Monsod was performing quite well during game number 1 a while ago. If I'm not mistaken, siya ata ang top frag during game number 1 a while ago. But
For Ateneo.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I think one of the biggest things din dun is because he was lurking so many times na yun yung nangyari sa kanya. I do wonder if he's gonna be doing that as a Gecko naman ngayon, or is he gonna stick with his team a little bit more? Still, because Ateneo will be starting as this defending side, mas tethered ngayon, mas anchored ngayon si Monsod to play with the rest of his team.
speaking of anchor, yan lang naman din ang ginagawa ng Ateneo right now. And DLSU, kanina pa sila nandito kung tutuusin. They just wouldn't want to make any noise. Naghanap sila ng information and Amador, siya makakahanap ng unang pick-off dito. 4 na lang natitira para sa side ng DLSU. But then again, they're all the way towards B side. At doon na nga nabigla si Antonio.
Si Sablay, freshman niya advantage siya dito. Monsod gets the catch onto Corpus. Sablay somehow managed to pick another kill through the blind ng Gecko natin. 2 versus 2, and it seems like it's still equal on both sides. Sablay though spots out the opposing duelist and he falls down. You only really have Amador, or excuse me, not Amador, but rather it is Amador. What am I talking about? It's a 1 versus 2. It's a very difficult situation. Dalawa kanyang shock darts, isang recon dart. He has a bunch of abilities to use in this clutch situation. Pero hanapan lang muna sila. He could not find Sablay in time. Falls down, and pistol round will be picked up by De La Salle.
Sobrang open. Grabe yung posisyon niya doon. I mean, naghahanap siya. Wala siyang makuha kahit anong info eh. I mean, he had the recon though, na pwede niyang gamitin dito. Some of the other utilities to really take advantage of that. Pero hindi na nangyari yun. Naunahan na siya dito ni Sablay. Nahanap na agad siya. 4 na kills pagdating sa first round. Making Sablay already halfway there pagdating sa kanyang Blade Storm.
And what's so good about that then is because sobrang dami niya, takedowns, knockout skills na nakuha so early on, makakuha siya ng full util and a Vandal in hand ngayon, Terror. Napakalaking advantage yan dito when you're looking about how much firepower you need. Antonio sticking his position on Raptors gets caught. That is huge ngayon para sa De La Salle as they can press their advantage here on the A side.
No Sentinel para sa side ng Ateneo dito.
Monsod.
One on the other hand, nakapansin siya dito na Monsod is on the other part. But one reacted quite fast. Siya pa nga malaking bawas against Monsod. Huling-huli sa aktong umiikot. That's gonna be a quick reset muli para kay Juan for now. But De Gia catching him as well. So at least kahit paano nabawi nila yung kill na yan. Pero sa loob ng A site, dito ang tunay na laban as Amador was able to punish too.
Napakaganda mga shots dito kay Amador. Di now forced to plant this spike. It's a little bit too close for comfort, I think, para sa De La Salle ngayon. You can already see the isolation of fights. D, great shots, pero Novilla and D, great encapsulation. Able to just get the clutch out. A little bit sticky, pero kinaya pa rin nila another point para sa De La Salle.
Not bad of a pistol round or an eco round still for Ateneo. They were able to still deal a lot of damage and kills pagdating sa side ng DLSU. So kahit papano makakatulong yon sa economy nila. And also, hindi magkaroon o para hindi rin magkaroon ng certain advantage itong DLSU. But right now, talagang makikita mo yung momentum ng DLSU from game number 1. Kahit na sabihin mong too close for comfort, you see the confidence in every time they take angles.
Absolutely. The transition, yung pag-carry over na yon. Amador though, kulang na siya ng ultimate orb and everything. I think he's already on his Hunter's Fury nga naman. Sablay has gone for the quick little dash into the side, spots out his opponent, pero D somehow gets the catch onto De Gia, and this is still DLSU's push onto the A site. Walang magawa ang Ateneo. They're forced back. Juan gets the catch onto Antonio. 2 more players, 1 more player remaining para sa Antonio dito. And it's Amador. 2 versus 1. Good shots connecting. He might be able to isolate a couple of fights dito. Maybe a clutch, but not gonna happen. Sablay denies. And 3-0 para sa De La Salle.
That's also the bonus round we have para sa side ng De La Salle. At grabe no, si D. Una niya doon sa round na yun, Ghost. Sabi nga niya kanina, no? Magpipistol na lang ako. Ganun na lang. Pistol na lang gamitin niya. But nonetheless, the LSU here, I mean, you have one taking cover dun sa lahat ng mga kills na gusto niya makuha. Goes for the swing, clearing out the angles. Not only that, but just there's too much players alive para sa isang tao na masagot pa yun. Amador tried his best. Unfortunately, it's not good enough para sa round na yan, and one clears out the angle. Wala na naman silang killjoy dito. Swing mula kay Sablay, especially after that dash to clear out the B site. At mukhang open na open to para sila ay makapag-plant.
Big flank coming in potentially para kay De Gia, but he is gonna get intercepted by D potentially. Yun na nga, nakikipag 1 versus 1 na sila. Great catch for De Gia, but he is very far sa ating B site ngayon. You can already see as well na Monsod actually able to get that W against kay Novilla. Still, no good, very meaningful map control para sa Ateneo, and they are falling down. De Gia is looking for a couple of frags here and there, but still he has to get closer and closer into the site to start defusing that spike. Tingnan mo naman itong... Whoa! Tingnan lang! Juan! Tumalon siya ng 360!
Grabe naman si Juan!
I got things to do.
Chinese garter muna siya bago siya lumaban. Tinalon niya!
Oh my
Ewan ko
God.
ba, but again,
Meron ba tayong POV replay?
ito yung mga klaseng mga rounds na pwede nating makita mula sa La Salle or mula sa DLSU nga. Just the confidence coming in from game number 1. Madadala at madadala mo talaga yan. At
Yes.
ngayon, here on round number 5, at least though, I have to say, for Ateneo, they're still making it a lot more closer kesa naman sa kanina.
True, but at the end of the day, Taylor,
Kailangan mo makuha yung round eh.
Kailangan mo makuha yung rounds. It's still the 4-0. May nakarinig na ako. Naglabas na sila ng Blaze. Naglabas na ng Armageddon. Sablay gets the shot onto Amador. Beautiful stuff. Monsod spotted already. Can he isolate a couple of fights? Mukhang oo. He does get the help from Antonio all the way from behind him. Pero still, this is gonna be a sign, a post-plant force from LaSalle Ateneo. Both of the players coming in dito sa ating rafters, or excuse me, sa corner dito ngayon.
Unahan na sila dito, Asuray, dahil as far as I know, yung Blade Storm, online din yan para sa kanila. With the knife, not detecting anyone at this moment. Yung ibang players, sinusubukan na nila, especially from the side of Ateneo. Lopez and Antonio, tap to the spike. Pero kailangan nilang lumaban dito. And Novilla, makakaharap ng dalawa. That's the two remaining players of Ateneo de Manila. And dahil dyan, around yet another secured. Pero sa side ng DLSU, 5-0. At dito papasok ang timeout.
Very clean rounds para sa De La Salle as they're able to just, again, successfully get these contacts continuously in these rounds, Taylor. I think ang pinakamahirap ngayon para sa Ateneo is yung pag-sequence ng pag-push nila, yung simultaneous push. Nakita mo kanina yun, yung 2 versus 3 situation where both Ateneo players could have maybe pushed through the smoke para mas maganda ang kanilang pag-get ng kills or pag-get ng refrags, but it just did not work out and napitas sila pa isa-isa dito ng LaSalle. This is not what you want to happen. And again, something has to change. But at least, I will say na lang din na, the last time that we saw Ateneo go for a tactical timeout, it was more for an aggressive play rather than adjusting yung parang cohesion ng players. So there has to be something kind of big that Ateneo is planning after this tactical timeout.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking forward, ika nga, pagdating doon sa magiging adjustment na gagawin heading into the next round. Dahil, syempre, ayaw mo na namang lumaki o talagang malayo yung magiging scoreline nyo. But, Icebox, ito yung mga mapa na talagang notorious dati kapag 12-1. Pag
Reverse sweep. Yung
reverse sweep. Yung
sobrang
talagang
lapit.
luging-lugi ka, pero nakukuha mo pa din. But nonetheless, it's another round here for Ateneo to try and recover. Pistols para sa iba, pero may hero buy sila dito kahit papano. Yung ating Gecko so far, wala pa flash out, pero si D makakahanap ng isang kill, and that's towards sa kanilang duelist pa.
I'm really surprised na D went for the push doon. You kind of give him, you know, yung benefit of the doubt, lalo na nakakuha ng flash yung Dizzy dito nung Gecko, but it's still not really gonna be enough. DLSU is just making quick work na lang naman ng ating A-site, and Lopez left on an island ngayon, Taylor, looking for this 4 versus 1. There is that knockdown on the Gia. I don't know if he has a weapon in hand, pero as of the meantime, Lopez is only holding on dito sa Sheriff.
Yun lang, na-timingan pa siya nung ikot dito ni D. Huling-huli sa akto, si Lopez. At mawawala siya para sa round na to. Another round for the side of DLSU. 6-0 so far. Pero ito, at least makakabili na sila para sa susunod na round. And magandang investment para kay De Gia.
Yeah, having that operator in hand. Ang tanong na lang dito is, yung angles kasi na dinetake ni De Gia is a little bit more, how would you say this? Is of, alam mo na agad siya magpapakita. And yung timing niya, yung support ng kanyang initiator, yung flash, yung only flash play niya si Monsol, is hindi masyadong maramdaman kasi you can shoot on the Dizzy. So yung force out niya ng pag-pick dito, hindi pa ganun kalinis. Antonio might be getting a bit of contact in mid, pero hindi pinires ni ni Sablay yung pag-press niya sa mid. It's gonna be B main.
He uses the lockdown here. And tignan natin dahil syempre para sa side ng Ateneo de Manila, kailangan nilang bigyan ng space to. To Snowman though, meron pa rin naman silang spasyo to at least para makasilip. Pero itong Hunter's Fury, what a good Hunter's Fury mula kay Amador. Dalawa ang nabura mula sa side ng DLSU doon. And it even stopped until the toes sa pagpasok sa loob ng side. And again, another value mula doon sa operator ni De Gia.
2 versus 5, di para pag-plant na spike. As you mentioned, so napakaganda ngayon ng posisyon ng Ateneo. They have everything working for them. The spike has been dropped and it has to be a somewhat extra play na gagawin ngayon ng LaSalle. You can already see Novilla coming in closer. Gets that spot on kay Antonio. Forces it back. Gets that rotation. He's creating a bit of space ngayon for his teammate to maybe plant down that spike. Antonio falls down. There comes Lopez for the refrag. And it's D against the world. The lineup, the shots connecting only onto one. And Amador gets around para sa Ateneo.
Good hold mula sa side ng Ateneo as well, na kahit na may lockdown dyan, sige, okay lang, walang problema. Sa inyo na yung space, pero kaya nyo ba at least nahawakan yung spasyo na yan, knowing as well na very open pa din itong snowman natin. No? Hindi naman sila gano'n deep din pumasok sa loob ng B site. And despite trying to go towards 2F, hindi rin sila naging successful. May mga nag-aantay din. And Tegia, again, itong operator na to, napakalaking bagay para sa kanila. Yung early pick-offs na yan could literally change the course of the round.
Let's see if it's gonna get a lot more value as he is slowly encroaching for a fight. Tegia patiently waiting with the sniper in hand. The boomstick. Back off muna siya, repositions. Wants to try for a different angle. And for the meantime, De La Salle, they're working their way for a split onto A and mid. Tignan mo ngayon dalawang players ng La Salle coming into tube, pushing themselves into kitchen ngayon. That's gonna be a huge pinch play as Antonio is gonna be the first one. Oh, the contact! Antonio with the 2K! Great shots onto window. Tegia misses the shot, but still has the map control, the advantage with that play coming in from Antonio.
Ang laking bagay nung double kill na yon sa mid-control nila kanina dahil dyan para sa side dito ng DLSU. Tatlo sa kanila kailangan lumaban sa loob ng side. And Amador, Monsod, sila ang uubos sa DLSU dito. A flawless round para sa side ng Ateneo. And this is exactly what they need right now.
Huge
Wow,
call.
instant timeout.
Instant timeout
Tigil
agad.
na, stop the car. Stop the car. Sabi dito ng DLSU. I mean, they're getting back yung momentum. Yan yung inahanap nila.
Yeah, and you don't want that. You have 2 timeouts. Just use the first one na lang agad ngayon to get that quick little call. You can already see Lasal kind of just discussing a couple of things. Still smiles all about, so nagugustuhan ko yung ganito. But I am, at least, you know, kind of curious what the adjustment will be ngayon. Yung mga pinch plays nila hindi na gumagana, or maybe yung timing lang, or ano lang talaga nagkakaroon ng individualistic hero plays dito ang Ateneo. But so far, De La Salle is feeling a bit of that comeback na.
Yeah. And tsaka ito yung mga kailangan ng Ateneo. Yung mga double kill na gano'n, multi-kills na nakikita natin. And dito mo na mapapansin na syempre, players, everyone has to step up. But if you also have your superstar players, for example, stepping up to the game and performing well, ang laking bagay para sa side ng Ateneo. They do have a Thrasher available. You also have a lockdown available kung sakali man gusto nila ng isang magandang retake scenario. But for DLSU, ang gaganda rin ng ultimates na available para sa kanila, Suray.
Absolutely. I will say though, loving yung performance ngayon ng double A's ng Ateneo, si Amador at si Antonio. Really making splashes, making waves ngayon. Just give that advantage para sa Ateneo. Lasal, after that 1 minute talk over session, ano ba ang adjustment na gagawin nila? There's an command already used for this B side. Nakikita mo na yung press. There's still 2 players of LaSalle holding that flag potentially. Monsoy with a great catch onto Sublime. No plans just yet. Nahihirapan ang LaSalle ngayon to get any form of contact. And Tegia, hindi ko lang siya nakatingin. Lopez, close. Unti nilang si Juan may ipit na. The barrel showing up. And Lopez, great catch. Viper Spit has been used. Pero ubus na ang players ng LaSalle. 3 versus 5.
Hindi pa napaplant yung spike. Oh, may Viper Spit pero hindi pa nila nakukuha yung mismong site dito. And still, you have 3 players remaining. They do have at least a little bit of mid-control pero marami ring nakasilip kahit papano. From the side of Ateneo, all angles are covered. But D was able to at least get 1 kill here, opening up a little bit of an opportunity. Kaso titingin pa siya. Oh my goodness, hindi na niya kailangan tumingin pa dahil mula sa taas, Tegia will shut him down.
That wall is giving just a tiny bit of something para sa LaSalle dito, but not gonna happen. Ateneo gets another one. 3-6, and the disparity closes. Or the gap is just getting closer and closer. Actually, 3-6 tayo. 6 minus 3 rounds na lang ang pagkakaiba nila.
Ang dami nilang in-invest dito. Coming into that round, Azuray, yung iyong Viper Spit, nawala completely. You have also, syempre, yung null command, nagamit yung 0 point. Hindi rin nakakahanap dito para sa side ng DLSU pagdating dun sa round na yun. But again, wala man silang nakuha or hindi man nila nakuha yung round na yan. For DLSU, lamang nga pa rin sila ng 3 points dito. Pero nakikita ko na yung talagang signs ng buhay para sa side ng Ateneo. Mas nagiging maganda na rin yung mga play and even yung pagkuha nila ng angle. Alam sa Digay, hindi ko alam kung saan nakatingin.
I think that's
Mukhang may bug yung observer.
bug. Nakatingin na lang tayo sa Infinite Abyss. Oy! Amador! With the 2K! Nakapwesto sa jail pero siya pala ang Warden. Great catch altogether. 2 for 1. Still have the numbers advantage. Nahuli nila ang lurk na ginagawa dito ng LaSalle and no more kind of spread play ngayon para sa De La Salle University. Has to go to compress, play that 3 versus 4, a lot more together potentially. Pero si Juan is making the call to go for the lurk coming in through mid. He wants to make that hero play. He wants to get eyes off of that A side para makapasok potentially si Corpus dito. Juan gets caught, or rather gets spotted by the alarm bot, but he presses on with his positioning. Antonio doesn't know about this, only that Juan or someone from LaSalle is here sa mid.
Medyo kailangan nila manghula kung saan ba posible manggaling itong mga players ng DLSU. They're everywhere. And Juan already securing 1 kill. Pero De Gia, good trade mula sa kanyang operator dito. He goes for reposition agad! What an amazing shot actually to kill off. Dahil dyan, isa na lang natitira. Corpus has to go against 3 players here. De Gia, umatras lang. Sabay Lopez, tapusin mo ang laban.
Napakaganda na pagpwesto ng Ateneo. 3 straight rounds. Amador, Antonio, Amador. 2 kills ng 2 kills ng 2 kills and nawawala ang game plan. Nasisira ang game plan ng De La Salle University. Ateneo is on a roll right now.
After that, hindi mo pa problemahin mo pa pati si De Gia, yung kanyang operator dito, yung mga shots na nakukuha niya, yung mga kills na yan, complete stop, a literal game changer para sa side ng Ateneo de Manila at this moment. They do have a lot of ultimates still. Hindi pa nila nagagamit yung trash nung time na yon. And now, Hunter's Fury is even online as well. And for DLSU, syempre, ito yung kailangan nila ngayon problemahin. How can you deal with the operator? How can you try and punish De Gia here?
De Gia not spotted as well. Playing on Heaven sa A side. And I like the call right now for LaSalle na lang na mag-push out to sila. Armageddon. Corpus gets a quick little shot. Di pa tapos tayo dito. There's a bit of space. Sablay forced to push forward, creating that little bit of control, little bit of that safety. Sa backside person, Tigilla pa rin. You pick him, you go down. One does get the catch onto Monso. That's a trade for trade ngayon. And it's a 4 versus 3. Tumakbo agad ang LaSalle. You already know it's a plant on the spike. Lockdown will force them back. Lopez, timing is going to shot. Here comes Lopez, knocking in the back door. Another kill. Teka lang muna. Nakabor, nag-switch ng weapon. Nahulihan siya. They coming in. Tigilla, 1 versus 1. Novilla, Tigilla, sino ba talaga? And it's going to be Novilla, 7-4.
What a round mula sa dalawang teams na to. Kanya-kanyang hold mula sa mga players natin and even on that pulse plant scenario as well. Ateneo though, they're really gaining back that confidence pagdating doon sa mga kills na nakikita natin. Incredible shots from the players here. Amador and De Gia doing so well. And even the flash coming in from Monsod, finally, nagko-connect na rin yung mga utility play nila dito. Kasi, syempre, Asuray, it's just not about the shots, it's also about how you yung combination ng utilities mo.
100% agree. Itong pag-awaken ng both ng teams natin is giving us such friction right now as we are entering yung last round ng ating first half. Both of the teams have very comparable na mga resources to use in this last round ngayon. And you can already see, ang iba na sobra yung galaw ng DLSU. The call to go for that lockdown, pero nasipatan ni Lopez itong B. Alam niya agad na may pagkakaiba dito. Itong push sa B side, ito natin totoo.
Pero tignan mo ha, it's still a hyper-rotation from the side of Ateneo de Manila. They're still gathering around towards A side dahil dun sa lockdown na yun. And I think this little bit of a fake worked out quite well dahil kailangan ngayon umikot ng ibang mga players ng Ateneo. But Amador, really good on the screen. Kaso nga lang si D, yung kanina pang nag-aantay towards towards A. That lurk potential is there still.
Absolutely. Paying off para sa kanya. Siya na ata magbibigay sa... Well, dalasan ng round na ito. Pero hindi. Still, the damage has been done. 2 versus 1. Antonio, may time pa siya. Wala na siyang abilities. 15 seconds para sa kanyang turret. And maghahanap pa sila. Na-flash pa siya.
Nice
Hindi siya
flash.
makatakas. Novilla finds the opportunity. And matatapos ang ating first half ng 8-4. 4-round advantage para sa Dalasal.
Grabe pa naman, kapag meron ka pa naman KO na alam at memorize yung mga lineups pagdating ng mga flash na yan, hindi mo talaga i-expect. Bigla ka na lang talaga rin mafa-flash out, no? Dahil, I mean, it's about the setups here. An 8-4 to finish that first half. And ito yung gusto ko naman din, Asuray. Umiinit na yung laban. Pati
Yes.
yung crowd natin, mas naririnig mo na rin, di ba? So, this is exactly what we want to see from both teams. And ito, exciting part. Dahil syempre, para sa side ng Ateneo, sila naman yung kailangan pumasok sa loob ng site.
Absolutely. Sana naman na mag-test natin ngayon kung gaano ba ka-threatening si Digia as that entry. Again, don't forget, nang makita natin yung split, hindi siya ganun ka, again, I think as imposing as we are seeing him with the operator in that first half. Maybe that carries over dito sa ating second half.
Apat ata yung na-detect nung knife na yun.
Talaga ba? Hindi ko
I
nakita
think so. If not, it's more than 2 for sure. Alam na alam ng DLSU na
Uy,
nandito
D.
sila. And D Corpus lumalaban. Pagdating sa B-long, pero nagsagutan lang din sila dito. It's a 2-1 trade so far.
So far, but that is working in the favor ng De La Salle. The call right now for Ateneo is just to go the other direction. Potentially look to force for this, push for this A site. Yung turret na yan from Antonio is giving a little bit of control on mid. Sablay already pressed up. Very much prepared. Great shots altogether. Makakataas dito. Quick little dash. Yung 1 kill na yun, okay na siya para doon. Because now he knows, he's given the information for the rest of the team. You can already see Juan. You can already see D dito starting to gravitate potentially doon sa A.
He's still respecting na kayang tuwapat ng Ateneo and get multiple kills pagdating sa pistol round na to.
30 seconds
Moves further
left.
back. Gusto niya safe na lang. Alam niya na lamang na yung DLSU pagdating sa manpower when it comes to this round. But things are not yet over. Meron silang recon dito to try and clear out yellow. No one's really waiting out there. Pero dito sa loob ng site, merong nag-aantay for sure. Pero the tap to the spike, kailangan umikot ang iba. A 1v2 scenario and this is still doable, Asuray.
2 versus 1. Palapit na ngayon si Sablay.
Uy!
The hop.
Win the ball!
Oh my God! Muti ka na! He's hit the shot from the Villa dropping down pero hindi. Sablay able to get a clutch on the round. Napakalapit nun.
Muntik na!
Too close for comfort. Pero Lasal somehow manages to push through, persevere through.
Literally, one more bullet. That's gonna be around para dun sana sa side nga ng Ateneo, no? But
Yes.
unfortunately, hindi ganon yung storya. Sabi dito ng DLSU, wag muna. Nagsimula sila na nakuha nila yung mga initial pickoffs, yes, dahil nga sa tulong din ng knife or ng 0 point dito ni Novilla. But nonetheless, tinuloy pa rin ang Ateneo eh. And nanalo sila dun sa mga kills na yun. Kaso lang talaga, di nila in-expect na si D nasa loob pa nung site.
Totoo. I think a big problem dito ngayon para sa Ateneo is that pistol round is supposed to dictate at least the beginning of this second half. And that's always the case naman talaga with after pistol round wins, diba? But because of that then and this round disparity, medyo mahirap yung kailangan tahaking ngayon ng Ateneo, trying to get something in. And si Sablay, he already knows this. Outlaw is always the way to go up against this riskier buys. He does get his position exposed because of that dizzy. Antonio coming in closer, trying to pop shots with the classic. Hindi siya gumagana. One-Sod does get the trade. Pero again, the firepower is just too much. Amador is going in! And Novilla.
Nag-zipline si Novilla
The
dito.
slow approach sa zipline. Napakaganda.
Grabe. I mean, sasagutin lang naman nila eh. Coming into this next round, lamang naman sila pagdating sa mga barel and a quick spray down kahit nasabihin mong nahuli mo si Sablay doon sa flash ng Gecko. Eh, it's not enough. May 2 pang players na nandun lang sa kaliwa at sa kanan na nag-aantay na mag-push ka. And with the classic or only just some sheriffs, eh, mahirap nga naman din yon. Anyway, Amador is just 1 orb away para sa kanyang Hunter's Fury kung sakasakali man. And it can be used para sa kanilang magiging post plan. Kaso, kailangan muna nila makapasok ng site.
Oh, iga.
Bilis ah!
Yan, hanap niyo si dito, Corpus. Tikia using that cloud burst, pero medyo separated pa rin ang Ateneo kahit man napakalapit nila sa isa't isa. They cannot get these refrags rolling. Lopez, a little bit of heat from him, but it's still not yet done. Stuck sila ngayon sa yellow, not able to push up into that B site. Nawala na rin yung wall, has to wait for that to refresh. Oh my
no.
God, napakagandang salvo, pero Lopez hits a shot. Miracle worker ba siya dito para sa Ateneo? Kakayanin ba niya? It's him and Antonio. Monsod, 1 versus 1. Buti na lang, may wingman siya. Makakapag-plan. Pag tinigilan nito ni Villa, lalabas ang positioning dito. Mata na siya ni Monsod. 50 seconds.
Oh no!
Pwedeng bagalan ni Monsod ang paggalaw niya! But Novilla comes out! The timing is perfect! 1 versus 1 with a great one, 11-4.
Grabe, no? At this point, ito na yung mga rounds na laging muntik nang matatalo yung DLSU. Laging muntik nang makukuha ng Ateneo yung mga rounds natin. Maganda yung pinapakita na ng mga parehas na teams, no? But just so happens for DLSU, obviously, you are defending the site. Di pa naman planted yung spike. So, time is basically in favor of you at that point. And when it comes to the aim duel, ito na naman tayo. Yun lang ang problema natin ngayon, Azuray. Almost a match point para sa DLSU. And Ateneo right now, they're on an eco round. But this is a lot more faster of a round as we are looking at it. Corpus D, nakahanap na rin sila dito ng tigisang kill. Armageddon even used towards mid. But Ateneo, all the way to B site. Alam na alam to ni Corpus. And for sure, pinapalibutan na rin sila dito ng DLSU right now. But Antonio successfully taking down one. Kahit pa paano makakapag-plant sila dito.
Oh, what a catch
what a
from
shot.
Amador. Great stuff. Medyo naipit sa open si Monsod. Does get a catch. Amador, nakakuha siya ng rifle dito. He has so much utility to work with. Titingin ba siya ngayon kay Sablay na nakaintay lang sa kanya?
Wow.
Lang.
That's-
Napakaganda na, again, patience para kay Sablay to just wait for that one pick. You never know. And he does get the shot through.
Grabe, no? That's already the match point, Azuray. That's 12-4 right now. Umiinit man yung laban na meron tayo dito. Unfortunately, ang laki kasi nung gap ulit dun sa scoreline natin nung nag-start tayo nung round or nung game natin kanina. 8-4 yung first half natin dito. And hindi pa gumagalaw so far para sa side ng Ateneo itong mga rounds na nakikita natin. Let's see what else dahil pagdating dito, syempre all out na to. Lahatan na to.
And this is also what could dictate kung sino ba ang top seed ng Group A dito sa ating UAE Esports Season 87. Napakalaking bagay nito for both teams. The advantage and of course the bragging rights is huge.
Daming nakita.
Daming nakita. Juan already pressing up with the salvo, forcing back Ateneo. As this is giving Juan a little bit of free space. Okay, teka lang, Juan. The crash in front of his face. Makatakas mo siya. Hindi. Amador. Pero teka lang. Novilla coming in from the high ground. Forcing them back. The shot from Sablay. 2 versus 1 na naman tayo. At kakayanin ba ito ni Lopez? He does have a nice little pocket, nice little position. Pero tingnan mo yung pag-back away ng DLSU. Waiting for the big flanks coming in from Corpus.
It's a trap, Azuray. After nilang mapatay si Juan dito, nagulat na lang sila. May nasa taas pa ng 410. May bumabaril
Ayan
pa
na.
mula sa baba. Pero Sablay as the final kill. Dahil ang De La Salle University ay makakakuha ng clean sweep para sa ating first series of the day.
What an absolutely dominating performance para sa De La Salle University. Nakita mo, every single round was theirs talaga. There were some rounds where we saw Ateneo was creating a bit of space, bit of tempo, bit of momentum, pero they're just so different. Anyways, we're gonna be throwing it para sa host natin to just get the interview already going.
Victors of our series number 1 for the day. Ito nga ang pinaka-inaabangan nating serye at De La Salle University pa nga ang nag-come out on top. Reby, ano ba ang masasabi mo sa mga players na kasama natin dito on stage?
I mean, as the defending champions, I think they're proving why they reign. So again, 2 years going strong against another top contender. Pero at the end of the day, we have to ask the question, how were you guys able to maintain this performance year after year?
We just kept our composure and just stick to what we're doing lang. We don't care about anyone. Yeah.
Okay, in all fairness, that technique has been working phenomenal for you guys. Undefeated so far in your UAAP Esports Season 87 run. Pero ang tanong this time around, syempre, flawless run pa so far. Sa tingin nyo ba, meron pang team na pwedeng makasira sa win streak nyo?
Ang kalaban lang namin, sarili lang namin. So, yun na nga. We just gotta believe in what we do.
Okay. Okay, well, speaking of what you guys are doing right now, what do you think you guys are doing effectively that sets you apart from your competition here?
I think it's just our experience and composure. That's it.
All about that composure. I think in a game like Valorant, definitely a lot of tense moments. So it really matters if you can keep your cool and get through all those rounds with, again, composure. And again, we do have a lot of fans here in the audience. We have a cheer squad as well. Is there anything you want to say to everyone who came down to support you here today?
Thanks to everyone supporting my best friend there and all the families and friends, you know. So we just like to show our gratitude to you guys. So yeah, thank you.
There we have it, guys. De La Salle University!
Yeah.
All right then, Reby, that's enough for this interview. Ibabalik na natin sa casters para naman more analysis for all of us.
Love the confidence here mula sa side ng DLSU. At kitang-kita nga natin yan. Composure, Asuray. Yun ang puhunan daw nila.
And it really does goes to show then. You saw how clean yung parang mentality nila and yung approach nila. We can't hear yung communication. We can't really know what they're thinking, but you can see na every single round na nakuha nila, even if it's a loss, it seems like they still have some game plans. Sure, it will take them parang 1 to 2 rounds para mag-adjust, pero nagagawa pa rin yun ng De La Salle University. Pero tignan muna natin yung ating scoreboard. Eyes on Amador, 21 kills para sa kanya, 345 ACS. Napakalaki ng ginawa niya para sa Ateneo. It just did not work the way that Ateneo was hoping for talaga.
Mahirap, no? Para sa kanila, especially on this game, you only have si Gdigia, for example. Medyo latter part lang din, naging online, di ba? Coming into this match. And nonetheless, ito na nga, si Sablay na nag-iipon ng kanyang match MVP dito sa UAAP Esports dahil siya na naman ang ating match MVP back-to-back. 286 ACS, 1 assist, 19 kills, and 11 deaths. But honestly, the entirety of the squad of DLSU, they just really came to play, Asuray. Wala nang iba pang masasabi dito para sa side ng La Salle. They had the composure, they had the aim duel wins coming in here. Game 1 pa lang, alam natin na lugi na agad yung Ateneo pagdating pa lang doon sa angle isolation kinds of plays na nakikita natin.
Sure.
Pero may mga hero rounds din tayong nakita ha, mula sa side ng Ateneo. Yung mga times na nakaka-double kill sila na nabibigla na lang din tayo.
Yeah, pero I think ano rin I don't know if Ateneo was banking on the fact na that might be, you know, what could save them more rounds or what could give them more rounds. Pero nakita mo naman yung adjustment na ginawa nilang bigla ng DLSU. Ay, natatalo tayo sa ating pag-split. Huwag na tayo mag-split. We just set up for a 5-man push into a side and tignan natin kung matatapatan ba ito ng Ateneo. I will say though, Ateneo did good against that. 1 to 2 rounds maybe. Pero again, nakita mo talaga yung laking disparity. These kind of plays was great. Pero once De La Salle started adjusting, it was a completely different story na, Taylor.
Ang problema is nahahabol parate.
Totoo,
diba?
totoo.
Nakukuha mo na yung advantage. Pero on the latter part, nahahabol ulit pabalik nung DLSU. And the fact is syempre para sa De La Salle University dito, meron kang rounds to lose eh.
Yeah.
At this point, sige, laban tayo, lalaro tayo, and kukuha tayo ng kills na yan. If not, then okay, reset tayo. Nakita natin may mga rounds din naman sila dito na hindi nag-work out in their favor. Kagaya ng mga times na sinusubukan nilang kontrolin yung B-side, di ba?
Yeah. I will say though, both teams had some really exemplary na mid-round lurk times. Kasi ang hirap i-timing nung gano'n yung mga nakikita mo na pagka-flank si Novilla, sino ba to? Sila D, yung mga ganong kasing timings, mahirap talaga makuha yun unless na sanay ka na sa ganong klaseng plays. And both teams really tried to make it happen. I think De La Salle just had a tad bit more experience in that regard and na-overwhelm doon ang Ateneo.
Yeah, definitely true, di ba? At yun nga, no, that's just the first series that we have. At ang aga natapos nung first series na yun. So, syempre, para sa lahat nung nanonood live as well, imbitado kayo. Nandito kami sa Gateway Mall right now. Pero, aside from that, Asuray, kung gusto rin naman nating manood ng iba pang mga UAAP esports matches natin, saan ba tayo pwede manood?
I got you guys. Of course, you can catch the rest of the UAAP esports matches on the Pilipinas Live app. You can also watch other sports contents like UAAP Volleyball Finals, PBA, NBA Playoffs, and more. Download the app and register for free.
Kompletuhin nyo na from esports to sports, diba? Lahat.
Tanggalin mo na E.
Kompleto na, diba? So, i-download nyo na yung Pilipinas Live app natin right there. And mag-register na rin kayo kasi doon din natin nakikita yung ating UAAP sports matches. But nonetheless, yun nga ang ating first series of the day. My name is Taylor. Alongside me is Asuray. We're just gonna go on a break and pagbalik natin, it's gonna be the second series of the day. So, see you guys later.
How much do we love Pinoy sports? As a fan, we don't just watch the games.
This season for me, and I just owe it all to the work I put in.
We watch every part, every angle, every name. We talk about the plays, talk about it for days. We witness the big events, the thrilling moments, and relive the best seconds. We cherish the fears, the tears, at syempre, the cheers. How much do we love Pinoy sports? With all our heart, all-out passion. All the time. All with Pilipinas Live. Ang app natin para sa sports natin.
You know what I love about
How much do we love Pinoy sports? As a fan, we don't just watch the games.
This season for me, and I just owe it all to the work I put in.
We watch every part, every angle, every name. We talk about the plays. Talk about it for days. We witness the big events, the thrilling moments, and relive the best seconds. We cherish the fears, the tears, at syempre, the cheers. How much do we love Pinoy sports? With all our heart, all-out passion. All the time. All with Pilipinas Live. Ang app natin para sa sports natin.
You know what I love about Filipinas Live?
Pilipinas Live is the home of Philippine volleyball. Watch your favorite volleyball leagues such as Spikers Turf, Premier Volleyball League, and the UAAP. All in one app. You can watch all these games and more live and on your preferred device. Download Pilipinas Live today from the App Store or Google Play Store and register for free.
How much do we love Pinoy sports? As a fan, we don't just watch the games.
This season for me, and I just owe it all to the work I put in.
We watch every part, every angle, every name. We talk about the plays. Talk about it for days. We witness the big events, the thrilling moments, and relive the best seconds. We cherish the fears, the tears, at syempre, the cheers. How much do we love Pinoy sports? With all our heart, all-out passion. All the time. All with Pilipinas Live. Ang app natin para sa sports natin.
You know what I love about...
Welcome back to UAAP Esports Season 87! You're still with your host over here. My name is Likeable.
And my name is Rebecca, and we've got 2 more exciting matches here for day number 3. We just came from a very, very interesting El Clasico between DLSU and Ateneo, with DLSU securing another victory for themselves, being undefeated here in the tournament so far.
Talaga namang painit ng painit ang labanan natin. Kaya naman pagdating dito sa second series natin, Reby, parang yung expectations natin higher than the previous matchup that we just saw. Kasi kanina, full sweep on the side of DLSU. Pero this time around, nakakaramdam ako na mas dikit na dikit ang labanan natin.
That's true, and I think especially seeing our players earlier, they've been prepping here since I think an hour ago already, making sure that everything is set, because I think for some of these teams, this game could mean their fate in this tournament.
So without further ado, now that the storyline has been set out for all of us, why don't we go ahead and introduce the players. There we go! As you guys can see as well, dito sa gilid natin yung mga coaches natin, binuboost na yung morale ng players. So why don't we invite Coach Coloma and Coach Villarca for the fist bump. Good luck, have fun daw ang sabi ng coaches, Reby!
Parang yun yung first coach interaction that we've had. Usually silent yung fist bump, but I think both of our coaches, I think they're well acquainted here on the scene, and now I think our players are just getting started and getting ready. Pero Laika, I want to ask you, since you were saying this series does seem pretty close, are there any expectations from this series? Because we do have a couple of standout players.
Ay, totoo yan. Maraming masasabi actually yung mga casters natin dyan na well-acquainted din talaga sa isa't isa. So why don't we go ahead and toss it over to them so they can break down what's about to happen.
And again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the match 2, of course, ng UAAP Esports Season 87. Kami nga pala ang damood sa oras na para makita naman natin maglaban ang Universidad ng Pilipinas kalaban ang FAU. And for sure, this is gonna be a hot one, Bessie. Kasi yung mga coaches natin, si Coach Micro at si Coach Owen Cutie. Gigil na!
Gigil na nga sila dito. And nonetheless, yung mga players, syempre, ang kailangan natin talagang abangan as well. I mean, you have that experience already coming in from the coach mula doon sa mga bigger leagues, ika nga. But at the same time, syempre, yung mga players mo, paano mo rin sila kukontrolin? Paano mo rin sila makakausap? O kaya naman magagawa talaga yung ine-expect mo mga klaseng play?
A lot of familiar names, lalong-lalo na kasi this is the first time na ikakasko ang UP. Pero last year, sobrang daming ilang beses na natin ito nakas. Actually, in terms of familiar names, returning face, at sila Dasas, talaga nag-pop off din yesterday. And all towards, pagdating nga dito sa FEU, nanggigil sila kahapon nung laro nga nila. Pero sa totoo lang, for this, in terms of predictions, medyo mahirap to.
Ang hirap nito. Kasi kumbaga ito yung match-up din talaga, di ba? And I think when it comes to predictions, Bessie, for me, I have a feeling na on the latter part of the games, laging itong UP, nandun sila biglang umuusbong eh. So ako muna, UP fight, ikaw.
Ako, doon ako sa mga tropa natin sa Moraita.
FEU.
Doon ako sa
Pantay ang
Moraita.
laban. Pantay ang laban. Pero ito nga, no, yun nga yung sinasabi natin kanina. Siyempre, with UP and the matches that we've seen from the previous days as well, coming in from them, ang daming mga moments na akala mo matatalo na sila. But at the same time, they find a way to recover and then bounce back.
Yeah, lalo-lalo na nung nakalaro nga nila yesterday, andito ang Adamson University. I mean, yes, really thought that Adamson could get it, pero yun nga lang, it's just FEU pa rin talaga nakakuha at the end of the day. But right now, this is gonna be UP. Kumbaga, this is the fight between sa may Katipunan, Diliman, kalaban ng mga tropa natin sa Moraita. Split, Lotus, and Haven is the map. At least, Bessie, di ba? Oo, bibigyan tayo ng maliit na mapa. Then right after that, dalawang largest na mapa dito ngayon sa Valorant. Pero in terms naman of playstyle, syempre, ang FEU, they're more than ready. Hindi sila nanalo last year, kahit isa, sadly. Pero ngayon, at least babawi at babawi sila.
Lalo na dito sa series na to, best, importante rin to. Yung araw na to specifically, especially when it comes to the standings of the players as well. So, it's very essential for them na makuha o masecure yung 2-0 na yan kung sakasakali man. But yesterday, madalas na mga decider maps natin dito, Lotus, but it's gonna be picked by FEU for their second map here as well. I'm quite interested to see yung magiging resulta nitong first map natin. Kasi I feel like ito yung kayang magdala rin ng momentum coming into the second.
In terms of momentum, Split is the map kung gusto mong humabol. Medyo fast-paced gameplay. Ito yon. Minsan nagiging mabagal, yes.
Pero kanina sa series namin ni Azuray, grabe. Yung split na map na yan, yung one-sided map, one-sided yung naging match result natin. Pero medyo mabagal yung movements ng iba, lahat ng mga players.
Medyo bago yun Yun yung Lasal versus Ateneo, right? Yeah. Well, the last time na nakastin natin yung Lasal, talagang one-sided din pinapakita nga natin.
Yung kinas natin yung FEU tsaka NU.
Yun yung talagang hindi natin makakalimutan, mga tropa. Kasi
non-stop yun!
Yun yung isa sa pinaka-favorite naming match so far. Pero syempre, FEU nandito.
Oo.
Kung ano yung pinakita nila yesterday, siguro I have a feeling that's gonna be the same thing na gagawin nga ngayon ng FEU. Why? UP, napanood nila kung paano maglaro ng FEU. So, ibig sabihin nun, alam nila kung paano rin makakabawi into the fact
nila, kaya nilang saluhin. And I think after watching those games as well, you pick up a lot coming in from the teams.
Actually sila, Deose, yun yung mga players nga ng Adamson. And papunta nga dito ngayon sa FEU, at least same place, same name, na mababasa ka na talaga magpo-pop off. Pero pagpunta naman dito, no, sa side nga ng University of the Philippines, at least, basically ito kasi, last year, nakausap nga natin sila, talagang grabe yung gigil nila Kumbaga, uhaw sila sa panalo nga dito. And balita ko kasi, ang mga taga-UP, matatapang, maratatalino.
Yan saktong-sakto, diba?
Parang yung cheer lang nila.
Diba? So, pwede. Pagdating dito sa match natin o sa series natin na gaganapin nga against FEU naman.
Ganyan silang taga-UP.
Ganyan silang taga-UP. And, alam mo, syempre yung school spirit kanina nga, yung De La Salle, yung chief squad nila, nandito din
Animal Squad,
Diba? Yung Animal Squad nila nandito and sinusuportahan sila. So sa mga nanonood o nakikinig right now sa stream natin as well, sa Pilipinas Live, by the way, pumunta na rin kayo, dumaan na rin kayo dito sa Gateway Cubao dahil syempre nandito kami live na live.
Nakikita na natin yung full names nung mga agent nga sa Valorant. Andito si Cypher Clemente.
Andito si Teo Danak.
Si Reis Dasas.
Si Reyna Sumera.
At saka si Omen Uson.
Yung pala ang pangalan nila.
And syempre, syempre, hindi lang yon. Yung mga kapatid naman nila from FEU, si Bridge Lapinid,
Tsaka si Yoro Ladines.
si Tejo Bastes,
Aumen Baleza.
and grabe, andyan din si Cypher Lim. Ito yung mga gamit nga nilang mga agents ngayon, ladies and gentlemen.
Oo, akala ko kasi si Jollibee lang yung may E. Rodriguez.
Hindi.
Iba pala yun.
Of course, pati
Ito
sila,
na.
meron din full names. And pagdating nga dito ngayon sa UP versus FEU, kumbaga, ano to dulo-dulo diba? Yung dulo ng U-Belt, laban sa dulo
Ng Katipunan.
ng Katipunan. Ito na yun.
Dulo to dulo ang labanan natin dito.
Kumbaga sa LRT, dulo-dulo,
Point eight.
dulo-dulong station to
Dulo-dulong station nga indeed. Pero ito na nga, first map para sa ating second series, University of the Philippines
Uy!
versus Far Eastern University. May player cam na.
May player comes na. And narinig ko na rin dito yung mga cheerleader ng UP, of course.
You know,
Let's go UP. Let's go FEU as well.
pare-parehas. Lahat dito sinusuportahan na nila. Pero umpisahan na natin to as FEU. Sila nga nasa attacking on the pistol. Siyempre, kuha lang na muna ng orb. Get
Yeah.
that control kahit papano. A little bit of at least moving back to reset.
Getting to know each other stage. Pagpunta nga dito ngayon for the side of UP and FEU for sure. Lalong-lalo na this. First time ulit na magkikita nga sila dito ngayon sa group stage. And right now, for the side of UP and FEU, it's all up to UP kung paano nila mapipigilan ang aggression ng FEU ngayon. Pero, Bessie, parang ito lang hindi yung kanina. Medyo slow pace push, pero pagdating naman sa mid, at least meron silang control.
You have that mid-control, gaya nga nasabi mo, no? Pero yung setup dito nila Dines, syempre nakikita na rin ng mga players from UP, pero ang ganda nung setup ng Flash, plus samahan mo pa as well ng utility ng isang Tejo. They get that initial pick-off, pero Lapinid with a double.
Sobrang kawawa doon si Bastes. Why? It's just that salvo din talaga. Umubos nga sa kanya. Hindi niya alam kung saan pupunta doon Bessie. At the same time, wala nga siya nakikita. Pero buti ito, 1 versus 2. That is Clemente falling down into the hands of Lapinid. 1-0 already. And right now, yung mga Tamaraws, galit na.
Oo, ninahanda na rin nila. Coming into the second round, syempre, makakapag-upgrade na rin sila dito ng kanilang mga barrel. And kanina, nakausap ko nga si Azuray din, no? And we talked about split as well. And usual na nga nating nakikita dito, it's either that double duelist na pinapakita rin naman ng UP, and then you have that double ini, parati may Tejo.
And alam naman natin kung gaano rin talaga ka-destructive ang isang Tejo nga dito, Bessie. Pero I want to talk about Lapina dito with a 4-0 already. Grabe naman, inubos niya yung buong kupunan ng kalaban nga niya. Pero ngayon, for sure, babawi na rin dito ang UP if ever kaya nila though. Kasi yesterday, kahit classic na yung gamit ng FEU and Adamson University, talagang nagagawa nila ng paraan. Pero we're gonna get to see kung kaya rin ba sa split.
Slow-paced play mula sa side din ng FEU dito. Walang paramdaman, walang utility play, just not giving any idea at all sa kamay ng UP kung saan sila magagaling. And nag-aantay rin sila dito siguro ng mga push coming in from the players of UP. But that's not gonna happen at this moment. Uso, nag-aabang lang din dyan. And of course, with the paranoia, mapapaatras yung ibang mga players dito.
Pero at least yung mga smoke dito ng FEU nakaset na. Pero it's just a delay na meron dito ang UP, no? They're not letting FEU go in kung kahit saan mang site ngayon. Pero yung nga lang, in terms of mid, they have that control already. But now someone is actually waiting, which is Dasas and Danak trying to rotate already. Papunta nga dun sa kabila ngayon ng mapa. But it's not gonna be A, pero B pa rin talaga ang gusto nga nilang puntahan. Reyna nag-aantay na together with that Cypher. Pero that is Somero falling down to the hands of Lapinid and Beleza. And ito na, they have full control of B. And just like that, talagang na-clean up crew nila ang buong B-site.
Slowly but surely, yan ang sabi dito ng FEU as they try to plant the spike. Kita na rin dito si Dasas and Danak rather. And Danak secures that kill still with the right click to the face. Meron pa siyang drone na pwedeng gamitin. Pati na rin yung kanyang mga guided salvo dito. But siya na lang nag-iisang natitira and very low on the HP as well.
Salvo's out and a fault line as well. He's stunned. Plus the flash, pero yun nga lang, triple swing coming in from FEU, and that is Ladines para maubos nga rin talaga yung mga players nga ng UP. And right now, UP, sila na ang may lamang ngayon, Bessie. They have better economy, better firepower, and if ever matalo sila dito, talagang FEU dire-diretso nila. But I have a feeling that UP will do a big comeback.
Let's see though, dahil syempre hindi mo pa rin pwedeng kalimutan na for FEU, they still have that Guardian, may Bulldogs pa sila, and also, or rather Bulldog,
Yep.
and then meron rin sila dito at least mga barel na pwedeng gamitin pa din.
Yep.
At saka yung mga slow kind of play na ginagawa nila kanina, you just never know. Minsan merong nahuhuli at nahuhuli talaga.
Yun nga eh, which is nakita na natin yan nung first round pa lang with all the utilities nga nagamit nga nila though. Pero plus sa salvo, parang di talaga makakuha nga ng space sila Dines. Pero in terms naman sa pagdidelay, salvo out coming in from the side of UP. Kumbaga it's all up to the counter ng skills nga dito ng abilities for them to not get that space, which is yun din ginagawa nila sa past 2 rounds ngayon sa game na to. Pero, for the side of UP, yung pagde-delay nila, medyo natatagalan dito ang FEU. Inaantay lang nila yung rotation nila dito. Pero in terms of, siguro space, and kung how deep na yung Reyna nga natin na nasa mid, medyo malaking information na nakukuha dito for sure.
Definitely true. Napakalaki, especially on the defense side. Anyway, Dasas, nag-aantay lang din kung kailan nga ba. Pero yung cross nila dito ni Uson will work out in their favor. Wala silang idea. And Dasas was able to just punish one completely.
And the patience is here coming in from UP. Sobrang nag-pay off yun nung nakakuha nga siya dito ng isa. But that salvo, again and again, the amount of delay na ginagawa nga dito ng UP, just that intense. But now Ladines, oh no, that scan being denied. Andito pa yung stun, pero sa Lear as well. So Beres inside, pero dalawa yung katapat niya ngayon. But now Ladines again and again with a 1-2-1 trade. 1v3, that Yoru is all alone.
Setups mula kay Ladines dito, pero itutuloy niya ba? A flash to try and get the round, pero Uson just patiently waiting inside the side para i-punish yung nag-iisang player dito ng FEU. But UP right here, maganda yung positioning nila. Ang ganda ng mga cross na nakaset mula sa kanila.
And yung delay nga talaga na pinapakita nga natin, kitang-kita natin yung salvo na sobrang nagpe-pay off. I mean, yes, walang natatamaan, pero ang tagal nila doon 1 minute na. Pero yung mga players nga dito ng FEU, nagro-rotate pa lang papuntang spawn, papuntang A. And pagkatapos nun, may Lear pa dito si Reyna, parang hindi rin talaga makapasok nga dito yung FEU. Kumbaga, yung buy route ng UP, ROI.
ROI, indeed, literal na bumalik yung investment kahit paano para sa kanila. But look at this again. Nag-aantay lang ang players dito ng UP. Alam naman nila na nasa defender sila. Just gaining that info and then removing themselves doon sa posisyon na medyo delikado para sa kanila. They instead use up a drone to try and see kung ilan nga ba exactly ang nandun sa mid.
And for the side of UP right now, ito na yung laban na talagang sobrang fair. Lahat sila may barrel, lahat sila may economy. And with this, dito natin mag-gauge kung sino ba talaga yung pinaka-better na positioning ngayon. Pero in terms naman sa crossfire, in terms of bait and switch, pwede nga nilang gawin to, pero that's not gonna happen kasi double swing ang nasa isip ko yun ng UP. Pero ngayon, all the way from B, from heavens above, that is the players coming in from FEU. Somera has the view, Lear out, salvo as well. Wala siya makikita dito kahit isa, pero yung tao nga dito sa gilid, dito sa corner, Somera trying to stay alive. He's gonna get one, but now Beleza is inside together with other players now of FEU. Pero wala silang idea at all na meron pang tao sa backside, and that is Clemente. Kumbaga lason si Clemente.
Grabe, sobrang lason yung mga players dito para sa side ng UP. To consider, yung mga players nila was playing out more para lang ibigay yung space na, sige, walang problema, pumasok kayo. Kasi nakaset na yung crossfire nila. And at the same time, hindi pa namamatay si Clemente doon sa loob ng site. They still have that opportunity to at least punish players na walang ka-idea.
Dikit yung laban, Bessie,
Dikit
pero medyo
talaga.
mabagal to.
Pero expected naman natin na magdidikit din yung laban nila.
Oo nga, kasi of course, laban ng FEU yesterday, yung laban ng UP nung kamakailan lang.
Dikit din.
Dikit na dikit din. Shoutouts nga pala sa tropa ko sa UP. Kailan mo sino?
Sino?
Si Larry.
Masarap yung isaw nila.
Kumain tayo dun eh.
So, same, di ba? Tropa natin yun. Pero ito, Ladines, mukhang bumubelo ata. Pero sinagot sila dito ng paranoia. Isipin mo, na-detect nila nung drone, 2 Yoru. No, mamili ka na lang kung alin yung totoo doon.
Oo, alin yung tunay nga doon. Pero ngayon, for side of UP, I mean, yes, one is tagged, which is that, meron pa naman siya from the shadows, pero it's just FEU trying to dump all their utilities onto heavens above. And now, Ladines, ito na yung pagka-cut off ka na rotation nila. Iniisip nila na baka nag-back na yung iba, pero sabi ni Ladines, antayin nyo ako dito, naka-stinger ako, and with this kind of distance, onto that stinger, kayang-kaya na maubos lahat ng papasok nga dyan. And now, Uson. From screens, together with Dasas, medyo mahirap din to. Lalong-lalo na ang UP mukhang pupunta ata sila. Grabe naman talaga. Backside ang nasa isip nila mga tol. 5 silang magkakasama and that is Uso with a wallbang right now. Fault line connecting onto one though. Pero yung mga players dito ng UP, hindi na sila lalaban. They have the better angle dito.
Magugulat na lang dito si Dasas, paatras na ng paatras mula City hanggang sa loob ng site. Wala silang choice. Napapalibutan na sila ng FEU. This allows them to plant a spike right now and malayo-layo pa ang iikutin ng dalawang players mula sa B side. Pero makikita pa to ni Ladines as well. Clemente spotted out and he knows this quite well. Ginugulo niya lang ang mga players and Lapinid finally punishes him.
Ito, they have better angles, yes, pero walang malakas sa 5.
Sayang eh, no? Ang ganda na sana nung stun ng breach kanina, Bes. Kung tutuusin, para pigilan to. But it's just so overwhelming. And what a thrifty round na outsmart nila yung UP dun sa round na yon.
Grabe, no? Isipin mo, walang gumagawa nun. Halos konti na talaga gumagawang players nun.
Ang last kong nakitang gumawa nun is PRX, 5-man flank kind of push.
Pero ito, pero ngayon pagdating nga sa mga players ng FEU, at least, kasi si Owen kasi as a coach, kumbaga, ano yan eh, kumbaga, teacher yan eh. Teacher yan eh. Kumbaga, tinanong ko kayo FEU yesterday, paano ba kayo tinuturuan ng coach nyo? Para bang mala-teacher yung datingan? Oo daw. Siyempre, as a profession, si Owen kasi, isipin mo, magaling ka na mag-Valorant, magaling ka pa magturo, coach talaga ang next mo.
Coach ang next move mo, indeed. Siya rin naman kasi, yung nag-IGL din dati, di ba? So, it just makes sense para kay Coach Phil Yarka. Wow.
Ayan! Si Coach Owen. Pero, UP, at least, in terms of ultimates, far is up. May neural theft from the Shadows, Armageddon together with the Empress. Sama-sama sila to, pero yun nga, pagdating nga si FEU, yung dalawang utility na sobrang laki in terms of crowd control, meron din sila. And with this, lamang ngayon ng FEU, economically, and syempre, in terms of ano din, utilities.
Both Tejos, may Armageddon dito simula kanina. Let's see though, dahil syempre, nagsa-stack up na rin yung lahat ng mga ultimates ng mga players dito, especially coming in from UP. Napakalaking either retake potential or really to try and counter yung magiging take nila. But UP, again, on the economic disadvantage here, pasok na ang FEU sa loob ng site. Aware naman sila, pero napakagandang paranoia, napakagandang shot mula kay Clemente. Ang kaso nga lang, kaya ba nilang sagutin ang lahat ng to dahil nandyan na rin yung Armageddon catching Somera. Danak to answer back.
Double Armageddon nga, pinakita nga nila, pero mali mo makabawi pa si Danak ngayon dahil sa stun connecting onto one to, pero lapinid muna kailangan ka nila mabawi. Bases, super low on HP. He catches one with a Bucky. Mali mo makayanan pa, pero lapinid says no. 4-2, still in favor of FEU. But really good round coming in from UP. Oo, wala silang pera. In terms of economy, talagang wala. Pero na-force out pa nila na 4 yung nakuha nga nila sa FEU.
You have to admit, that was such a good eco round mula sa side dito ng UP. And ngayon, with this timeout, ito kasi, dami nilang ginamit nila. Actually, majority nung ultimates na yon from the side of UP on that eco round. Unfortunately, hindi lang talaga nila na-close yung round natin dito. With that, makakakita tayo ng tactical pause.
Yup. Ito na, nagtatrabaho na si Coach Micro dito. Kumbaga, kinakausap na yung mga players nga nila sa UP. Ito na yung mga kailangan nga natin gawin. This is our next buy round ngayon, ha. I mean, yes, yung first buy round nga natin kanina nung nag-2-1, nagawa naman ng paraan eh. Pero right after that, bigla silang na-thriftihan nga ng FEU. And kumbaga, yung mga pinaka-importanting rounds dito ng UP, medyo nawawala sila. So, andito ngayon si Micro para ilagay sila sa tama.
Si Coach Coloma, ayan ang ating coach dito para sa side ng UP nga. And nonetheless, no, for both teams, I have to say, they both look pretty confident na alam nila yung ginagawa nila exactly. Dahil din, syempre, sa mga matches na napapanood din natin dito, uy, nakatitig, si Breach.
Oo.
Nagulat din ako paglabas ng screen.
Shoutouts nga pala kay Direct RG.
Uy.
At saka kay Direct Reggie. Ayan.
Ating
Yun yung mga,
observers.
yung mga observer at saka mga aerial nga natin dyan, mga tol. Pero yun nga, Baleza. Waiting patiently together with Somera. Empress is online. And this is gonna be deadly if ever talagang ma-maximize niya tong ultimate na to to the fact na lahat naman sila may firepower. Economically wise, lahat may pera. So hindi na kailangan matalo ng UP ngayon.
They have to expect though na may neural theft na pwedeng makuha o magamit dito kung sakasakali man someone dies off and give every info or intel na kailanganin nila para mag-execute at gamitin pa yung Rolling Thunder na yan. So, I think ito yung pinag-usapan din nila most probably nung time out na yan. But the setups coming in from FPU here, they wanna clear out mid at they're good mid control, I have to say.
Ginagawa na nila yung kanina pa, Bessie, no? Pero Ladines, at least, pwede naman siya mag-mamba out agad dyan kung wala nga talaga sila nakita. Lalong-lalo na yung Teho, yung kaya magpaalis dyan nga sa Yoro na yan, which is nangyari din yon sa past few rounds. But right now, medyo iba rin talaga ang nasa isip ngayon ng UP. Medyo iba rin ata yung pinagpa-placen nga ng Cypher nga nila. Pero ngayon mukhang heaven control, A control ang nasa isip din ngayon ng FAU. Ito na yung mga utilities. At least, double gate crash yung pinapakita nga ni Yoru. Walang tao dyan, so yung salvo nandito. Pero taas na makakuha nga ng isa. Baleza, all the way from elbow. This is Neural Theft connecting all to these players. They have the idea kung saan sila pupunta. Showstopper being online though. Galing elbows. Is he gonna catch one?
Wala!
Pero wala! Oh no! Wala sila kuha kahit isa! But now Somero with a comeback. Baleza, however, trying to take down two! Pero meron pang isa, which is si Danak. Nakapitay ng isa. Meron pang dalawa ngayon na magkasama lang. The clock is ticking already. That is a stun. No utilities whatsoever.
Low HP na rin dito yung kanilang Omen. Unaware though, pero at the same time, good reaction mula sa side ng FEU. They still caught Danak here. And 5-2 yung magiging score natin dito as FEU takes the lead yet again. Di pa nila nagagamit yung Rolling Thunder to consider. And napakalaking factor niyan, especially sa isang attacking side, knowing na yan ang initiating utility mo para makapasok. Ngayon tuloy, para sa UP, kailangan nila mag-save para sa round na to.
I want to talk about the amount of rotation na ginagawa nga dito ng FEU. From mid to vents to heaven to A. Not that usual na nakikita nga natin na kind of rotation, pero FEU, they made it happen.
They made it happen indeed. Let's see if they can make wonders again pagdating dito sa next round natin. Dahil, syempre, parami yung rounds na nakikita natin. And of course, with the Yoru, paunti ang galaw. Look at those two shots and a triple kill mula dito sa UP para lang dun sa kanilang mga sheriffs. Grabe naman yung turnaround of events.
Lalong-lalo na si Clemente, nakatukay pa siya onto hell. But now, Baleza, medyo lalabas ngayon ng FEU. Okay, ano nangyari na doon? Pagpasok na ng FEU papuntang B, mukhang ang daming nawala. At yun na nga, nakabawi na ngayon dito ang FEU paunti-unti. Spike is drop, yes. Meron pa din ng tripper and this is deadly. Hindi na ito ina-expect. Pero nga na Stinger is there as well. Pero meron pa ditong paranoia na tripper. Nakuha pa. Pero yung nade hindi na talaga mapapasayo. Baleza, 6 HP and a dream on a 1v4. 30 seconds remaining. May tao sa harapan mo. And that is Dasas from University of the Philippines. They're back.
Such a good read mula dito sa players ng UP and very, very clean shots mula doon sa kanilang sheriff. A full buy round, by the way, mula sa side ng FEU. At completely na-punish yun ng isang shot lang. Hindi sila nakapag-react at all. Look at this. Quick replay mula kay Clemente, clearing out the two with the help of Somera.
Clemente made it happen. Siyempre, lalong-lalo na sa ibang players nga dito ng UP. But for FEU, kailangan mag-timeout nga dito si Coach Owen. Pero ito, Bessie, I mean, if ever we're gonna talk about muna yung mga coaches natin dito, ang bilis mag-timeout. Which is, sa mga ibang teams kasi, ang tagal mag-timeout eh. Anong score na? 0 something, 0 ganyan, 0-7, 0-6. Pero wala pa rin timeout. Pero itong timeout na to, they're really trying to maximize itong, kumbaga, hindi ability eh.
I think it's more of, habang maaga pa, solusyonan mo na.
Tama.
Bago dumating doon sa second half kung saan parang mas mahihirapan ka pa makabawi. It's time to get back na yung player mental, ika nga. And of course,
Kumbaga privilege, ayun. Yung privilege na meron kayo.
oh, okay, akala ko kung ano nangyayari.
Oo,
But
kala ko.
there you have it. Yung timeout na yun, tingnan natin though, dahil para sa side ng FEU, sipin mo, isang round pa lang yun nasagot ng UP, si
Timeout
Coach Villarca, pinatawag niya na agad ng meeting.
Ito, Villarca versus Coloma. Ayan, galit na galit na yung mga dalawang coaches nga natin. More than ready para nga makita nga natin to. And for sure, napapanood nga nila yung mga ibang matches ng mga bawat team. So nakakuha sila ng mga pwede nga nilang gamitin in order for them to win up every round and every match nga na pwede nga nilang puntahan ngayon. But now, Bessie, anong nasa isip ngayon ng UP? Trip war sa mid. Wag na nating iwan yung mid. Okay na to. Bigyan na lang natin ng trip war para lang at least masolusyon natin ay makapag-adjust tayo.
The thing is, kahit may mga trip wars kanina, especially doon sa A-take kanina ng FEU,
Yeah.
hindi rin naman natatamaan yung Euro nila. Nakakatakas dahil nga doon sa setup, dahil nga doon sa play, nung gate crash nila. Pero ito position-wise, Danak, smoke. Oh, wow! What a shot from Lapinid and what a read!
They're ready for that. I
Oo.
mean, yung mga ganun, pero natin sabihin na baka kita yung muzzle nga dito ng barrel, pero yun nga lang, that is the Rolling Thunder already na ginalabas ngayon ng FEU. And it's not yet over. Putting it to a 3 versus 3. Lim is inside together with other players of FEU. Pero yun nga lang, however, this is UP from the backside. Dalawa yung nag-flank nga sa kanila at more sandwich play ata gagawin ngayon ng UP because Reyna all the way from spawn. Oh no, this is scary.
Tignan natin though, dahil syempre with the spike being implanted, kailangan na ring umikot. Counter-thrifty ba yung magiging round na to mula sa side ng FEU? Uson, alongside Dasas here, he's leading the charge para sa pag-take ng space and pag-control. Habang yung ibang mga players ng FEU dito, nag-aantay lang din kung kailan mag-i-initiate ng fight ang UP. Kailangan nilang bawiin yung loob ng side pero wala silang mahanap. Kaliwat kanan may kalaban, oo, pero sumera, harap-harapan as Lim shots him down. Buhay pa ang iba and FEU counter-thrifty mula sa kanila.
And now, at least in terms of conversion, nakukuha pa rin talaga ng mga two teams nga natin, yung all the way from timeout, talagang nananalo nga sila right after that thing. And for the side ngayon ng FEU, in terms of being 30, really thought that's gonna be UP onto that round. It's just yung sandwich play, yung amount ng read nila nung napatay nga nila sila Pinid. Si Somera trying to make up something, but it's just for the side of FEU, ready sila sa lahat na pwede ipakita nga sa kanila ng UP. And for the side ngayon ng UP, in terms of firepower, do they have enough economy?
Good conversion mula sa FEU after that timeout though. When it comes to mid-control, basag na naman ulit ang kanilang trip war dito. So, still, kahit sabihin mo may trip war kanina yan, kailangan mo pa rin bantayan muli. It's either that or you move further back and give the site away. Pero Dana, quite aware, basag na rin yung drone niya dito. And ilan sa mga players ng FEU ay kumukuha ng spasyo.
In terms of space, ito rin yung hinahanap lagi ng FEU all the way nung round 1 pa lang. But now, ready na mag-combo ng utilities ito. Somera, we're gonna swing and now 1-to-1 trade coming in from Lim. And Somera ito, napakalayo niya, no? Grabing flank to,
Kailangan nila maghanap din ng space You know what? Walang nangyayari. So, kapag nakakuha ka at least ng A-main control, you have an idea. It's either mid or B. Yun lang yun, di ba? That's info that they're trying to get. And Bastes, speaking of info, ito nga, yung drone nilabas na nila, pero mukhang ang isip nila mag-u-U-S na sila. That's the 4K coming in from Somera. Huling-huli.
Hindi nila ine-expect to for sure. Somera waiting all the way from A main. Pumunta, umikot for them to wreak havoc here in mid. And that is UP again and again with a win. And for UP, grabe na Somera. Kumbaga online na. And dito nga sa FEU, hindi nila ine-expect to. 1-to-1 trade. Nagsimula doon. Somera umikot from sewers to mid. Taking down ilan? Ang dami, 3!
Exactly my point. Na kapag kumuha ka ng space on the defending side, especially towards A main, that allows you to realize na it's either mid or B. And nakita niya exactly na timingan niya yung ginagawa ng FEU doon sa gitna at huling-huli nga sila. Dasas though has a good idea mula sa likod niya. Nandun na pala sila Dines. Yung TP hindi nag-workout para sa kanya.
Actually, ang dami niyang kalaban dun, 3. So, medyo siguro kahit anong gawin mo dun, talaga may trade-off talaga if ever. But right now, from FAU, the same thing ginagawa nga nila a while ago, pero ang problema, yung Yoru, wala na. Bastes creeping up all the way from Vents. And there's now the ropes though. Danak, oh no, siya yung makakita nga dito ng una. That is a peak, that is a kill. Yung stun not gonna connect on to Danak. At least meron pa siya scan. Salvos as well. Hinahabol nga nila at yung salvo papunta na nga kay Danak dito. Sandwich play onto the side of Lapinid. And he's actually waiting. Bastes is inside. 50 seconds in. And that is a plant B. That is a spike being planted by them though. Medyo mahirap to. 3v2, lamang UP. Pero in terms of HP, Bastes is super low. Pero this is now the 3v1. Even actually forcing out that Empress.
Hindi pa planted ang spike. I have to say, para sa UP na pressure ng matindi dito ang FEU best. And I think there was a little bit of mistake pagdating dun sa pagpa-plant ng spike. Malapit na sana siya ma-plant tapos na-cancel out. But again, it's the delaying factor mula sa side ng UP as well. Kahit na nakatuck sa corner yung positioning dito ng ilan sa mga players ng FEU, nahuli pa rin sila. Especially with the help of that Lear.
Na-delay din kasi, lalong-lalo na doon nga sa salvo. Dito na ginawa nga ni Danak. I mean, yes, di na napatay si Bastes dito, pero yung salvo lang ang kailangan nga nila for them to stop that spike being planted by FEU. They have the neural theft, pero Dasas, oh no, with an operator, one hit delete onto Beleza, walang smoke ang FEU.
1-to-1 trade though dahil namatay din dito si Clemente, removing the trip wars or the availability of that trip wars. Ladines on the other hand, with a dimensional rip, gives info kung nasaan at least dalawa sa kanila. Short dito the face, hindi nag-workout. Alam niyang umatras, sabay Mamba out.
Ladines, one-man army ang pinapakita nga na to. Taking down everyone na nasa B. And with this, Ladines, isa lang ang kailangan nga niya with that ultimate. Alam niya kung nasa yung mga kalaban niya. At pagkalabas, classic, vandal, everything!
Napilitan pang ilabas dito
Showstopper.
yung showstopper. Isipin mo yung value ng showstopper na yon, completely nawala para sana dito sa magiging final round natin. And grabe sila Dines, Yoru 101 ang pinakita sa atin.
Grabe, pag Yoro talaga si split na, bes.
Na-coach ko na rin eh.
Na-coach mo na ba?
Oo. Na-coach niya na ako. Baliktad.
Pero ngayon, starting off sa ating second half, 7-5 already. Second half na pala, in FEU. Sila ang may lamang ng dalawa. Pero napakadali ng habulin nito. Paano? Isang classic, banalo ka lang dito sa pistol round?
Kaya.
Kayang-kaya na though. Pero yun nga, for the side ngayon ng FEU, ito, parang yung kahapon lang. Kumbaga, in terms of comeback, nakambakan nila yung Adamson. Pero ngayon, for UP, kaya ba rin nilang gawin yung ginawa nga ng mga kalaban nga nila. Pero ngayon, Bastes, waiting patiently all towards mid. And with that, the usual Tejo, it's just a salvo onto mid, onto Vince. But again, Somera and Ladines doing a great job coming in from this one-to-one trade.
4v4 scenario. Wala na though yung kanilang controller dito para sa side ng FEU. Couldn't see smoke setups mula sa kanila kapag nag-initiate ng fight itong UP. And with the trip wars being set also right in front of them, aware na rin ang UP sa posisyon nila dito.
Yeah, at lalong-lalo na pagdating nga dito ngayon sa UP and FEU. 4v4, 40 seconds remaining. They have the trip wars being set by the side ngayon ng FEU right now. Pero pagdating naman dito nga sa kabila, it's just that Cypher ang nag-aantay dito from FEU. Clemente getting that space onto mid. And there's a push already. Trip war being set. Lim with a swing out. He's gonna take one down. Pero may salvos sa harapan nga nila. Pero Lim, siya dito nag-iisa though. Ladines, however, will catch one. Putting to a 2v4. One is still from the side of FEU. Putting out a Clemente from up top with a kill. And now UP trying to stay alive. But FEU says no!
Nagulat na lang din na si Danak, pagtingin niya sa taas, Lapinid was just there up, waiting for him, and gets the kill, cleans up the round, and nakuha na nga nila to. 16 kills, 6 deaths para kay Lapinid dito. He's been performing so well pagdating sa mga rounds na nakikita natin. When it comes to the kills, not only that, pero nakita na rin natin yon kanina dun sa mga stun positions, yung at least pag-delay niya dito sa side ng UP, and it works a lot.
Beautiful abilities coming in from FEU and UP ngayon. Pero if ever you're in UP's shoes, mas gusto mo kayo panalo nga sa pistol round. Kasi for sure, FEU pa rin talaga ang merong lamang nga dito. But now all the way from heaven, that's the paranoia. Connecting onto 3. And what a beautiful ability again. Coming in from FEU. Trying to delay. And that's a swing out. With Ladines. With a 3K. Inuubos na lahat. It's all up to 1. Uson from mid. A classic and a dream on a 1v5. Clutch ba to? Hindi.
Pag na-clutch to, Bes, mag-e-enroll ulit ako.
Enroll ko ulit.
Oo.
Pag ito na-clutch, nilibre kita kay Mang Larry.
Ayun, sayang. Meron na sana akong isaw, pero hindi mo na mangyayari this time. Dahil FEU secures that round in a flawless fashion even. It's a 9-5, and of course, ito na yung magiging full buy kahit papano para dito sa side ng UP. But if you check, medyo yung economy nila, hindi full buy yun
Medyo hindi kagandahan. Kasi nga tinride din dito.
Sumagot
ng UP na mag-force buy pa rin kahit papano. Pero ayun na nga, medyo broken. Yes, isa lang yung naka-value, which is si Uson. Half armor pa to. Si Danak lang ang...
talagang upgraded.
May budget.
Full. May budget si Danak dito. Anyway, this is a Marshall being handled by Bastes. Nag-aantay lang din siya if ever there's any info. But of course, nakita niya rin yung pagsa-setup dito ni Clemente. Nung smoke na yan. And at this moment, you have at least a Yoru na may ult nga na pwedeng gamitin. And Dimensional Rift gives you so much info.
That's a push. Lapinid trying to stop it. Yun nga lang, 5-man push inside that smoke. Uson catching one. Basil with auto on hand. Will take down Clemente as well. Actually, Marshall nga yung gamit niya daw kasi nga hindi rin naman talaga naka-full armor yung mga kalaban niya. So, kayang-kaya. Somera is low, pero in terms of Devour, feeling ko meron pa rin naman. Actually, meron pa dalawa. So, naghahanap lang siya na pwede nga na mapitas ngayon. Sino ba yung totoo? Okay, hindi totoo yun. Bastes, taking down Uson. 2 is super low coming in from UP. Even using the ultimate for them to know kung nasa ba yung mga kalaban nga natin. Pero yung Latina is being shut down by Somera. It's all up to him. Devour, meron pa, but Lem with a 2! 10-5 and FEU! Bumabawi sila!
The double-digit scoreline is here already. Mapapa-timeout dito ang UP para pag-usapan kung ano ang magiging plano nila. It wasn't working out. Nasubukan sana dito ni Somera na mabuhay as much as he can. He managed to pull off at least 1 kill. Makapag-regen man lang siya o makapag-heal up kahit papano. But it's not enough. Sa loob ng site, doon na nangyayari. Yung chaos pagdating dito. Plus, you have the Yoru with the Dimensional Rift that gives every position that they have.
Tactical pause coming in from UP. Magpa-barbecue muna sila. At kailangan nga nila dito mag-usap-usap, Bessie. Pero for the side ngayon ng mga Tamaraws nga natin, talagang let's go Tamaraws, let's go talaga. Kasi to the fact na 10 na yung points nila, 3 na lang, 1-0 na. And syempre, big shoutouts nga pala sa mga nanonood dyan. Hello po.
Hello po sa inyo.
Mag-hi po ako. Ayan.
Kitang-kita kayo sa Pilipinas Live, di ba?
Ayan, Pilipinas Live. Tino ba si Coach L?
Di ba? Nandun lang din, nag-hello sa ating lahat.
Si Coach L, kumbaga, pinapanood yung mga kalaban na hello po. Ayan. Kasi, ikaw ba, syempre, nasa U-belt tayo, di ba? Kumbaga, ikaw,
ano?
Nasa may, sa may Gastambide.
Naglalakad lang ako.
Naglalakad ka lang nun Ako kasi sa may Menjola ako
Ayan. Ikot-ikot lang tayo.
Hindi ko namin sasabihin yung school, pero...
pero nung gumraduate na ako, nandun na ako parati sa Sunken Garden. Diba?
Actually,
maganda kasi tumambay doon.
Ako, tumatambay rin ako minsan sa FA.
Pero ito nga, it's a 10-5. Seriously speaking, though, napapalapit na to pagdating sa match point para sa side ng FEU. Kaya naman para sa UP, kailangan nila at least makakuha. Nakakita na tayo ng Thrifty kanina. Hindi imposible.
And hindi imposible.
Nahabol, oh.
And pwede nga talaga hinahabol
Grabe.
natin talaga si Clemente. Ito na yung mga FAU. One tap para nga sagutin yung ginagawa mo. And for sure,
Next
Clemente,
challenger, meron ba?
rinig na rinig niya yung kalaban niya. One is down. Asan yung pangalawa?
Ang tanong dito, Bes, babantayan ba na pupulutin yung baril niya? Kasi nakikita ko na yung mata ni Clemente. Yun eh, parang kumikislap na eh.
Oh, kumikinang
Parang gusto ko
eh.
yun eh. Parang gusto ko yung baril na yun eh.
Yung, ayaw niya yung revolver eh.
Oo.
Gusto na rifle eh.
Pinag-iisipan pa nila. Pero mukhang kinabahan nata siya. Sabi niya,
Oh,
feeling
di na.
ko, inaantay din ako neto eh. Sige,
Oo.
atras na lang muna tayo.
Ito na yung calling ko talaga
Oo,
eh.
malakas naman ako mag-sheriff.
Oo
Okay na
nga.
to.
Ito na yung calling ko. Sige, kukunin ko na to. Pero grabe naman talaga yung ginagawa nga ng UP papuntang heaven. Yung tatlo. Diyos ko, walang malakas na tatlo. Tandaan nyo. Pero Lim dito nag-aantay. South. Pero yung nga lang dance from hell. We'll take down 2. 5v2 nga nang nangyayari. And now, FEU. Paano nila gagawin to? At UP, like what you've said, Thrifty is really possible. And that is what they're doing right now.
Lapinid, may stun na pwedeng gamitin dito. The drone cancels and suppresses him. At yung paranoia, tumama rin. Pagdating dito sa natitirang mga players, dalawa na lang ang kailangang mag-retake pa dito laban sa 5 players ng UP na buhay pa. Lapinid successfully takes down 1 Ladines as well. Make it a little bit more even. A 3v2 scenario. Doable para sa parehas na players dito, para sa parehas na team. Pero Ladines, nakakuha pa ng isa. It's a 1v2 now as FEU secures the retake. What?
Paano nangyari yun? FEU pero may oras ba?
Umabot pa!
73! What just happened onto UP? We really thought nakuha ang kuha nila yun. That is a 2v5 once again. But FEU dissected each and everyone from the players of UP. One by one. Kinuha nila.
Angle per angle ang kinuha nila dito. And
Grabe.
I was also surprised to think of very low HP na sila. Yung isa sa kanila at least, kanina pa. And they weren't able to shut that down. Instead, naubos silang lahat.
And for sure, that is a heartbreaking loss coming in from UP for sure, no doubt. Pero yun na nga, even forcing out that Empress coming in from that Reyna. But this is Scan Clemente. Storming in, Somera all the way from mid. Pero yun nga lang, meron ba sila ditong vision? Do they have that information? Meron tao nga dyan actually, Solop to Beleza. 3-man push here in mid though. But now, FEU trying to recover, trying to stay alive. Hinahanap pa nila yung mga kalaban nga nila though. This is a really crucial round coming in from UP. Sobra.
To consider though, eco round nila yung kanina eh. So kahit pa paano, like so close. Di ba? Pero sayang nga, sasabihin natin, well, sayang naman din talaga. And for this round at least, dito talaga magkakaalaman. Kailangan nilang makabawi dito dahil papunta na sa match point ang FEU pagdating sa round na to. At nakakaramdam na sila dahil nga yung facial spin na doon na rin. Ladines on the other hand, itong operator niya may mahahanap bang value.
We get to see if meron ba talaga yung flash ready na for the side ngayon ng FEU, and that is Somera.
Hit and run!
Dismiss pa, less for them to get that space. Ayaw nilang pasukin to. Si Ladines may short, di ba? Armageddon, oh no, kailangan nyo umalis dyan. Ladines, makakabamba, out ka ba? At yun na nga, at least nabuhay siya. The clock is ticking already for the side of UP. Sila ang may lamang. They have that spike. Uson, take it down 1. Somera as well. Pero meron pa pangalawa, balis ang dito nakabawi pa ng isa. But now Clemente, waiting patiently for the swing. 7 bullets remaining onto Beleza, but the damage is not enough for you to take down Dana. Ladines, all alone, 2v1, winnable, pero this is gonna be really difficult for the side of FEU. Oh no, malapit na, pero yung alang pop flash coming in from him though, narinig, there's a jump peak already, pero yung oras, wala na sa FEU, and that is the bait, and that is the swing by Clemente. UP with a comeback. Yung UP, galit na naman kung bakit.
Bakit?
Alam naman natin, ang UP ay matatapang, matatalino, at kahit kanino, hindi sila natatakot.
UP fight nga eh.
Oo, ganyan silang mga taga-UP.
Ayan, mega shoutouts of course, syempre sa ating mga cheer squad din. Coming in from
dito.
respective universities na kasama rin natin dito, live na live sa venue. But a 6-11. Na-mention natin kanina na itong round na to, very crucial for UP
Yeah.
to get. And really, for Sumera, he's performing well in gaining that advantage. Yung hit and run niya doon kanina, medyo naguluhan din ang side ng FEU kung paano sasagutin. But look at this. They're on a hunt. They want Clemente. Nahuli nga dito.
Yeah.
At least sila Dines. Pero mababawasan na yung tripwire. So more to look at as Lim is already flash. Kita yung dulo na barel. Pero Balesa able to secure on that stinger kahit paano. TP out. Saan banda? Makakatakas pa.
Makakatakas pa. Sobrang sayang nung kasi sa Mera. Actually, basang-basa naman niya. Alam naman ako sa pupunta. Pero syempre,
Sa smoke.
kumbaga may smoke din kasi and medyo sinwerte lang din yung mga players nga doon ng FEU. And now Ladines is inside. Pero meron kang katabi. Puso ni Clemente. Take it down everyone ngayon. And UP Fighting Maroons. Bumabawi sila ng paunti-unti.
Tatlong boy na buhay sa kanila doon. And syempre, coming into this next round, may neural depth silang baon. Meron din silang from the shadows. Pati na rin yung showstopper available na rin on the side of UP. But look at FEU. May pera pa rin naman sila coming into this round.
Yeah.
Nakapag-ipon-ipon pa rin naman sila, knowing as well na 4 consecutive rounds ang nakuha nila this second half.
Ito, pag na-comeback ng UP.
Parang storyline
Oo,
ng mga nakaraang araw.
Ang ganda ng story nito. We're just waiting for
The
that to
Comeback
happen.
Kings.
The Comeback Kings, UP. At now, FEU. Ito na, handa na rin sila. Kumbaga, yung mga, if ever you're in UP, kinakabahan ka eh.
Syempre.
Pati si Oblep, pinagpapawisan na eh.
Isipin mo isang round na lang, match point na, di ba? So, sino bang hindi kakabahan dyan? Pero si Lim, literal kinabahan. Narinig niya yung showstopper at yun na nga na maalam na muna siya. So, Mera, mabubuhay pa nga thanks to the help of the players as Danak comes in as well to get into the action. 5v3 and nagpaplanta dito ang UP.
Nasa likod pa yung dalawang kalaban nga nila dahil sa top of flag coming in from FEU. Basses, however, catching one. Meron pa silang salvo. Actually, not double, but a triple flank from FEU right now. Muna ito, 4v3. Yung oras medyo nawawala na mga tropa. Pero dahil sa double swing coming in from Lapinid. Pero meron pa ditong Armageddon for them na ma-out of position. So Mera, maganda yung positioning niya and the angle as well for them to prevent the win of FEU. Pero yung stinger from afar with a distance. How? Pero yung Lapinid not hitting the shots. 10 bullets remaining. Yung oras nawawala na! And FEU! What? Again and again!
Umabot na naman and Lapinid, nakaramdam siya doon.
Well,
Grabe yung read niya.
Grabe yun! Best, ang layo nung stinger na yun, ha?
Low na rin naman kasi si Somera at that point. Naghahanap na lang din siya ng next skill niya para sana makapag at least heal up, no? So, with that stinger connecting perfectly, natanggal mo yung isa, the next problem is yung nandun naman sa loob ng side. At grabe, nagulat kami sa nakikita namin yung mga bumibisita dito sa venue.
Tinatago ko siya sa pangalang Coach Amix. Ayan, natago siya sa pangalang Coach Amix, of course.
Welcome.
At saka kilala ko ba, alam mo ba isa? Itatago ko siya sa pangalan ko, and Coach tuloy, si Mojer. Ayan,
malakas
nandito.
mag-raise
Ayan,
yan.
nandito. Alam mo ba si Amix dati, Bessie? Bata pa lang yan, siya yung child prodigy.
Totoo.
If ever may UAAP Esports dati,
Naku,
si Coach Amix,
nandun siya.
ay nako, promise, legend ka na Amix. Pero yun nga, si Coach Owen Cutie, si Pilar ka rather, with a tactical pause, I really like this tactical pause. This is their last point already. They need to solidify their strategy para nga manalo sila dito.
And usually naman, kapag nagta-timeout itong mga teams natin, yung mga players natin as well, nako-convert nila eh. So far, itong match na to, especially UP versus FEU, nako-convert nila yung kanilang mga nagiging timeouts dito. Now, the question is, how will UP answer in this match point scenario? Meron naman silang Armageddon na pwedeng magamit, but on the other hand, FEU also has that Rolling Thunder.
Ito na. Si Coach Amix nanonood na. Naghahanap siya ng strategy na para sa laban nila sa susunod ngayon. But for now, for the side of UP, kailangan nila mga comeback for sure. Jeff Trepo online utilities right now in Ultimate. Ladines on a perfect angle, even catching Somera. But now Dasas pushing in 4v3. Lamang ang UP. FEU dalawa na lang mga tropa. At ito yung mahirap, Bessie. I mean, yes, FEU ang nag-timeout. Pero binigyan mo nila ng time ang UP.
para makapag-prep up din,
Yep.
di ba? So there's still time para sa kanila as Danak uses the drone para makahanap dito ng ilan sa mga players. Pero Baleza at least meron na rin siyang barel dito marching alongside his teammate as well. Huling-huli si Clemente. Wala na yung anti-flank.
Nakakatakot na to ha. Ilang beses nang ginawa ng FEU to. Once again, this is a 2v4. Sheriff's on hand coming in from FEU.
Alam
One
nila.
after the headlock. Alam na kung nasa mga nila. But UP knows better. It's all up to Beleza right now. He catches one. Pero meron pang dalawa. But Dana with a wraparound. Taking down Beleza. 8-12. And the University of the Philippines, they're still alive.
8-12 nga ang scoreline, Bes. At nagsasalit-salitan lang silang dalawang teams na nakikita natin dito. But the thing is, hindi na pwede magkamali ang UP. Isang puntos na lang ang kailangan ng FEU eh.
Alam mo ba, Bessie, mga ganyan. Meron akong kilala malakas mag-race.
Oh?
Oo.
Tatago mo sa pangalang Jerome.
Na nandito ngayon, isipin mo yung mga pro players sa atin talaga nanonood.
Isipin mo nga, pag nag-elevator ako sa gateway,
Oo.
nanghihina ako. Nakakasabay ko yung mga players eh.
Yun nga eh.
Parang nanliliit yung rank ko.
Oo. From Radiant, nagiging immortal ka, no?
Nagiging immortal ako.
Kailan kaya?
Kailan kaya? Pangarap na lang, ika nga.
Pero ngayon, at least paranoia to get that delay though. Wala silang makukuha dito kahit isa. Kumbaga yung FEU, dump ng utility nga dito. And for UP, at least perfect use of utility as well para nga dito talaga makapasok. Pero something's actually really deep from FEU and that is Lim. Pero the punish from Uson is there.
Kailangan din mag-revert back dito ng isang player from FEU alongside with the rest of the teammates kasi ang dami nang nangyayari sa loob ng B-side. Valeza fighting for his life pero one-to-one trade. Lapinid comes over. Rolling Thunder available. Tandaan nyo yan but it's still a 2v2. Ito na ata. Binubueluhan na ata. Nakita pa nga. At makakatakas ba siya?
Nakita yung isa, pero may magsaswing sa kabila. And that is Uson. Naging crossfire pa nga. Lapinid will catch one. It's all up to that Omen though. Pero kakayanin
May
ba?
flash pa!
There's a flash connecting. Uson! But Lapinid with the timing. Meron siyang enough time for him to defuse that spike. 1-0 already. At yung mga friends natin from Moraita, sila ang nanalo.
Very, very clean flash and a kill mula dito sa side ng FEU as they take game number 1 sa best of 3 series na to. And grabe rin yung games o yung rounds na nakita natin yung Thrifties after Thrifties, sagutan ng kanya-kanyang mga timeout conversion. But in the end, FEU here was able to get that first game.
Everyone really performed well coming in from FEU together with the UP as well. All these Thrifties talaga sobrang nag-work dito sa dalawang teams na to. Pero yun nga, pagdating nga dito sa FEU, Bessie, it's just, kumbaga in terms of foundation, kuhang-kuha nila eh. Yung conversion, yung clutch potential nila, sobrang laki. Bessie, paano ka manalo sa 2v5? Thrift, na puro sheriff pa yung gamit
Yun
mo.
nga eh. Tapos
2v4,
low
something like
HP
that.
pa yung isa.
Yeah,
diba?
exactly.
So, it's those like miracle plays na nakikita natin at inaabangan natin that just makes or breaks the game. Ika nga. But here we have at least yung ating scoreboard dito and the aftermath ng kaganapan na yan on the first game as well. You know, Sumera performed so well in this game despite losing. Pero at the same time, you have to give it kina Ladines dun sa play niya on the Yoru, kay Lapinid as well on timing his utility plays.
Yeah, and with this, in terms of Lapinid, however, siya ang magiging MVP ng araw na to. Actually, not just today, but yesterday. Back-to-back MVP coming in from Lapinid in terms of performance. Men, ibang klase si Lapinid. And if ever naghahanap tayo ng pang-isa sa team natin,
Si Lapinid na yun.
Si Lapinid na to.
25 kills, 10 deaths, 7 assists with a total ACS of 3-2. 24. Knowing as well na itong breach niya, ang laking value yung dinala pagdating sa team.
Ayun nga, di ba? They're just letting that race parang go ham. Na dire-diretso ko lang up to you. And ako na yung bahala, mag-follow up. Ako na bahala, supportahan ka with all these plays nga na meron ako. Pero look at that. That is Lapinit again and again. With all these multi-kills, umpisa pa lang, Bessie.
Umpisa pa lang.
4 agad yung nakuha niya. And with that porcelain skin, yun talaga yung buff eh.
Porcelain, no? And tsaka itong UB naman, even on the defense a while ago, maganda yung mga nakaset up nilang crossfire.
Yeah.
Maganda yung nakaset din nila ng mga play dito. Once na nag-swap nga lang yung sides, yung chaos na dala-dala, yung signature style din ni Coach, ang dala-dala dito ng FEU.
Chaotic eh, no?
Chaotic na alam nila yung ginagawa nila. That's the thing.
Kumbaga, chaos pero malinis. Exactly kung ano yung nangyari din yesterday dun sa match nga, lalong-lalo na sa Ascent. Of course, talagang, Haven na laban nga nila nung Adamson University. But at least on the side of FEU,
Ito
they
yun,
made
no?
it happen. And now, Ladines, sipin mo, may showstopper na nilabas na force out nga nung raise ng UP. They tried it. But for the side of FEU, ito iba rin kasi yung play nila from mid eh. Yoru getting that space with the teleport plus that salvo na ginagawa din dito ng FEU para nga rin makabawi kahit papano for them to get that space onto that vents area from Heaven going down to A site. Ang hirap, parang hirap basahin ang hirap depensahan eh.
Hirap basahin, lalo na for FEU when they also have that Yoru as well na willing to roam around the map and then willing mag-mamba out as well. Willing ding umalis, ika nga, pagdating doon sa kanyang mga posisyon. Thanks to, of course, the gate crash na pwede niyang magamit dito. And even on the defense itself, makikita mo naman di ba, ina-Armageddon na siya. Pero he still has that opportunity to just go away, TP away easily.
Yeah, and with this, ladies and gentlemen, pero syempre, before muna tayo pumunta on a very, very short break towards game number 2, catch the rest of the UAAP Esports matches on the Pilipinas Live app. You can also watch other sports content like UAAP Volleyball Finals, PBA, NBA Playoffs, and more. Download the app and register for free.
Yan, libreng-libre lang, di ba? So gawin nyo na guys, para naman makita nyo lahat ng aksyon, magmula sa esports hanggang sports, kumpleto yan para sa Pilipinas Live natin. But there you have it, no? Itong game number 1 pa lang yun, imagine? Parang feeling mo, championship type of game pa yung nakikita mo rin dito. And as well as yung ating mga nanonood dito.
Yep, pero yun nga, we're just gonna head on to a very, very short break. And right after that, it's gonna be game number 2 ng UP versus FEU. Kami nga pala yung mga casters, Vin and Taylor, the mods at your service. See you later.
How much do we love Pinoy sports? As a fan, we don't just watch the games.
This season for me, and I just owe it all to the work I put in.
We watch every part, every angle, every name. We talk about the plays, talk about it for days. We witness the big events, the thrilling moments, and relive the best seconds. We cherish the fears, the tears, at syempre, the cheers. How much do we love Pinoy sports? With all our heart, all-out passion. All the time. All with Pilipinas Live. Ang app natin para sa sports natin.
You know what I love about Filipino
Pilipinas Live is the home of Philippine volleyball. Watch your favorite volleyball leagues such as Spikers Turf, Premier Volleyball League, and the UAAP, all in one app. You can watch all these games and more live and on your preferred device. Download Pilipinas Live today from the App Store or Google Play Store and register for free.
Welcome back dito sa UAAP Esports Season 87 nga. And syempre, Bessie, tapos na yung game number 1 natin.
Tapos na.
Second game na tayo.
Oh, syempre, if ever may second game, that implies na mayroong pangatlo.
Hindi natin alam.
Hindi natin alam.
Depende sa mga teams natin dito.
Sobrang action-packed, syempre, sobrang star-studded ng araw natin ngayon. Of course, kasi dito sa ating venue, grabe yung mga ano natin.
Mga bisita natin.
Yung mga bisita natin, no? Andito sila, sila Mr. Jerome.
Oo, malakas mag-raise yan.
Andito si Mr. Mark.
Uy.
Oo. At saka sobrang inspired. Alam mo kung bakit?
Bakit?
Kasi kasama niya si Vinny. Ayan.
Kompleto, di ba?
Kompleto.
And, yun nga, no? Itong game number 2 natin, action pack, yung dala natin ng game number 1. Ngayon, pupunta tayo, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, sa Haven. O, sa Lotus, rather.
Sa Lotus.
Sa
Andun
Lotus.
tayo. Kasi yung last map natin is gonna be Haven.
Yeah.
Pero yun nga, once again, big shoutouts nga po pala, of course, sa lahat na nandito ngayon. If ever you want to experience this event live, pwede po kayo pumunta dito sa Gateway 2. And if ever nasa bahay-bahay lang din kayo, if ever uuwi kayo from this venue, please download the Pilipinas Live app, syempre. And lalong-lalo na, alam mo ba kahapon?
O, hindi pa. Ano yun?
Nanalo ako ng tote bag.
Nanalo ka ng tote bag?
Nanalo ako ng tote bag.
Saan?
Courtesy of Signal. Maraming salamat nga po pala sa tote bag. Umuwi akong may dala-dala.
Actually, gusto ko nga rin sumilip dito sa venue kasi may shopping din ng mga shirts ng mga universities.
Tama. Speaking of venue, Bessie, big shoutouts nga pala sa Gateway. Sobrang ganda ng mall no?
Oo.
Grabe, big shoutouts sa Gateway kasi okay na okay. Hindi lang yun, Bessie.
Oh.
Meron din tayong overhead LED.
Grabe, no? Kitang-kita mo
Grabe.
yung UAAP Esports sa bubong.
Gusto kong ikas yung nandun Pero
Diyan
feeling
yung
ko magkaka-stiff neck ako
mahirap.
At saka ito, pala mo ba?
Ano?
Shoutouts nga pala sa SOCMED ng Arneta and
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Pinost
Thank you
kami
so much.
sa lahat ng social media. Shoutout sa SOCMED nyo. Pero Bessie, ito pa yung isa. Ito
Ano
yung
pa?
shoutouts natin.
Ano pa?
Sa lahat ng nandito, sa ato kumakain dyan, sa mga restaurant kami pinapanood nyo, happy eating.
Sana sarap ang lunch.
Ano oras
Late
na ba?
lunch.
Uy, 3 o'clock na.
Merienda na.
Merienda na.
Pag kay Vil, Vikings na yan. Merienda lang yun, ha?
Pwede.
Pwede rin, di ba?
Oo.
Pero yun nga, no? Anyway, syempre, pagdating dito sa ating players right now, may agent select din tayo coming up soon. But we've seen the maps. We have also on the latter part as well, yung decider or magiging decider map natin mamaya-maya lang. Kung mapupunta tayo sa decider map, yun yung tanong.
Yun nga. Pero nakasalala yan sa University of the Philippines if ever they can actually make it happen. And eto na, Bessie, full name reveal.
Yun,
Sa UP, si Viper Clemente.
Si Teho Danak.
Si Neon Dasas.
Si Breach Esmera.
At saka si Omen Uson. Yun yung mga full name reveal. Pero para sa FEU.
Grabe, no? Dalawa pala yung Breach. May Lapinid din tayo dito.
Kapatid niya yan.
Kapatid niya yan. And si Yoru Ladines and Teho, Bastes, Omen, Baleza, si Cypher, Lim. Grabe naman.
Grabe,
Pina-full name mo talaga sa akin lahat.
Ito si Cypher Lim, Bessie.
Si Cypher Lim.
Puro Cypher lang talaga yung ginagamit ni
Para sa
Cypher Lim.
curious though, para sa mga hindi naglalaro ng Valorant, yung pangalan ng mga agents yung una naming minimension. And the last name ng mga players yung nandun sa baba.
Ayun nga, if ever you guys are wondering kung ano ba yung full names nila, hindi ito yon.
Pangalan ng agent, pati na
Uy!
rin kung sino ang gumagamit yon.
Bulaklak.
Sakto.
Oo.
Lotus.
Dahil-
Ang mapa natin dito.
Dahil nasa Lotus tayo, syempre. Pero yun na nga mga tropa, FEU versus UP. We're gonna get to see kung paano nga makakabawi nga dito ang UP mga tropa. Kailangan nila dito ng isang puntos para pumunta tayo sa game number 3, which is
Haven.
Haven and Yao. And now,
Haven ang nating last map dito kung sakasakali man. But immediate orb control pagdating sa side ng FEU, knowing as well na pagdating sa agent comps natin, yung dalawang pagkakaiba ng duelist nga natin dito, you have a Neon on the other, and then you have a Yoru on the other naman.
ayan na. Namatay na lahat ng ilaw mga tropa. Ibig sabihin on game na Lapinit babawi na all the way from mid mga tropa. Pero pagdating naman dito siguro for UP, kailangan nga nila makabawi pero ang tanong kung paano. Dasas all the way from mid. Pero we're gonna get to see if mapipigilan ba niya. They have that double wall. Actually not double. Pwede ba pangatlo? Dasas is here. The stun didn't connect onto these players. Basta nakikita nga dito pero at least si Samuel dito ang makakuha nga ng isa. Salvos being deployed. No damage at all. But the damage has been dealt onto FEU. Yung breach pa yung nawala.
One man down indeed. Harap-harapan. Hello, surprise. At Ladines ang mananalo sa duelo na yan. The flash to also try and remove players from waterfall here. Pero ang lalim na ng hawak-hawak nila dito.
Pero yun nga, in terms of that flash connecting onto Ladines, parang makabawi sila. Neon slide in. Das is catching 1. 3v2. Lamang pa rin dito ang UP. Tanak dito will take down everyone together with Somera with a 3. University of the Philippines getting their first point.
Nilinis lang nila pagdating sa kanilang retake scenario dito and they take the first round here. Para sa side ng UP, syempre, reset din ang kailangan nilang gawin, especially after that first game.
Bessie, ikaw, pinangarap mo bang maging cheerleader ng school? Ayaw nga pala, no?
Drummer ako.
Drummer. Kasi
Ikaw din naman, drummer ka din.
Kasi sa mga schools namin ni Taylor, drummer kasi kami pareho.
So kami bahala sa kanila.
Oo,
Kami bahala sa
sila yung
pag-help.
sila yung sisigaw, kami yung
Tatambol.
tatambol. Ayan. Lagi kami dito actually kasi kung may games. So yun. Pero at least, di ba? Pagdating nga dito, UP versus FEU, they're gonna try to do the thing all over again. Kung pinakita nga nila kaninang map 1. Pero yun nga lang, FEU, sila pa rin talaga nangunguna in terms of points, in terms of wins. But UP, gusto talaga nilang maging 1-1 to.
Let's see
Sa
though.
tingin mo ba 1-1?
Posible. Who knows, di ba? Kasi parehas na team naman, talagang nagkakatagpo din when it comes to how they play against each other. Ladines, masipag siyang kumuha ng orb control dito.
Yeah.
And he's been getting it since round number 1. So, at least nakakapag-ipon-ipon pa siya. Plus, the kills he's also gaining when it comes to the rounds.
Ito sila Pinid, talagang breach talaga yung nasa isip nga niya. Even actually yesterday, ganun pinapakita nga nila. But now Clemente all alone. Oh no, crossfire to. Pero hindi na nabutok yung baril nila kahit isa. Dahil sa triple swing coming in from FEU. They're gonna catch one though. 1-to-1 trade lang to. Dasas. With that, outlaw on hand. Makukuha ba nila yung kill? Pero hindi na dito nagiging deep yung mga players nga ng FEU. Kumbaga, pagka-plant, out na.
Out na nga indeed, and ito na nga, oras na rin para sa side ng UP na mag-recover. No round, wala nga lang bala yung baril, and now naubos sila ng ganon sa kamay ng UP. They have the advantage anyway when it comes to the guns.
Muntik na yun. Kinabahan ako, muntik ka na yun, pero ngayon na si Teho Danak. Sila na ang mag-defuse nga na spike right now. 2-0 already, and now the Fighting Maroons. Sila ang may lamang, but for FEU, this is time for them to recover. They have the firepower. Economically wise, at least meron silang baril ngayon. But for UP, bonus round it is.
Bonus round, and ang madadala pa nila dito is still pretty good to consider dahil may dalawa pa rin silang Bulldog at may Outlaw pa rin naman sila. Plus, the Sheriff from Clemente, which nakita naman natin yung mga shots ni Clemente kanina on that Sheriff during game number 1. Let's see though, dahil full buy para sa side ng FEU, will they contest this A control na pinapakita rin right now ng UP? Ang gandang position mula doon sa guided salvo to force out enemy lines and Uson. May aware na doon sila Dines.
They're more than aware na nagulat lang sila. Si Yoro agad ang nawala. But now Lim, there's a rotation already. All the way from A, pwedeng C. It's actually really open for them. Isa lang yung kamakakatapat nila doon, which is si Viper. Pero yun nga, for sure, that Viper, rinig na rinig niya. Snake fight for them to get that delay. Oh no! Decade na to! Clemente, take it down too! Bastas and Lim ang biglang nawala, pero yung nga lang. Someone is inside, which is that Omen. 2v5 already. FEU, they needed this win! Kailangan nila to! Kasi nga, this is the time na meron sila firepower! But UP fighting Maroons! Ayaw pa rin nilang paisahin ng FEU!
Medyo may pagmamadali din kasi sa pag-take nila during that C-take. Gusto sana nila mag-force ng heavy and fast rotation towards C. But you have to consider, merong Viper Orb na nag-aantay sa'yo.
Yeah.
Madedecay ka kagad. And you have Clemente waiting patiently as well para timingin yung kanyang snake bite dito. And it just perfectly aligns for him.
And again, they needed that win. Pero for the side naman ng UP, at least right after that map 1, at least nakapag-reset na nga sila ito ginagawa nga nila kanina. And now Uson catching one, Beleza as well, 1-to-1 trade. Dasa storming in. They're gonna push. But again, Aftershock just trying to delay yung aggression nga dito ng FEU. Dasa's with a rep possession already. But Danak! With a 2, and that is huge! It's just UP just getting that advantage all over again.
Fastest though, not tagged by the drone, and UP, alam nila yung advantage na meron sila. They don't need to push out anywhere any longer. They just have to make sure to get info kung saan yung natitirang 2 players dito mula sa side ng FEU naman. Pero hindi pa rin sila nagpaparamdam. Naramdaman nila si Lim, yes, pero Bastes to also fall down pagka-swing ni Dasas.
Yeah, and of course, coming in for the side of UP right now, sila pa rin talaga ang nakakuha nga ng lamang dito. At least this is a timeout being forced out by Coach Filarca from FEU. Kailangan nila makabawi dito. Alam mo, Bessie, meron pa tayo isang star-studded na guest.
Sino?
Tinatago ko siya sa pangalang Aeonix.
Nandito rin, bumibisita din, di ba? So sa lahat, syempre, ng mga nakikinig na nanonood, bumisita na rin kayo dito sa Gateway 2 dahil live na live nga kami. Tactical pause though for the side of FEU to talk things over. And of course, ito na yung chance nila. Mabilis nga kasi itong FEU na mag-time out eh. Nag-aano sila agad eh. Nagpo-posisyon agad sila dito. Nag-uusap agad sila dito kung ano yung magiging solusyon as early as possible.
Kumbaga, yung reaction nila, hindi na katulad dati, mga 2022, 2021 na sobrang tagal mag-time out.
Second half na.
Tandaan mo, privilege nila to. Pero yung nga, for zero, you really need that timeout. You need to talk about kung ano yung mga adjustment nga na gagawin natin to the fact ano yung score. 4-0 na. Nanalo tayo nung map 1, pero what is happening to us nung nag-map 2 na? Pero ngayon mga tropa, FEU, they need this win again. This is their second buy round already. And if ever matalo sila dito, UP, 6-0 is possible.
Danak has been performing well pagdating dito sa mga rounds na nakikita natin. 7 kills, 1 death para sa kanya. Clemente though, repositions himself here. And mas forward na yung positioning niya compared to a while ago. Patience coming in from FEU side despite being on the attacking. Gusto nila antayin kung meron bang magpo-push at mukhang nakakaramdam din sila dito towards C-Long.
And for the side ngayon ng UP, they have the Armageddon. They have that from the shadows, but medyo slow pa rin talaga yung aggression nila. Lalong-lalo na yung reaction din dito ng UP. They're really trying to react dun sa gagawin din ng FEU.
May dimensional rift na pwedeng gamitin kung sakasakali man. Naka-ready na nga yan at ito na gagamitin na nga nila. With that, Eh yun na rin yung cue ni Clemente, up yung orb. Kaso nga lang, namatay na rin dito si Clemente alongside Sumera. Makakahanap siya ng isa. Sumera and Uson to fall down. Sagutan ng kills after kills mula sa dalawang teams na to. Still a 3v2. They will be forced though to rotate and still
30 seconds
contest itong A-control. Nakakaramdam din dito ang UP.
And this is now the push coming in from UP. At least, yes, 3v2 lamang dito ang FEU! But Danak says no on to 1v2. Winnable. Yes, pero nga, FEU sila yung may lamang. From the Shadows is online. Yung spike nasa kanila at baka makita nga sila dito
10
pero mukhang hindi naman ata kasi sa kabila sila pupunta. Dasas. Meron pa rin silang mga utilities nga ngayon. Once again, they have this advantage and they needed this win again and again. Dasas on a perfect timing. Really good angle coming in from him though. They're not expecting this to happen. Oh no!
Oh,
This is a disaster! What a disastrous moment coming in from FEU and Dasas on a perfect timing, perfect angle. UP managing that win again.
Hindi nila in-expect si Dasas doon at all. And you have to say, ang gandang read mula kay Dasas as well. Nakaramdam siya, may smoke dito. Yung mga mahilig pumosisyon sa ganitong klaseng smoke, alam mo na, the last two remaining players just patiently waiting. At saka, yung pag-hyper-rotate din nila dito, sinusubukan nilang kuhanin yung A-main control. Nabawasan pa sila ng isa dahil kay Danak.
Yeah. Sayang yun. Pero yun nga, winnable siya. Pero mahirap eh. Pero hindi, sa ganung klaseng angulo. Nag-line up nga. At hindi na-expect to. And now, Dasas! Medyo nag-heat up na siya.
Maagang pick-off mula sa kanya. Agad na patumba dito yung Cypher ng kabila. And because of that, they don't have that anti-lurk potential for the side of FEU. Kailangan na naman nila mantuhin ang magiging round na to mula sa side nila. Armageddon still available and the side very open for them to take. Walang problema. Ibibigay namin sa inyo dahil may Armageddon kami. Hindi mapipigilan yung pagpa-planto spike pero Lapinid nakakuha ng dalawa. Ladines as well. FEU, dalawa sa kanila, very low, pero may dalawa pang buhay sa UP.
Ito rin inaantay nga nila na makuha nga nila itong thrifty nito for the side of FEU, mga tropa. They have that ultimates right now. Armageddon lalong-lalo na dito nga kay FEU. But for the side naman dito kay Sumera, together with the other players of UP, kailangan nila mabawi ito. But how? FEU, they have the advantage. The clock is ticking already at kailangan din nilang manalo nga dito kahit thrifty lang to. Sumera and Danak making some plays. Salvos out! Oh no! Napush nila! Nahapata! No! Pero Palasa win again! Armageddon is here! He's super low! Hindi na na yung spike and Bastes! The savior of FEU! Managing again! 5-1! Finally, FEU is back!
Kailangan lang nilang i-force yung laban na yun. After that Armageddon, sinusubukan niya at least i-half eh. That's the saving grace mula sa side ng UP kung makakalahati nila yon kahit papano. Pero para sa side ng FEU, sige, willing na lang din mawala yung isang player just to kill someone who's defusing halfway para lang hindi mabigay yung timing na yon at all, yung slight chance even para sa side ng UP.
Muntik ng mahaf eh.
Muntik lang.
Pero hindi bilang string out yung mga players nga ng FEU for them to get a one tap to the head. And now Dasas on a roll already. They're just trying to smoke up a main para lang talaga hindi nga sila makapush at para makuha nila yung space pag dito sa FEU. Pero I like this. Gusto ko yung mga angulo na to, Bessie. Look at the side of UP and FEU. Matinding aggression to, syempre, and killing potential na pwede nga nilang gawin nila sa 2v2.
Little bit scared for Uson though dahil syempre after that paranoia, nag-aantay din ng FEU kung may mangyayari ba? May action bang magaganap? Dahil kanina, nag-iinit na nga si Dasas, di ba? Kaya nga agad niyang napatay si Lim. So, UP, or rather FEU, they're being much more careful now. Sakto lang yung timing ng guided salvo na yon sa pag-TP up.
Oh, wow. Rolling Thunder already is here. Shadow Step nga Palace, mga tropa. Baleza, babawi pa rin nga ng stun pa rin siya. Uson, take one down. Lamang dito ang UP, mga tropa. Wala nang smoke ang FEU dito kahit isa. Pero doon sa Rolling Thunder, doon sa stun and sa salvo nga nilapas nga dito ng FEU, wala lang din nangyari. Namatay pa yung isa. Sumera storming in. There's aggression all the way from B. Someone with a swing, which is that Yoru. But Basis and Lim doing doing the job done. And this is the new step already. They have an idea kung saan ba naglalurk, kung saan ba nagka-flank yung mga kalaban nga nila. At ayun na nga, nasa gilid lang ng B.
They're more reactive on the play here, Lim. Makakahanap pa ulit ng isa dito. At isa na lang ang natitira. Clemente stunned and killed by Lapinid. Sariling sikap, sariling buhat. Di ba?
It takes time for you to recover and there's a time nga para makabawi nga sila. I mean, yes, hindi naman siguro wasted ult yung ginawa nga nila sa A. Siguro, pinaalisan nila yung mga tao doon para hindi sila mamatay.
Caring lang. Worried lang sila sa'yo.
Worried lang.
Mag-ult lang ako dito saglit. Yun na yun. But
Para
again,
magamit.
for FEU, 2 rounds na magkasunod ang nakuha nila. Nag-shift na ba yung momentum? Yan yung tanong. But UP, may pera pa naman sila to buy off this round maliban sa isang player.
Drone is down.
Now, all the way from mid, merong ulti si Neon ngayon, and this is Dasas with an ultimate right now. I mean, yes, kasi nga yung gamit niya, but they're really trying to stop the push, the aggression. That's gonna fall down to the hands of Bastes. I mean, grabe rin kasi yung utility play na pinapakita nga dito ng FEU. If ever Neon ka, wala kang magagawa eh. Mabibigilan ka talaga. Isipin mo, may breach na, may teho pa, may cypher pa. Pero yung nga lang, Lem, mukhang babawi na. Pero pagdating naman dito sa Uson dito, from up top, that is again coming in from Lapinid. Pero Uson dito, the unstoppable Uson, still alive, 2v2. They have the Viper spit. Clemente versus the player coming in from FEU, which is Beleza. 1v1 with the great one. Who's gonna get this?
May gap pagdating sa loob ng smoke na yan. And Balesa! Pinagtagpo! At yun na nga! Clemente pa ang makakakuha!
That could have been Baleza's win! Pero yung first 3 bullets niya,
Hindi tumama!
Hindi tumama! Sayang yung round na giving from FEU! And now UP, syempre, trying to capitalize the mistake of their enemies.
Eto na, mapapa-time out na ang coaches natin dito. Dahil kailangan nila ngayon mag-usap-usap para sa mga susunod na rounds. And I have to say kahit si Lim umiinit na rin yung aim niya. Coming into the rounds we're looking at, parating may nahuhuli, parating may nakukuha. Pero UP, all they had to do here was, of course, get that last player remaining para mamatay o makuha nga yung magiging round natin. Pero kung tutuusin, gaya ng sabi mo kanina, labang sana si Balesa doon sa posisyon na yun kasi dahan-dahan ding lumalabas.
Lamang na lamang talaga siya doon, Bessie. Pero yun nga, ito na si Coach Mer Coloma. Ayan. Na pag-uusapan na if ever, na kahit sila yung lamang dito, Bessie, no? Sila pa talaga yung magta-time out. Why? Kasi unti-unti nang nananalo dito ang FEU. Alam to ng UP. That could have been a win for the side of FEU. Pero yung siguro centimeters or millimeters of distance, medyo off lang talaga yung crosshair. Sobrang liit nun eh.
Sobrang slight na lang. Ika nga. Kumbaga kahit at least 2 bullets, pasok na yun eh. Patay na yun eh.
Patay na yun
Kung
dapat.
tutuusin, kahit nga ata isa na lang eh. Kasi sobrang liit na HP lang yun. So, extra 1 bullet could have been a different story. But, syempre, kailangan din nila mag-move forward. Especially itong susunod na round natin. As 6-2, lumalaki na rin yung gap ng scoreline natin dito. Ladines only needs 1 more orb para sa kanyang dimensional rift. He has it already. So, ano ang magiging plano ng FEU? Dito ba talaga sila magtitake o magre-reposition sila?
We're gonna get to see kung paano ba nila ito gagawin. Once again, FEU struggling in getting that win right now. They have this economy, firepower, pero in terms naman of movement and positioning, UP din talaga ang naunguna. Actually, itong Omen and Viper dito sa composition ng UP, lason to eh. Kasi sakop mo lahat ng site lahat ng space eh. Pero yun nga lang, wala na sila ditong choice kung gamitin talaga yung Yoru ult for them to get that information kung saan sila pupunta. Lapinid is inside. The entirety of FEU trying to get that space again. They need to get deep sa site na to.
Ganda ng coordination ng Omen kanina, pati ng Viper mula sa side ng UP. As soon as meron silang narinig na initiation towards a main, talagang inop yung wall para makatakas si Uson dito. Pero Sumera, ito ang kailangan makatakas ngayon. Of course, the flashes come in from both breaches na nakikita natin. The fake also trying to flash him as well, pero that's towards A side. Baleza also paranoia. 15 seconds para ma-plant tong spike na to. Latines good for one. Hindi tumatama si Dasas doon. Makakatakas pa yung iba. Lapinid answers back though, and now it's a 2v3.
And this is the chaos na pinapakita nga dito ng UP and FEU. The clock is taking already for the side of the Tamaraws. At sila yung may lamang dito. Medyo high-low position ang ginagawa nga ng FEU. But now UP, they have the Viper Spit. They have the Neon still alive. Pero ito medyo silim. Medyo ayaw ata niya magpakita. Pero nakita siya ni Dasas sa mga tropa. First half of the spike and now Dasas with the perfect angle for him to get that kill. Dasas! Siya yung bahala! Trabaho lang! Dun sa isa! At Dasas yung kukuha ng lahat!
Trabaho lang, walang personalan muna. Dahil si Dasas dito, literal tinrabaho mula doon sa broken doors hanggang sa loob ng site. And muntik pa nga mamatay yung nagde-defuse ng spike. Pero ako nang bahala, mag-defuse ka lang.
Grabe si Clemente. Alam mo yung ginawa ni Clemente?
Anong ginawa ni Clemente?
Viper Spit press 4.
Yun na
lang.
yun.
Kumbaga sabi ni Clemente kay Dasas, tol.
I got you.
Ay, hindi.
Patayin mo lahat.
Patayin mo lahat
I got you.
Malaki ang tiwala ako sa'yo.
Oo, trust the process lang.
At sabi ni Dasas, stick mo lang yan. I got you.
You know,
Yun lang yun, men.
kompleto pagdating sa
Grabe.
round na yun. At talagang, this Neon, syempre, sa bilis pa naman yan. Ang bilis talagang makapunta, makarecover kahit pa paano ng mga kills. And speaking of sa bilis, and daming utility play mula sa parehas na team. Parehas din dito na gumagamit ng kanilang mga smoke just to try and make a ceasefire happen.
If ever sa mga di nakakaalam, ladies and gents, nandito ngayon sa venue, kada agent kasi merong sarili-sariling bansa. Si Neon kasi, Philippines.
Tama.
Pinoy yan, si Neon, tapos gamit pa ng UP.
Oo. Saktong-sakto no? Baka may buff kung iisipin natin. Pero ito inaantay lang din, syempre, para sa side ng FEU, itong Viper Orb para mawala. Again, the decay. Kanina, na problema na sila dyan. And this time, puro stun ang makakaharap dito ng UP. Mapapa-atras sila as Armageddon being used sa loob ng site. Lalabanan nila dito. Somera on the other corner, on the other part of the map. Atras muna. Try to regain back control. Para sa FEU though, kuhang-kuha na nila yung C.
Si Somero walang takot, no? Kahit anong mangyari, talagang lalaban pa rin talaga siya. Pero nga lang, it's just napakadami ng mga players nga dito ng FU na papasok na slide in and Uson with the kill again! Pero meron pang tao! Kinalawa ni Neo mga tropa! And grabe naman talaga yung tiwala nila kay Neon!
Grabe! Uson!
Grabe!
Is paving the way for the entirety of the team to win this round. Thanks to that Neon na talon ng talon kung saan-saan.
Lahat sila gustong barilin si Neon.
Naaliw!
Naaliw kay Neon pero si Uson ang tumapos.
Siya baala After that TP from above, imposible nang makita ng last remaining player dito from UP side. At rather from FEU side, and they were just able to clean that up.
Grabe si Omen Uson tsaka si Neon Dasas.
Hindi. Ang
Iba.
pinapakita nila dito yung combination ng lahat ng efforts nila as well. At mukhang early guided salvo towards A may napapakita nila this time. They want to take that control.
Just like yesterday, malakas ang defending dito sa mapa na to.
Tingnan natin do.
Yeah.
Kung ganun pa rin talaga. Kasi syempre, as much as possible for FEU. Clipping! Oh my God! Tatlong naubos doon!
Grabe, what a flash coming in from the players of UP! Hindi nila ina-expect na ganun ang mangyayari. Short step and Baleza is inside the side, but Danak waiting patiently again and again. At mag-isa na lang lilipat from the shadows, from C to A. It's all up to one. 3v1 to, Bessie, winnable. Ilang beses nilang ginawa to, kayang-kaya pa to.
Oh, one down para sa kanya. Now make it a 2v1. The smoke comes up. And syempre, remember, may paranoia pa siyang pwedeng magamit dito. Nakakarinig na rin siya ng TP coming in from the side of UP. Pero sabay ata silang papasok. Kung sakasakali man! 1, 2, and done! FEU takes it back!
Grabe naman, of course, we don't expect that to happen. And FEU still managed to get that win right after the disastrous moment na nangyari dun sa C. That is only 2. Isipin mo, 1 flash is all they need. Then Clemente with a string, with a swing. walang nagawa. Buti na talaga, may from the shell dito si Baleza.
Ang tindi.
Napaganda pa lahat.
Hindi kinaya ng replay. Ang lala! Hindi mo na alam kung sino talaga yung makakakuha ng mga puntos natin dito, ng mga rounds natin dito. Kanya-kanyang mga player may superhero play. Ito na naman, another superhero play ba ang papakita dito ni Dasas. Mapipilit na siya umatras kahit papano, pero basag na rin yung gate crash na yan at walang magagawa muna yung Yoru for the meantime.
Expect the unexpected coming in from these two schools for sure. Pero yun nga lang, meron pa rin silang Armageddon. Yung Rolling Thunder is online coming in from FEU. In terms of utilities, sila yung may lamang ngayon. Pero yung Rolling Thunder, this is already nakapag-activate na. May Poison Cloud na. Meron pa dito sniper for them to get that delay. Pero right after that, mukhang wala ding nagawa yung Rolling Thunder. Nakuha pa rin ng UP yung delay.
May smoke pa rin dito na nag-aantay, and then once that smoke dissipates, si Sumera mamamaala muna as Baleza was able to punish him. Nag-aantay pa rin sila dito kung meron pang susunod na magsuswing out. Dasas, nagpaparamdam ng kaunti. But look at the mini-map. Tingnan mo kung saan nakapwesto lahat ng players natin dito.
Lahat.
Kumbaga, ano na lang to countdown.
Countdown na lang to. Nag-uubusan lang sila ng oras mga tropa, pero ito na ang game na. Dahil yung smoke already for sure. Alam nila kung si Dasas. Pop Flash being activated as well. And that is a swing. Stinger onto Uson. And it's working really hard for him though. Tanak trying to push as well. Pero hindi ito matama yung shots. And that is FEU again and again. Capitalizing every advantage that they have. 8-4 for them to close out the first half.
Grabe, ang init ng laban na to. You have to consider you have a 4-round advantage. Yes, pero it seems like every round nakakakita tayo ng mga scenario na nagiging 1v1. If not, a 3v1 clutch. Ang daming possibilities mula sa mga players natin, mula sa mga teams natin right here. You just never know. 8-4, one pistol can be an 8-6 afterwards. And hindi pwedeng, kumbaga, hindi pwedeng makumpiyansa yung mga players natin dito. Mapa-UP ka man o mapa-FEU.
Ito lang din yung nangyari kahapon no, sa FEU. Sila yung 4, pero nahabol pa rin nila. And sila ngayon nanalo doon sa game na yun. Pero yun nga lang, that's fault line together with the salvos. Dasas, makakayanan ba nila na to? Ibang klase yung defending na ginagawa nga dito ng UP kanina, pero magagawa din ba ng FEU yung ginawa ng kalaban nila?
Let's see. Nagpaparamdam sila when it comes to B-main. Uson has that smoke para dito sa rest of the teammates that he has. Dasas nakakita ng isa. Pero it's gonna be Bastes shutting and tucking him away for the meantime. It's a 5v4 and Tripward yung isa. So Mera though to the rescue kahit papano takes the angle and gets the kill.
But right now, this is the aftershock for them to get that more delay. Papasok nga dito ng FEU para ma-retake nila to. Pero it's just that time nilang inaantay nga nila bago sila makabawi. Blases all the way from Hall. They're gonna push. Walang utilities dito yung kanilang Teho. Pero Paranoia missing only the 2 remaining players of FEU. But this is a swing. This is a push. That is a kill coming in from Cypher Lim. Pero hindi pa tapos to. Lapilit pa, bawi pa. And that is the refresh. That is the tag. The reason is here. 1v3. Salvo still online, but Blases says no! FEU! Sila nakakuha 5-8.
Grabe, akala ko kung ano na namang klaseng miracle play yung posible natin makita kung sakali man after that first shot. Pero 8-5. Ito yung sinasabi natin bago magsimula itong second half, di ba? Isang pistol mula sa FEU can turn things around, especially here.
You will never know kung ano pa talagang pwedeng mangyari nga dito, Bessie. It can be FEU, can be UP. Dumating na tayo sa punto na bahala na kung sino manalo dito. Okay na. Actually, at least talagang pinapakita nga nila sa atin kung paano bang mga capabilities talaga ang meron sila. Tandaan nyo, everyone here, from UP, FEU, sa lahat na entirety ng UAAP, student-athletes natin to.
Exactly. Student-athletes natin to. And again, this is UAAP Esports. Diba? So, nakita na nga natin yung ating first year last time. Obviously, ito na yung pangalawang taon natin. And syempre, dito na natin makikita yung consistency din ng mga players, ng mga student-athletes na yan from last year. Ito na yung pagpasok ng UP towards C-site. May mga tripwire din sila dito kailangang isipin pa, pero right now, open na open for them to take.
Hinayaan ng FEU na makapasok nga ang UP. Retake na lang ang gagawin nga nila. But now Lim trying to swing out again. Alam nila someone is actually playing close, pero handa na rin dito yung mga players nga ng UP. Shoot a Cyber Cage. That is Lim again. On that kill. On to the third one right now. FEU Lim trying to push. Mag-isa. All alone. One-man army na ginawa dito ni Lim.
Ganda actually ng naging plano dito ng FEU. Alam nilang lamang na lamang sila sa baril eh. Ayaw nilang ibigay kahit isa doon sa kanilang mga baril dito. Mapa-stinger man yan o kaya naman of course, yung iba pa nating guns dito. Huwag mo na bigyan ng advantage. Huwag mo na bigyan ng Spectre. Instead, we play for that retake scenario instead and make sure na makuha talaga yung kills na sabay-sabay tayong papasok para hindi sila makapag-react ng ganong kabilis.
It's all about the priority nga na gagawin nga dito ng FEU. Ang kailangan lang nila is makahabol pagpunta nga dito. I mean, yes, they have the 6 points already. Dalawa pa rin yung labangan ng UP, pero winnable pa rin to. FEU, yesterday, this is the same thing that they did. Kumambak sila kahit 8-4 yung score nga nung kalaban nila, and they're just really trying to mimic this and trying to make it happen on towards this series right now. But for UP, sa tingin mo ba, Bessie, talagang sila ang magpupush sa game number 3?
Who knows? At this point, wala na. Hindi ko na rin alam kung sino sa dalawang teams na to ang posibleng manalo talaga who has bigger odds pagdating dito. But at the same time, UP, they just have to adjust a little bit more and then para naman sa FEU, ito yung mga hero plays na minsan yung nagbibigay ng puntos sa atin eh.
The adjustment is here. Ginagawa nga ng mga players ngayon ng FE together with UP as well. Pero dito lang sa revolving doors, mga tropa nag-aandayan na. Ito na yung fault line being activated by them though. Pinuksan! Inubos ng FEU yung dalawa! Putting ito a 2v2. They have the Neural Theft.
30 seconds left.
Grabe yung relationship ni Baleza with the Stinger. Ang dami niya parating napapatay kapag naka-Stinger siya dito. Langing double kill, pero ito na nga. Guided Sampo! One! Para kay Bastes, pero mahuhuli din siya ng utility play. Now, it's a 1v1. Clemente goes for the plant here, pero kailangan ngayon maghanap ng Cypher. Si Lim na mainit din ang tutok right now. Nakakaramdam siya, alam niya at naririnig niya!
Oh!
Oh no!
Again and again! Lim pa rin talaga nakakuha nga dito. Once again, the savior of FEU managing to get that win for the second time already. Lim, kanina, sa last round, siya yung nanguna with a triple kill dire-diretso. And right now, on that 1v1, they have the disparity, yes, in terms of firepower, pero hindi tumama.
Sayang para sa kanila. And gaya nga nasabi ko, umiinit na rin si Lim kanina pa. At dahil doon, I mean, you have a Spectre, yes, pero kung yung unang shot mo naman tatama sa ulo,
okay na.
Okay na,
Kung
solved
baga
na.
na-dink.
Oo, di ba?
Na-dink siya dun.
And hindi rin tumama yung phantom shots eh. So unfortunately, para sa kanilang side, it wouldn't work out that way.
You know what, Bessie? Ito rin kasi. Picker's advantage, right? Kasi the second time na nakita natin to, yung first kasi, talagang waiting lang, nakaupo lang, hindi nag-jiggle, hindi nag-angle isolation. And that is a thing na ginagawa nga nung nananalo, is that angle isolation, that Picker's advantage that they're doing. So they're just getting all the advantage of this, kumukuha sila ng kill dito, and managing to get that win. But now, for the side of UP, this is their last timeout. Huli na to. Kumbaga, they need to make it worth.
Tignan natin, dahil kanina, puro conversion naman yung timeout nila. Will it work the same way here? Dahil kung mapapansin nyo, when it comes to the scoreline, talagang nagdidikit na rin. 8-7. And we have been seeing consecutive rounds mula sa side ng FEU. Much needed yung timeout na yon, Bessie.
Yeah, kailangan nga nila mag-usap-usap nga dito para makabawi dito kahit paano. But now UP, now struggling. They managed to get that win. Pero nga lang, Tripwire is here, pero wala naman makakapatay sa kanya.
Wala siyang pakialam. Alam niya kung sisirain ng kakampi niya.
Sana ganyan kayo, no?
Sana ganyan ka rin. Nagsilabas ng sama ng loob eh. No?
Sana ganyan ka, best. Nakakampi, no?
Sana ganun kayo, guys.
Oh,
Diba?
sana ganun kayo, pero nga lang bases dito. Dalawa, makakatapat nga. There's a crossfire na ngayon naiisipin nga ng FEU. Oh no, they have no idea. But again, Bastes. Oh no, they have no idea at all. Armageddon is here. Neon, Taz will fall down. Latina's catching one, pero yun nga lang. UP is falling apart inch by inch. But now Danak, all along with the Stinger. The clock is ticking, yes. Pero isa na lang dito ang natitira. Siya na lang yun. Salvo, ihap pa ata. Pwede pa. Well, madami naman tayong oras, diba? So kayang-kaya. And that is FEU with a win again. 8-8. Once again, we started onto an 8-4.
Ngayon, nasa 8-8 na tayo. 4 na sunod-sunod na retake rounds ang pinapakita dito ng FEU. And you have to admit, most of the time, sige, willing kami magbigay ng space sa inyo. Mas kaya namin i-recover yung site kapag mas kumpleto kami as a team. Kesa naman, yung maaga kang nakakapitas against the players here of FEU and mas nahihirapan sila pagdating sa mga retake kapag kulang nga sila dito sa tao. Then again though, they have that early stun and aggression towards A main. Dahil dyan, napipilitang umatras dito yung mga players ng UP at hindi makakuha ng spasyo.
You need to move away. Kasi yun din naman yung pinapakita nga ng FEU nga kanina. Ang laki, ang lakas ng retake potential ng mga kalaban nga nila. That is not connecting. Oh, but again, Liwim! Kahit na siya, still managed to get Uson. Walang smoke ngayon ng mga kalaban nga nila. Well, yung main smoker nila, which is that Omen. But no Viper. Kailangan nang gamitin lahat ng smoke nga nila para makabawi dito kahit paano. Danak will get that spike done here in C. The rotation is here. At yung pseudo sentinel ngayon ng UP, which is that Viper, trying to make some moves right now. Bastes with a wallbang connecting onto Dasas. Meron pa silang utility, meron pa fake out, meron pa sila ditong flash. Paranoia as well. First flash, pero nga pagkasi nga ng Clemente, siya yung mawawala ngayon. Dahil start to stay alive, but it's all up to one. And Ladines with a clean up crew. Grabe yung retake ng FEU!
Alam nila yung trabaho nila. Alam nila exactly kung saan sila pupunta dito and which utility to play out. That is also to consider na pinapaulanan din sila ng utility play ng UP dito or University of the Philippines. You have the snake bite na tumatama dito sa Yoru, pero it's more of pagdating sa mga rounds na nakikita natin sa dalawang team na to, nagiging sino pinakamabilis mag-react? Sino pinakamabilis makapag-desisyon?
For FEU, in terms of priorities, they know what to do. In terms of, siguro, yung mission nila, objective-wise, yun na yun eh. Grabe yung clean-up crew talaga, Bessie eh. Ang lakas ng retake na ginagawa.
So they have to think now na it's a strong retake coming in from FEU. Paano natin mapapalakasin yung post-plan scenario natin?
Yun na lang yun.
Anong klaseng play ang kailangan nating gawin dito? Kasi so far, pagdating sa A-main control kanina, hindi naman din sila masyadong nag-lurk around the entirety of the map. Pag nagdesisyon na sila, yun na yun eh.
You need to stay alive, lalo si Clemente. Why? Meron siyang Viper Spit. Pero, meron siyang isang kalaban dyan, which is yung Yoru.
Look at FEU on the mini-map though. The movements coming in mula sa mga players na to. And I think, para sa UP, hindi nila na-expect to. Ganito?
They have no idea. Once again, wala silang sentinel ngayon. And that is a Viper Spit coming in 3. But now, Baleza, there's a sandwich play na nasa isip nga dito ng FEU. This is deadly na gagawin nila. Blast is casting 1. Pero eto na mga tropa. At least may salvo na. May stun pa. Pero yun muna, up muna ng wall mga tol. Para nga syempre mas malakas yung depensa nga natin ngayon. At wala silang gagawin kundi magantay. There's a salvo. Plus that ulti coming in from that Cypher. The retake is here. Hinahanap na yun. Kasama yung mga kalaban nila. Parilin nyo ako. Lapinit catching 1. Ang Baleza.
Ayun na. Hinahanap na si
Clemente. And that is the mission coming in from UP. But FEU managing again. The cleanup. The win. The retake. The utility. The information. na meron ng mga Tamaraws.
So impressive. Pag tinignan mo pa lang
Grabe
yung
yan.
minimap, na foresee mo na agad na
Oo.
hindi i-expect ng UP yung 4-man flank na yun. Nandun pa yung Cypher sa A side that allows them na at least ma-lessen o kaya naman mabawasan yung oras ng bilis
Oo.
ng pag-take ng UP dito. Aside from that, available yung Dimensional Rift para hanapin yung
Yun nga.
Viper, which is yun yung problema nilang unang kailangan solusyonan
Yeah.
dahil sa Viper's Pit.
Which is yun ang sinasabi nga natin kanina na oo, merong Viper Spit dito yung UP. Pero meron din Dimensional Rift nga dito si Yoru. Which is kahit anong mangyari, hahanap-hanapin lang siya. And now UP again, they have this overdrive. They have this Armageddon as well. And ito na, mukhang magpa-fast push ata sila mga tropa. Hahanapin nila yung mga kalaban nila. Alam ng FU na malakas sila sa retake eh. So why not? Uulit-ulitin lang nila.
no!
Pero ang problema, Ladin is catching one again with a trip for nilagay ngayon ni Lim. Lim will fall down to the hands of Samera. Pop Flash will connect. The Flash of Breach as well. Pero Ladin is medyo mambaw muna. There's a rolling thunder connecting onto one. Pero si Uson babawi ata sa taas. Son, didn't connect onto him though. Dana catching
Oh,
one.
no!
Clement as well. Uson, hinahanap nila. And it's all up to that Yoru.
Alam nila kung saan magagaling na ubusan ng bala!
What?
Si Uson dito sa kanyang stinger! And dahil dyan may chance pa, it's a 1v2 scenario pero kailangan bilisan ng kaunti ni Ladines dito.
Oh, no!
Naka-ready yung gate crash niya at huling-huli nga! UP with a thrifty round! What a shot coming in from them!
What a scare round coming in from UP. They really thought na kaya talaga nila ubusin pero hindi. May isa silang savior which is sila Dines. Pero in terms of reaction, what a fast reaction coming in from Coach Filarca.
Oh, ang bilis mag-timeout!
Ang bilis mag-timeout ni Owen.
Yan ang reaction!
Yan
diba?
na, isipin mo best, ilan yung hinabol nila?
Isa.
Hindi.
Hindi kasi
Anim.
sa buong rounds na to, FEU
Oo.
so far, di ba? And for UP, isa pa lang yung nakukuha nila. Timeout agad.
Yun nga, after 6 rounds of winning, isang loss, time out, tara mag-usap tayo.
Ganon, katindi.
Oo.
Yung reaction time
Alam
ni
mo,
Coach.
meron akong kilala hindi ginagawa yun.
Ano yun?
Si Coach Amix. Walang ganun-ganun sa kanya.
Walang ganon sa kanya. Pero ito,
Tama.
tactical pause from FEU side. Siyempre, nagiging ano na rin sila eh. Alam nila malakas sila sa retake, yes, but at the same time, na-eco sila
Oo,
sa isang
na-eco sila eh.
post-plant scenario.
Yeah.
Alam mo yung posisyon nila kanina doon, mapapansin mo talaga na medyo napipressure silang paatras sila ng paatras ng paatras.
Yeah, to the fact na may rolling thunder pa, for sure talagang atras ka talaga dyan. And pagdating nga dito sa FEU, Bessie, I mean, kumbaga tinry nga rin ng labanan eh. I mean, oo, yung tripod din talaga na tumama nga dito kay Dasas, buti nakuha nila eh. And yun nga din, diba? Ang hirap basahin kung nasan din ba si Lim.
Yun nga. At saka, yung trip warden na siniset niya dito, no, despite getting the kill on the Neon, eh hindi pa rin sapat to. Willing naman punan ng ibang miyembro ng UP yung magiging kills na yan. But again, this round, available na yung malalaking ultimates dito. The Neon has it. The Teo has it as well. And for UP, slowly but surely, this time, much quieter than the previous rounds.
They have the crowd control coming in from that Tejo. Push here and C though, pero yun nga lang, si Lim, talagang binibigyan nila eh. Kumbaga, let's fight A and let's retake B and C. Yun ang nasa isip nila. In terms naman sa priorities, at least meron silang one side talagang lalabanan and good read by UP. Alam
Oy.
din nila kung saan sila pupunta. O yung camera.
Nakasmile si Dasas.
Oo.
ID picture muna.
1 by 1, full body.
One by one, a full body muna dito si Dasas. Pero at least alam nila na dito nakapwesto nga si Lim. Although, on the other hand, tignan mo lumalalim na rin yung hawak o hinahawakan dito ng UP. Pero
May one
will
way.
they overextend? That's the question.
May one-way smoke dito na hawak nga yung mga players ngayon ng UP. Sa kanila yon. And now, blast this!
Wow.
Calm aim! Nahawak nga dito ng FEU mga tropa pero tamang fault line lang muna. Para na nandito pa, hinati yung mundo ni Dasas mga tol. Pero wala nakikita. Ito na, yung retake nga ng mga kalaban nila. Uso ng Sumera, babawi pa. The Armageddon still online. Ladines, Bastes is there. Pero this is now the anti. Ang Armageddon nga nahawak din dito ng FEU. Collecting onto one. Make that a 1v1! Ladines will fall down to the hands of Dasas.
Perfect timing for Dasas to peek out and secure that kill. And ito naman din yung kagandahan sa binibigay naman din ng UP. Once you get the site, you take the plant, and agad-agad, no, pinipressure na nila ngayon ang FEU. At patagal ng patagal, syempre, kung ang FEU, magaling nga sila mag-retake, pero yung inaantay mo pa, yung buong teammates mo makapag-rotate, ang dami ng oras na nasasayang. And dahil doon, napipressure sila parati doon sa last final moments na 1v1 na sana, kailangan mo pa mag-defuse.
Ang dami nating 1v1 din talaga nakikita mga tropa, pero UP mukhang babawi na. They took down Baleza, pero yung nga, the amount of infinities na binabato nga rin talaga ng mga dalawang team sa nila. Double! Aftershock coming in from Samera, and that is huge! Minsan lang natin makita yun, but they're actually making it happen. And now, FEU, isa lang ang merong may ultimate dito, which is that Yoru, but right now, Clemente, trying to swing out, trying to peek as well. Alam niya, nakitang-kita niya si Ladines kung nasan ba, pero yun nga lang, Clemente, pop and swing, spray and pray, ginagawa nga niya. And with this, it's all up to Ladines.
Good catch on the flank. Pero Ladines, only with his sheriff, meron pa naman siyang isang flash na pwedeng gamitin. He's already spotted out. Wide swing from Clemente. Doesn't get the kill. Instead, Ladines, mawawala na rin siya dito with 9 HP remaining. Only takes one more bullet. And look at this. Turnaround of events na naman. 11-10 at lamang ang UP.
Game number 3 is waving coming in from UP. At gustong-gusto nila to, manalo talaga for sure. Gusto nila makita to. Nasabi na natin sa inyo, Bessie. Alam mo ba, UP, maratapang, maratalino at di sila natakot kahit kanino.
Grabe. Gusto ko lang sabihin na 3 namatay sa aftershock.
Oo.
Sunod-sunod pa.
Grabe.
Walang kailangan magbarilan.
Yun nga utilities lang ang kailangan nga nila. Pero syempre, for sure, babawi dito ang Reka Suma FEU.
Ayun saktong-sakto para sa kanila, di ba? And mapapatras na kaunti si Tasas, pero safe pa rin naman ang posisyon nila Armageddon. Matindi ang labanan nila pagdating sa silong, ha?
Isipin mo na parang...
Kakasimula pa lang ng round, ha?
Isipin mo na paranoia ka, wala kang makita, Armageddon, alam mong babagsak na sa'yo.
Hindi mo alam kung saan ka pupunta.
Oo, yun nga, kasi wala kang makita sa harapan mo. Pero pagdating naman dito, mga tropa, ang dami nilang binato, pero may bawas na ba? Wala pa, kahit isa.
Ano lang yun? Warning shot.
Oo.
Warning utilities. Huwag nyo nang ituloy. Yan ang sabi nila dito. At syempre, para sa mga players dito ng FEU, Dimensional Drift, magagamit na nga ni Ladines. Alam niya, bilang niya, kung sino-sino at ilan ang mga players na nandyan. Would rather go back though. Dahil syempre, papag-isipin niya Medyo papaisipin niya lang dito yung side ng UP. Sana kaya yun napunta?
Nawala na rin dito yung gate crash At least pagpunta naman dito, at least gonna go here together. Sama-sama lang sila, lalong-lalo na kay Dana ang mga tropa, papasok na. Pero yung smoke muna, wala silang pakialam dyan mga tol. At least eto na, yung libreng site nila. But for the retakes out of FEU, mukhang sisimulan na nila. Yung aftershock nandito pa, Rolling Thunder as well. Smoke, at least, ito muna, yung magpipigil.
Oo, grabe no. Narinig ni at least nung ating Teho dito kung ano yung rotation. Pero ito na nga, Rolling Thunder. Huling-huli yung 3. Pero yung bilis, kaya pa pasukin dito ng players ng FEU. Now down to the last remaining. Danak secures 1. Pero hanggang doon na lang yon. Dahil make-a-wish, tropa. 11-11 na.
Retake Kings! RK!
Oo.
Grabe yung RK, man! Retake Kings ang ginagawa nga ng FEU. Okay, we will give the space to you, tapos we'll just claim that again because that is ours.
Ganda rin kasi nung naging Rolling Thunder dito mula kay Lapinid was able to really make sure na magulo yung mangyayari at buhay ng 3 players na nasa loob ng site na nagpo-post plant doon. And again, for UP, etong round na to, napaka-importante na naman. Para rin sa FEU, honestly, kasi mawawalan silang pera sa next round, ha?
Ato sobrang importante to para sa dalawang teams, mga tol. But for UP and FEU, they need to make it happen. The Retake Kings, they're just letting them go inside the side, but because they know na kaya nga nilang ma-retake tong A side. They have the camera, they have the chair power as well, they have the verticality nga if ever nga pupunta nga doon si Lim. But at least, in terms of firepower, kailangan nga nila makabawi dito no matter what. In terms naman sa next round, medyo delikado kung sino manatalo kasi walang pera. Bastes taking down Clemente. At yun na nga, they have this control. And Danang falling down to the hands of Ladines. Isa-isa silang nawawala.
Sa isa silang nawawala dito. And nagamit na ba yung ult? Hindi pa ata nagagamit. Nag-aantay sila. Kailan lalabas si Lim? Si Lim pa rin yung nanalo! Dun sa 1v1 na yun, habang si Ladines, trabaho lang.
Grabe, man. What a wide swing coming in from Lim. And they're not expecting that again. Isipin mo, angle isolation. Ayaw. Wide swing ako.
Sige, lalabas na lang ako.
Lalabas na lang ako. Eto, habulin mo ako. And right now, FEU, yung mga tropa natin from Moraita, isa na lang, 2-0 na.
Sana lang 2-0 na nga. Indeed, ito yun oh. The wide swing from Lim. Just,
Grabe.
assume mo na nalugi siya na matatalo siya doon sa duel na yun Pero hindi yon yung nangyari. Hindi yon yung naging resulta.
Grabe si Cypher Lim.
Tingnan natin. Cypher Lim. Isa na lang o isa pa? Ano?
Yun lang yun.
Magiging storya dito.
Nag-OT na ba kayo?
Hindi pa
Ito na ba ang pinakaunang overtime?
Sa kinas ko pa lang
Sa amin din hindi.
Hindi pa, di ba? So, baka hindi pa.
Ito ba ang pinakaunang overtime ng Damods?
Tingnan natin.
Hop! Nagpakita na nga sila pero sumera dito. Makakuha nga ng kill on to Beleza. Buhay pa dito ang UP. Kompleto pa. In terms of ultimates, UP may dalawa.
Oras na ilabas ang lahat kasi hindi na nila madadala yan sa next life o kaya naman sa susunod na round kahit mag-OT pa. So everything must go, ika nga. And for UP, they slowly take control. Nakikita nila tong trip war kahit papano and syempre, si Lim, nagpatayo na to ng picturan. Nakikita niya lahat. Lim gets Dasas here, and Lim is now blinded. Now it's a 1-to-1 trade, and UP takes A.
3 versus 4, lamang ang UP in terms of head count. But right now, there's a flash, not gonna catch anyone. Pero they're just really trying to dump all the utilities nga dito para mapigilan din ba ang aggression nga dito ngayon ng FEU. Together with Bastes, towards dito ngayon sa 3 revolving doors together with Breach. But now Ladines, tamang wallbang lang. Inatalagin na natin yung utility tap na ginagawin nga dito ng FEU. He catches two.
No.
Pero Bastes knows better. Armageddon from the backside. They need to move away. Bastes, the airstrike is here. The firepower, the stun, connecting. Uson, the only man remaining. And the Stormy connects. FEU with a win! 2-0 clean sweep!
2-0 clean sweep indeed! RK, yung mga tropa natin,
RK!
the Retake Kings,
Grabe!
has done it para dito sa ating second map.
They're just letting na pumasok sila sa site kasi alam naman nila na makukuha nila yon. Last year, wala silang panalo sa UAAP. But today,
A sweep against UP.
this year, 2-0 na sila sa group nga nila.
Ayan na,
Grabe.
nagtuturuan na sila kung sino kakausapin.
Kausapin na si Coach Owen, si Coach Filarca, para yun naman. Pero Bessie, really solid game. Pero yun nga muna, para kausapin, para i-check natin kung ano nangyari sa stage, ipapatungo natin sa ating mga hosts. So, Reby and Laika, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Taylor and Will! And there you have it, guys. Now witness natin from the Battle of the Thrifties all the way to the Battle of the Retakes and the Superhero Plays. Kilalanin natin ang mga superheroes natin all the way from FEU. So grabe yung laban nyo, guys, ha? Grand Finals worthy na kaagad yung back-to-back series natin dyan. Ano masasabi nyo sa performance nyo doon? Proud ba kayo or feeling nyo kakayanin nyo pa sana na mas mabilis i-close out yung game?
Kakayanin sana mas mabilis i-close out. Pero during sa attacking, nagkaroon kami ng mental block dahil ayun nga, parang natatalo kami sa mga calls ko. Pero overall, nung pagdating sa attacking, thankful ako sa teammates ko despite na ganun yung half. Naniwala sila sa mga calls, tas in the end, nag-workout siya. Kasi naniwala po sila sa calls po talaga. Ayun po talaga.
Galing. Galing talagang tiwala yung puhunan din ng team na to. Sayang, Reby, kala ko first OT na of the season eh.
Exactly. Super dikit yung scoreline. Kala ko nga yung last round we were gonna get it. But I think UP did have 4 to 6 points on you in the first half of that last map. So I want to ask technically, how were you guys able to shift yung momentum in your favor?
shinip po namin yung momentum kasi nag-adjust po kami sa mga strats namin. Parang binago po namin lahat in-game, literally. Like, lahat po yon ng ginawa namin in-game. Nag-reset lang po kami, tas nag-usap, nag-freeze, tas nag-usap kung saan po magde-decide kung ano yung gagawin. Ganun lang po talaga.
I mean, it worked, and I think it was very, very solid re-strategizing as well. Pero, again, to follow up with this, you guys now are undefeated in your group. So, being one of the strongest teams here in this season, who do you think is going to be your next contender?
Kung yung bracket po susundan, yung next contender po namin is UST po talaga. Pero, feel ko po yung minaka-threat po sa amin is Lasal po talaga.
Diretso na agad sa defending champs natin, di ba?
They want that crown.
Di ba? Kung gusto mong patunayan na ikaw yung best dito sa season natin, kailangan ang target mo, yung champs to be defeated, di ba? Pero syempre, dito kasi sa amin, sa POV namin, numbers, saka yung nakikita namin, possible na iba yung nangyayari in-game sa comms nyo. So para sa'yo ba, sino yung MVP for this series?
Yung MVP po of this series is yung first map, ito pong dalawa, yung naka 2v5, and yung sa Lotus po, yung nagligtas po talaga ng momentum namin. Ito po yung tumayo na
Palakpakan natin ang MVPs ng FEU. O bago natin i-close out tong interview, ang dami yung supporters dito at syempre sa mga nanonood din sa Pilipinas Live. So anong mensahe nyo para sa kanila?
Thank you sa pagtiwala sa amin, sa paghasa sa amin, tapos kahit makulit kami sa scrims. Thank you po din sa pagtiwala at pag-give lang talaga ng support. Tapos pag-nod sa amin, thank you kahit nasa bahay kayo o nandito po kayo ngayon. Salamat.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Far Eastern University!
Thank you po.
Thank you guys once again, and congratulations on the win. Now, we're going to be throwing it back to our casters to just break down what happened in our last series.
Nagsusorry sila kasi makulit daw sila sa scrims. Hindi na kami magugulat.
Ano pa kami?
Paano ba yung casters nyo? Tsaka si Coach yan eh. Si Coach Owen, di ba? Si Coach Pilarca. But anyway, Bes, syempre, pag-usapan nga natin, breakdown lang natin yung nangyari dito sa ating second map, which is Lotus and FEU. Napaka-close ng match na to.
I want to talk about as well yung KDA nito mga players na to. They almost have the same KDA. Chine-check ko ngayon, parang pare-pareho, sobrang dikit nung lahat. Kumbaga, everyone really performed. Everyone, sobrang solid nung mga calls nga nila, lalong-lalo na sa pinakita din ng UP towards that first half na lahat sila nagwala. But right now, this is Bastes from FEU. MVP, finally, meron na rin ibang MVP.
Oo nga, no? Nag-match MVP siya dito. A total of 273 ACS, 7 assists, 23 kills, and 16 deaths para dito sa mga rounds na nakikita natin. Pero grabe din naman kasi yung chaos na dala nung Armageddon niya parati.
That's true.
From post-plant hanggang retake scenario nila, gamit na gamit yung utility ng Teho na to.
The delay, the push, everything that is happening for the side of FEU, talagang kumbaga, bumubuo sila ng puzzle eh. At lagi nga nilang nabubuo yun once na retake nila yung site. But at least, for the side of UP, yun nga, that is a really good game na ginawa nila towards that first half. Actually, napako sila eh. From 8-4 down to like everything. UP, ang laki nung lamang nila nung una. What? Like 5-0? 5-0? Onto the side of FEU. Pero nga, pagdating nga ng second half dito, the retake kings made it happen.
Tsaka sila na rin naman yung nagsabi na, di ba? Nung mga unang parte ng mga rounds na nakikita natin, dahil nga sa mga kakaibang mga hero plays na nilalabas ng UP, medyo nagka-mental block din sila during that first half. Pero they really adjusted heading into the second half here, regaining back the momentum, trusting their IGL as well, and trusting their coach. The entirety of it just worked out in their favor.
You know what? Yung isa sa iba gusto ko i-point out is yung the timing of the coaches kung kailan sila magka-timeout nga dito, no? In terms of conversion ng timeouts nga nila, ang taas ng win rate nitong mga players na nga to. But of course, yung isa rin sigurong mishap na lagi nangyayari whenever nakalaban mo si Lim.
Kahit stunned na siya, kahit kung ano man yung nararamdaman niya, isang bala
At saka yung mga, kumbaga, sobrang konting adjustment lang ng crosshair is hindi pa nananalo nga dito yung UP. Same goes with FEU. Pero of course, everyone really performed. Utilities, abilities, grabe naman highlights na yun.
Oo, may bumabalik pa eh, no?
Oo.
Parang boomerang, di ba?
Obviously.
Diba? So at least nakita rin natin for the first time ever in our lives after casting Valorant solo, tatlong sunod-sunod na kill mula sa isang aftershock lang. Dahil lang doon. But, syempre, ito nga yung game highlights natin. Na-mention ko kanina kung gaano kagamit na gamit itong Armageddon. Napipilitan sila na pumisisyon na lang sa isang parte ng mapa sa buong retake scenario na to. Kaya ipit na ipit talaga yung UP.
Dito sa UAAP, this is actually a season of initiators. Laging initiator nga dito yung naging MVP. I mean, yes, duelist. Yung mga mission nga nila, nagagawa nga nila, of course, lalong-lalo na yung space na binibigay nga nila onto this game. But yeah, before natin i-close yung series na to, Bessie, do you have any final words?
Well, congratulations syempre sa FEU and of course para sa mga viewers natin dito, catch the rest of the UAAP Esports matches sa Pilipinas Live na app. You can also watch other sports content din doon, Bessie, like the UAAP Volleyball Finals, PBA and BA Playoffs at marami pang iba.
Yep. And syempre, please download the app and register for free. Libreng-libre lang to. And of course, if ever gusto nyo pumunta dito ngayon sa Gateway 2 para lang syempre ma-experience ang UAAP Esports Season 87 live, pwedeng nga po rin pumunta nga dito. Napakadami na pwedeng gawin, pwedeng bistahin yung ating mga booths if ever gusto nyo. Mga freebies as well, meron at meron din yan. Pero yun na nga, kami nga pala ang The Mods. And right after this break, it's gonna be the next series of the day. Actually, last series of the day. Later, we're gonna see that. Once again, you're watching UAAP Esports Season 87, and see you later.
Esports Season 87. At kakagaling lang natin sa dalawang napakainit na serye. Our last one being between UP and FEU. Grabe, Laika. I think it was such an intense series. But before introductions, actually, my name is Bixco together with...
Likeable! At tama ka naman dyan, Reby. Sobrang intense nga talaga nung laban kanina na akala natin mawiwitnessan natin ang first OT of the season. Pero hindi pa yun pinakita sa atin. Perhaps in the final series of the day, makakakita na tayo ng ganung level of action. Pero syempre, Reby, magandang kwento tong final series natin because on one hand, etong isang team na lalaban today, gusto nila ng redemption era. Gusto nilang finish stronger dito sa ating group stages.
That's right. And on the other hand, we have another team na they had a match earlier today. So again, they have already been warmed up. But again, that little break, maybe they could have like lowered some steam a little bit and they're going to have to get back in the groove. But they still had a very, very good showing in that first match. And that team is going to be Ateneo. And speaking of Ateneo, I think I see them over there together with our representatives from National University. So, Laika, I think it's about time that we meet our teams.
Come on over, guys!
Our first team in this series is going to be Ateneo, Amador, Antonio, De Gia, Monsod, and Owen. Together with their coach, Coach Marcelo.
And on the other corner, we have National University with Cruz, Apolinario, Alejandro, Rubio, and Liporada. Together with their coach, Palacio.
Feel the heat between these two teams because again, we have a very, very serious competition, especially between these coaches who have a lot of accolades to their name. We get the fist bump, of course, for a show of sportsmanship. But Laika, what can we expect from this series?
Ang i-expect natin dito, one team is fighting to really prove their worth here at the UAAP stage, while the other one wants to prove that they are dominant as well. Tulad nga kanina umaga pa lang, di ba? They had something to prove, pero ngayon, talagang bakbaka na pagdating sa third series natin.
I think that you put that perfectly. Like the word choice was on point. And speaking of word choice, the people who are going to be bringing us the action, I think, are ready over on the caster desk. So we're going to be sending it over to the people who will be bringing you the action, Vil and Asarai.
Series of the day, of course, pagdating dito sa third day ng UAAP Esports. Siyempre, Season 97, kami nga pala ng mga casters. Phil here together with me is Azra right now. And again, today is a very, very special day. Lalong-lalo na if ever na nasa Katipunan ka or probably na nandito ngayon sa NU dahil sila ang maglalaban, Blue Eagles versus the Bulldogs.
Yes! Handa na nga ako para makita ito because this is gonna be a retribution match na rin para sa Ateneo kasi earlier today they did take a bit of a loss or a big loss against sa De La Salle University. So this is redemption para sa Ateneo and this is also redemption din para sa NU that has been struggling in the past couple of days din dito sa UAAP Esports Season 87.
I mean, 87. Pero right now, of course, pagdating naman dito, talagang sobrang gigil na rin, lalong-lalo na ang Ateneo because once and for all, they have their win already. Pero yung nga sa Bulldogs, they're really struggling like what you've said. Pero ito, pagdating dito nga sa mga players nga ng Ateneo, syempre, they're more than ready, lalong-lalo na yung coach nila. Sobrang aga, nanonood ng mga matches for sure, which is si Coach L, si Coach Marcelo, which is apparently, they're really struggling, lalong-lalo na yung mga games nga kanina. But for sure, this match is gonna be really deadly to the fact that it's gonna be Haven, Icebox, together with Lotus ang ating mga maps nga for today. And for NU, they picked Haven.
So, naging ganito yung trend na nga natin eh. Kasi pinag-usapan natin na I feel like Icebox and Lotus are kind of staples na rin para sa mga teams natin dito. It allows them for a lot more expression nga sa kanilang playstyle and whatnot. Haven naman, gustong-gusto ko ito kasi this also allows teams na nahihirapan sometimes sa pag-play nung individual player styles. Kung kaya naghaharap ka ng explosive play sa ace mo, pwede ka na, pag hindi siya gumagana, pwede ka mag-play ng defaults, which is pretty much prevalent din sa Haven. So I'm pretty excited to see how this will work out. I will also say na lang, Phil, na Ateneo kanina, I was very impressed with how well yung lurks ni Monsod, ni Antonio have been working out. So these kinds of plays in bigger maps, kagaya ng Haven, kagaya ng Lotus with the 3-sided maps, baka ma-overwhelm ang NU.
If ever we're gonna talk about muna yung performance din ng mga players nga natin ngayon, actually, in terms of foundation, they have this better foundation compared to last year. I mean, lalong-lalo na, si Coach Marcelo, he's really trying hard para ma-form din yung mga players nga na, I mean, yes, we have familiar faces, we have newcomers as well, pagdating nga dito sa Ateneo, pero in terms naman sa performance, top-notch pa rin pakikita nga natin dito. And the fact that NU is doing that as well, kasama nga si Coach Palacio, na pinapakita rin niya, he's really guiding his team as well to victory. Pero ito if ever we're gonna talk about then yung mga games nga sa Haven, in terms of the games yesterday, lalo-lalo na yung NU versus FEU is really explosive. Why? Kasi nga, itong mga players na to, they're not actually trying to get that default play. Ayaw nila yun. Ayaw nila yung contact play, play for picks or whatsoever. If ever na meron silang chance ng maging aggressive, the aggression really wins pagdating nga dun sa mga last maps.
And that actually could work out dito kasi I think that was a big problem na na-experience din ng Ateneo, di ba? When you saw them go up against De La Salle earlier today, na that little bit of aggression from a player like Sablay was very overwhelming para sa Ateneo. So NU playing that more aggressive style is definitely going to be a benefit para sa kanila. The only questions that I have right now, gotta follow up is, ano ulit yung ilalabas naman na duelist ngayon NU? Will they try to innovate? Will try to go for the same thing that they have used in the past couple of days? Or are just gonna go for stock standard dito?
Ito in terms naman sa mga gagawin nga nila, syempre, you're gonna lean on siguro sa mga really comfy picks. Lalo na if ever naman sa Ateneo and NU is really struggling in terms of wins. Pero syempre, they're gonna go with a more standard pick like this. I mean, this is their most comfy pick. Alejandro with a Jet. And Sova Apolinario, Breach Rubio, Omen Cruz, and Killjoy Liporada. Ito nga pala yung mga full names nila. Sa Ateneo, ano? Ituloy mo!
Sige, si Breach Amador, si Vice Antonio, si Jet de Gia, si Omen Owen, si Omen Owen, at si Tejo Monsod.
Yeah, there's their full names already.
Ang linis na pangalan.
If ever you are wondering kung ano ba yung mga full names ng mga agents natin, ito yun, once again, Ateneo, the land of Katipunan, papunta ang mga Blue Eagles, lalong-lalo na kalaban nilang NU Bulldogs right now. This is a match to watch out for. Pareho silang blue.
Talaga?
Isa, medyo dark blue lang yung NU Pero of course, if ever in terms of predictions, kanino ka, brother?
Honestly, seeing yung performance kanina ng Ateneo, even though they did struggle against De La Salle, I feel like there is a lot more cohesion with this team. Mas gusto ko yung explosive performance na pinapakita ni De Gia and the rest of the squad. So I think Ateneo para sa akin.
Ateneo para sa alright. Sige, doon naman ako sa kabila. Dito ako sa mga NU Bulldogs, syempre. I mean, yes, wala pa rin talaga tayo nakukuhang wins nga dito. Pero apparently, yun yung fire na kailangan nga natin in order for us to get more wins. Kasi lalong-lalo na, NU, struggle, yes. Pero yung fire, andun pa rin. They're gonna do everything for them to win out this game. They're gonna do everything para nga makabawi sila. Once again, the last series of the day, Ateneo versus NU Bulldogs. This is a match to watch out for.
And agad-agad, Ateneo looking to get things started here outside A site. Kita mo yung kanilang 4-5 stack. Tactibear na pampatagal stress lang para kay De Gia sa simula ng match natin.
Wala ako nun. Hindi ko natapos yung battle pass
Okay lang yan, kasi ako rin.
But going back here to this game right now, that is a scan. At least hindi nga nakita sa Alejandro. But at least yung vision nga nun, for sure, nakita na nga siya. I mean, that is a dash away coming in from him though. Apolinario trying to make up something. Trying to make this worthy. Itong aggression ngayon ng Ateneo. Really working good coming in from De Gia.
Yeah, medyo na-overwhelm ngayon ng NU at the very quick first contact dito. But Ateneo actually going for a more controlled approach. Kita mo, nag-back away na sila. They're happy with that first pick on the A side and they're gonna try to move around to the Moga dito ngayon, Vil. They're starting to maneuver on B na ang defense na ngayon ng NU is yung alarm bot ng Killjoy nila.
The push and pull of Ateneo is actually really working for them to. Pero nga, let's see if ever kaya pa ba nila alarm bot being deployed and denied coming in from Ateneo. Pero this is Monsod. Gonna plant the spike already. Liporada. Ito na yung retake potential nga na gagawin nga ng NU Bulldogs. Pero kaya pa ba nila? I mean, yes, meron tao sa may C-Link. Meron tao sa may A-Link ngayon. This is actually the sandwich play they're looking for.
And they're trying to make anything happen ngayon. Nice little paranoia. Liporada able to get that pick already. Staying si Digia muna dito. Gets that first contact. Paubos oras lang muna siya. Pero this is trade after trade between NU and Ateneo.
It's a utility play na ginagawa nga itong dalawang two teams na to. But right now, this is Salvos connecting onto one, which is the Cruz. This is bad for the players of NU.
Push.
But the push, but the kills, the trades is there. But NU still manages to get that win.
Grabe si Monsod. The late ang kanyang backstab. Hindi nila alam yung timing na yun. And NU able to get that defuse. What a clutch para sa kanila. It was very aggressive. Very much na talagang nilagay na lang nila yung kanilang paniniwala doon sa straight defuse and it worked out, Vil.
I love the timing dito na paranoia nga na pinakita nga dito ng NU Bulldogs. I mean, gusto sana pati talaga ng Ateneo yung mga players nga sa may ceiling. But it's just that timing onto that paranoia to take down these players one by one. They have the trade, they have the crossfire, they made it happen. Really thought it's gonna be Ateneo, but NU says no.
NU says no and a great start as the start defending team. Liparada already spraying bullets sa garage. Nakakuha na agad siya ng first pick and hindi pa siya tapos. He will fall down to Antonio that already has yung stinger na yan. So maybe a force buy para sa Ateneo dito is actually working out.
The push is here already. Cruz with a shot in step. Ang problema nga niya, Monson trying to back away. But a kill is there as well. He is still alive right now. Lahat sila nag-force buy nga dito. Lalabanan talaga ng Ateneo to. Alejandro from afar with an outlaw kill. Owen is now down. At least lands in the smoke ngayon. But the punish, the aggression, the kill, Monson and Amador doing a good job coming in from Ateneo. 1-1 already, and the Blue Eagles are more than ready.
That broke the economy ng NU ngayon. They are in trouble for that one. And yung call ng Ateneo dito to go for that aggressive force buy worked out in their favor. I'm not sure if NU was able to scout out yung ginawa dito na force buy ng Ateneo, but it worked swimmingly para sa kanila. And nakita mo, Liparada was looking very confident, but sometimes confidence can lead to your downfall. And nangyari yun dito para sa NU.
Tinatry na nga nila. I mean, of course, expect the unexpected coming in from Ateneo. And at least, yung naging worth it. Yung high risk, high reward na moment nga na ginawa nga nila. Siyempre, but right now, Liparada being flash, at least alam ng Vice yun na mayroon tao nga doon lang sa may mid. But they have no idea kung saan ba exactly. But on to A, marami talaga sila. Gusto talaga nila makakuha nga ng early pickoffs dito. But
Liparada,
may Ateneo, hindi sila nagpapakita agad.
Liparada will get overwhelmed by Amador doon. Just that hold lang para sa Ateneo. The bait in para makita kung merong gusto mag-pick sa kanila and it actually works out. NU, no more control sa C. Mapush agad dito ng Ateneo and they're marching in onto that C side.
And that is a C-side push coming in from Ateneo Blue Eagles. But the problem is, NU Bulldogs medyo malayo pa. Galing pang garage yung iba. Nag-rotate pa all the way from spawn nung kalaban nila. But right now, they have full control already. They have this control. Siyempre, lalong-lalo na in terms naman sa angles, kuhang-kuha din ng Ateneo to. But slowly and surely, mali mo makabawi nga dito ang NU Bulldogs. Alejandro paving his way. The swing is there! And a triple by Antonio! It's all up to one! And Amador sees the day! That is the final kill, 2-1! And the Blue Eagles will get that point.
Talons ng Blue Eagles clawing in sa ating Bulldogs and they are having trouble dito. Siyempre, that is just the weaker buy para sa NU. Pero nakikita mo ngayon yung service ng NU. Ateneo has that great control, has that great calls to just play safe, and once they are more comfortable than enough, they will just go in for that push. Tingnan mo naman yung control na pinakita sa atin dito ni Antonio. Now is the call para sa NU. What's gonna happen? Ngayon na meron na silang buy round. They have the guns, they have the firepower.
This is their second game of the day dito, Asaray. And in fact, na talagang kailangan nila makabawi nga dito kasi because of those nangyari kanina. Pero Armageddon onto Cruz. Hindi na siya nakaalis agad kasi sobrang busy niya. Makita ka kung saan mapupunta sa Digia. But again, they have this full map control onto C. Actually, C ang taas ng win rate nila. Pero ngayon medyo ibang approach naman to. Kanina, they're trying to hold that side. But right now, they're doing it for the post plant. They're doing it na talagang lahat sila malayo. Just waiting patiently. Kasi talaga pupunta sa kanila. Antonio, punches Liparada. Hold that thought. Mali mo makabawi pa. They have the breach. They have that Sova. They have this control already. But a beautiful one-way smoke coming in from Ateneo. This is really difficult for NU.
Not just that, yung paranoia then actually stops them from getting any contact. Delay is very huge. Alejandro, ginagawa ang lahat para sa teammates niya. Hindi kakayanin ito. Rubio, out of time already. Just able to try to escape and save this weapon in his hands. And Ateneo, another point on the board. Hindi na siya hahabulin ngayon ng Ateneo. But that weapon, just a consolation prize for losing a round against the Ateneo squad.
Walang nangyari exit frags right now. But again, 3-1 and the Blue Eagles, sila talaga nakakuha nga ng puntos ngayon for NU. Siguro, if ever manalo pa dito ang Ateneo na isa pa, they really need to get that timeout.
I agree. I think 5 rounds in na, medyo mahirap na hindi ka pa nakikipag-call sa teammates mo. Rubio is the only one with a Phantom sa NU team as of this moment. Maybe a couple of kills dito. If Rubio gets another pick, if Liporada gets another pick, may ultimates na pwede paglaruan ang NU. But so far, I mean, they cannot just bank on these abilities. Medyo mahirap na gawin yon, especially when you look at just how, I think, formidable Ateneo's play in the attacking side has been.
There. The utility dump is here na ginagawa nga ng Ateneo, pero the respect as well na binibigay nga nila sa mga kalaban nga nila Alejandro. So deep already, the salvos is there, just trying to get a delay again, but Liporada trying to make a move for himself with a 2K already. Monson and Owen, however, with a quick trade. 3 versus 3, they have the Hunter's Fury. In terms of firepower, yes, Ateneo to, pero NU, buhay pa yung dalawang initiator nila at lalong-lalo na yung Omen.
Napakagandang push sana yun para kay Liporada, pero I think NU overstepped their bounds. Dapat naging happy na sila dun sa starting first 2 picks na yun. They wanted to go a little bit more, pero Ateneo was able to get the catch against them. Bigia going in for that contact. Polinario not able to hit any of meaningful shots. Mag-back away na lang muna siya dito kasi meron pa siyang ultimate na gagamitin. Hail Mary pass gamit ang Hunter's Fury. Pero syempre, ida-dodge na lang ito muna ng Ateneo. Burning that ultimate, burning a little bit of time, sure. Pero may weapons ba na na-pick up ang NU during that time na ginawa nung soba nila?
Sayang yung delay na ginawa nga dito. Talagang hindi rin to ina-expect, of course, ng Ateneo na mayroong tao nga sa likod nila. And this is actually a step for them to win this though. Cruz is inside already trying to tap the spike. Pero meron pa tao in the backside. Owen catching one. It's all up to that Omen and that Breach. Alam ni Breach kasi sige pupunta ngayon. Pero yun nga lang, there's a push already. Pero nasan ba the timing? The aftershock is there, but he's gonna swing no matter what. Owen! With a timing, taking down Rubio first bago siya mamatay.
Napakatalino na pag-approach ng 1 versus 1 na yun from Owen. Alam niya agad na he doesn't really have to play the more close fight in that 1 versus 1. Tago na lang siya. Nung natama siya ng Rolling Thunder, okay lang yun because he still had a pocket to hide himself on. That aftershock does not phase him at all kasi kailangan niya gawin is tigilan na ma-half first yun ni Rubio. Even if he does actually fall to Rubio, it's fine. As long as hindi ma-half yung defuse na yun, mawawalan ng oras si Rubio.
Kumbaga basic Valorant yun, di ba?
Exactly.
I mean, of course, 1v1s, play the time, yun lang yun. But of course, NU, they really need that timeout kahit anong mangyari nga dito. And again, they need to get this win no matter what. At lalong-lalo na for Ateneo, in terms naman sa momentum, itutuloy lang nila. But right now, double nano swarm, yes. Pero yun nga lang, wala ka ng pang-delay kahit konti. They still have that Vice ult and from the shadows as well. Pero yun na muna, tamang lockdown lang. Importante yung spike na plant na. And with this, reset muna tayo.
Yeah. No lurks coming in. Steel Guard na agad. I love this delay tactics para sa Ateneo. Kita mo yung cuts dito kay Apolinario. Hindi sila makapag-push dahil sa ganda ng timing ng pag-use ng ultimate ni Antonio. Question is, aftershock, makakuha ng first pick. Mukhang hindi. Breach still alive on hell. Nahanap na si Amador and here comes the rest of NU.
Sobrang last to right now pero at least si Alejandro kapabawi pa ng isa. Pero yung mga players nga dito ng NU, mali mo makakuha. Oh, with a 2K already. Make that a 2v2. Monsod with a 2K as well. 5-1. That Steel Garden. Really great timing onto that lockdown. Lalong-lalo na, I mean, yes. Naka-lockdown, lahat lalabas. Pero lahat ng papasok, right after that lockdown, walang barel.
Walang barel, yeah.
Pisto lang.
And ito din just to add to that lang din, Bill. Nakita mo kung saan nakapag-plant yung spot nung dito Ateneo. Alam nila agad eh. Hindi sila nag-plant sa default, hindi sila nag-plant sa safe. Pinalant nila dun sa corner para mas makita nung Ateneo in post-plant on A long. So this gives them an angle to play around, especially against yung lockdown, just in case na mag-push yung NU agad sa site and make capitalize yung Killjoy ultimate na yun.
At yung Amador din, si Amador din, di ba?
Yes.
Wala silang idea at all na meron pa rin talagang tao nga sa hall, I mean sa hell.
Yeah.
Pero nakapag-aftershock ka, they they really thought naman andun lang yun, naka-lockdown naman, detained naman, okay, yes, load, pero hindi, nakapag-back away nga siya doon.
Yes.
But again, NU, we're just waiting for that timeout. They really need this timeout para nga makapag-reset sila ng mas maayos ngayon. Apolinario being spotted out with that drone right now coming in from Ateneo. And again, this is actually really deadly. Why? They have the Teo ult, they have the Breach ult as well. So in terms naman sa crowd control and yung area of effect damage na pwede nilang gawin, it's scary.
Yeah, there's a lot of options ngayon para sa Ateneo to utilize those ultimates. But honestly, might even just try to save it na lang coming into that next round, knowing that NU will have yung better guns in that next purchase. The question now is, kakayanin ba ni Alejandro using yung blades niya ngayon to have any form of good contact as Ateneo setting up or already taking yung C side?
The Gia is inside with all the players of Ateneo right now, full on. C-Tech ginagawa nga nila, but however, look at that Vice. Na nasa likuran lang, they're not expecting that to happen. Meron pa ng late lurk na nangyayari. And again, that is the same thing yung ginagawa ng ating Killjoy. Magkikita ata silang dalawa. That is the swing, Liporada. Once after that, connected to Antonio. Alejandro with a blaze orb right now. Oh! Still manages to get down Owen. Pero hold that thought, meron pa tayong Armageddon. Meron pa tayong Rolling Thunder. At mali mo talaga magawa pa ng paraan. This is a 1v2. This is scary. But can they get that win? Yung salvo nandito pa. What? Walang bala. Pupusuan niya. May timing. Pero hindi na. A really great fifth now coming in from NU.
All things, napakadaming nangyari para lang makakuha ng clutch ang NU dito. Great lurks parang kay Liporada to get that catch on, I think si Antonio yun. Yung, natakot na ako actually yung Ateneo, Monsod saka si Amador, having yung Rolling Thunder saka Armageddon, I thought it was going to be enough para matigilan yung pag-defuse nila, pero somehow they were able to manage to do so. I was asking kanina kung gaano ba ka-effective yung blades dito ni Alejandro, and he got the
yung right click,
very needed kills, exactly, para lang makakuha ng swing dito ang NU. A positive swing.
Yun naman din talaga yung mga kailangan nga nila. They really need, actually desperate na makuha nga nila yung mga scores nga nito. And right now, for the side of NU, they have to from the shadows. Once again, they have to breach ult. Yung Rolling Thunder, hindi pa nagagamit. Sobrang silent din talaga kasi nga yung oras and yung timing hindi talaga in his favor. Apolinario with a pick onto Owen. Wala nang smoke yung kabila. So this is a great start coming in from NU. Take down that smoke and everything will follow.
Alejandro, nakaspotan niya ba si Antonio dito? They're slowly encroaching the position on Sewers.
Speaker's advantage.
Naunahan niya agad, exactly that. I love the control that we're seeing right now para sa NU as they are or have already claimed control on this A side. Ateneo might be forced to go the other direction. You're already seeing De Gia marching up into B. Liporada, so prepared for that contact. Gets one, gets refragged, pero Amador ipet doon sa Hunter's Fury. Apolinario gets another catch. No, it's Alejandro that will take that last kill onto Monsod, and medyo nahihirapan na ang Ateneo to get any kind of attack rolling dito sa kanilang sa last round na yun.
Hindi ko kailangan ng timeout para makabawi. At ang magta-timeout pa is si Coach Marcelo ng Ateneo.
Yes.
I mean, yes, right after all these things na nangyayari nga ngayon, they really need to rethink kung ano ba yung mga pwede nga natin i-adjust. But for the side of NU, as long as they're doing something good, as long as they're winning, we're not gonna stop it. Tuloy-tuloy lang to. Ang importante, -1 timeout na sa kabila. And libreng timeout yun para sa NU.
Totoo. And NU's getting the steam already that they need. The question na lang ngayon kasi is, ito yung nakita ko rin kanina sa Ateneo where they're having a little bit of difficulty going up against De La Salle na may meron silang tendency na mag-overheat. Yung tinatry nilang i-force yung mga plays nila. They're trying to go for these kind of solo plays na hasn't really worked out. Yung kita mo kanina nung round na yun, where there's two players ng Ateneo, one coming in through Sewers, one coming in through A-Long. Walang support ng teammate nila. I don't know who made that call, and it actually did not work against sa NU. So maybe Coach L is trying to reel back yung mga players niya para lang kumalma sila na onto dito. Play as a unit that looked so much better at the start of this first game.
And there's the reset that they need, lalong-lalo na sa Ateneo. I mean, yes, natalo sila ng 2 beses, and for the side ngayon ni Coach Marcelo, tara mag-usap tayo.
Tama.
Oh, yun na yun, man.
Heart to heart.
Oh, kumbaga sa ginawa nga na natalo sila 5 beses. Hindi pinatigil ni Coach Dap Ni Coach Palacio, di ba? Sige, tuloy na lang yan. At least, You guys won the last two rounds, and right now, with a reset, mako-convert ba to onto a win onto the side of Ateneo, and now the Gio leading the charge already. I mean, yes, you turn and jump, but information, meron tao ngayon sa may window. That is the kill coming in for Antonio. Really thought that the Gio will get it, at libre pa rin to para sa kanya. That is sprayed on already, and again, they have full map control. The aggression, the rush C na ginawa ng Ateneo is really working.
Ateneo is playing very close. They have the Rolling Thunder doon sa kanilang breach with Amador. Playing very close to each other. Lapitan pa nila ito. Ganda ng use ng Razor Vine para madelay lalo ang NU. They push through this. Tingnan mo si Amador. Handang-handa na siya. Iba tayo yung Rolling Thunder. Here's the setup. And ayan na ang contact. Medyo mahirapan ng NU mag-push through.
Yeah.
Dalawa na natita sa kanila and they might not have enough options to really go through this. Pero they're still pushing through. Gusto talaga nila. Rubio getting 2 kills but time is ticking. Isa pang flash kay Amador. Makakapag-react si Rubio. Good. But again, yung spike na yan, puputok na.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be Antonio with a dub. Another round para sa Ateneo.
You know what? Sobrang ganda sana ng fault line nga na ginawa ngayon ni Rubio. I mean, that is beautiful. Ilatamaan 2 to 3. Pero yun nga lang, yung ibang players ngayon ng Ateneo, medyo hindi sila natamaan. Hindi natamaan dito. Sila yung nag-finish ng mga players kaya napapasok ngayon sa may garage. At sa backside, medyo, kumbaga, in terms of syncness, sabay-sabay sila from spawn to garage. Wala rin sila sabay-sabay eh.
Gusto ko tagdagan yan. Nakita mo ko yung instant call ng Ateneo dito.
Yeah.
Nakita nila yung fault line ng NU nang galing kay Rubio. And immediately, ang call nila is ito. Dikia, straight ka sa garage, push agad tayo. Wala tayong takot sa bridge nila dahil nandun siya sa A site. Walang player nakakatakutan tayo dito sa C. If may paranoia, okay lang yan. Ang dami nating angles na inaatake na hindi matatamaan lahat ni Cruz tayo with his paranoia.
The amount of confidence na meron nga dito ng Ateneo, they really want to overflow their enemies right now. Pero there's a tactical pause coming in from NU. A much needed timeout nga para syempre makapag-reset tayong lahat, trying to fix up kung ano ba yung mga pwede nga natin i-adjust for the side of our team. But of course, with this, hindi ba ng timeout din to para sa Ateneo syempre. And on towards these games, these rounds, nakita nga natin, sobrang taas ng win rate ng Ateneo sa C.
Totoo, actually. And again, ito yung strength na meron kang magagamit sa Haven. If you're having a bit of troubles, yung default is a very, very reliable and strong play to try to just use. Yung pinch play na ginagawa ng Ateneo on the garage and from Silong and garage is something na medyo nahihirapan kalabanin ang NU.
Well, at the end of the day, you have that breach and Teho. In terms of distance, wala kang problema. So, kayang-kaya talaga nila mag-react kahit sobrang layo mo pa. At saka si Jet, wala siyang gagawin. Dire-diretso lang siya kasi alam naman niya na meron magsusupport sa kanya. But however, this is actually really deadly. There's a fault line connecting onto these players after shock as well for them to get that delay. Pero, fault line lang yung nilabas ng Ateneo. Pero NU, ang dami na talagang nireact. But Alejandro, good pick onto Monsod. But now the Gia is super low. Pwede siya mag-back away or probably fight. Pero, in terms naman sa head count, NU, sila yung may lamang.
Call for Ateneo right now is to go the other direction. Look for, the high-low! Hindi ma-expect nito ni Antonio. What a play pa sa NU. Sneaky as can be. Staying Silipurada sa garage just so that nobody comes through on that one as Antonio is going to, or rather Cruz is going to respond on the other side. Maybe get that control on Silong. With that Nana Swarm para sa NU, they will stop Ateneo. There's a call right now para kay Owen para gamitin nga from the shadows. Para pick up lang yung spike, but the options for Ateneo in this 2 versus 5 is very limited, Vil.
This is really difficult for the side of Ateneo. I mean, yes, you have the Rolling Thunder, but at the end of the day, this is a 2v5. And in terms of HP, halos puno pa yung mga players dito ng NU. And now Amador, take it down to 1. That is the start of something new. And again, Liporada finishes this round with a win again. 4-6. And with a timeout na ginawa nga ni Coach Palacio, at least NU starting to recover slowly but surely.
Absolutely. We're seeing such great discipline and control right now sa later rounds para sa NU. Nakita mo naman yung setup na ito sa garage. That high-low setup para sa kanila, hindi ine-expect ng Ateneo. It's one of those things that you can just kind of sprinkle in sa mga per rounds and hindi ito minsan masisniff ng Ateneo.
At saka yung maganda nga doon, hindi niya alam na high-low yun. Kasi hindi lumabas si isang player. So, pwede ulit nilang gamitin yun sa mga ibang rounds and sa ibang location din. And of course, onto this game, fault line pareho, Alejandro winning that round, winning this game, and a multi-kill coming in from the Bulldogs! Alejandro and Rubio ending the lives of the whole Ateneo squad!
What a great response para sa NU. Nakita agad nila yung gustong gawin Ateneo sa A-Long. Bato agad ng fault line. And tignan mo naman, yung pagtipi ni Owen na spatan agad ni Alejandro. That was a step in the wrong direction para sa Ateneo dito. And they just lined up for the beautiful spray between Rubio at Alejandro.
Hindi nila ina-expect yun for sure. Pero in terms naman sa ultimates dito, you have to lock down Rolling Thunder, Blazor coming in from NU. At dito naman sa Ateneo, at least meron ka Steel Garden. Rolling Thunder, kanina pa natin inaantay. And syempre, meron ulit tayong Armageddon nga na hawak ngayon on Tinatejo. And again, Digia storming in, pushing in. This aggression, but trying to hold back as well. Kung push and pull lang tayo. If ever na wala naman tayo nakikita, and to the fact na medyo malayo naman yung mga team natin.
Apolinario?
Out na!
Oh!
Pero yun na nga, Owen Apolinario, 1-to-1 trade. Out na.
Out na muna siya. And immediately, you see that. He's rotating all the way back sa other side naman dito. Already knowing, having a sixth sense na babato na agad ng Ateneo yung kanilang Rolling Thunder. The question is, mapaplant ba ng spike ng Ateneo? And there we go. That is going to be retake na for NU.
Kayang-kaya pa rin naman to ng NU to the fact that Ateneo is here as well. Na handang-handa na rin sila with all the ultimates nga na meron sila. Paranoia, naka-ready na onto the side of Ateneo. There's a lockdown already. Pero ito na yung sagot nila. This is the Armageddon. There's a Rolling Thunder as well. Lahat sila bumaba all the way from hell, all the way from heaven, going down, taking out these players. Monson, however, and De Gea trying to stay alive, and the conversion of ultimates still Ateneo pa rin talaga nakakuha.
A great finale para sa ating first half. Para sa Ateneo dito, na alam nila agad yung gustong gawin ng NU and dropping down that Armageddon very early as soon as the lockdown gets placed by NU was a great counter to that. I think, I do like na NU was a little bit more responsive.
Yeah.
Yung double drop down ni Alejandro and his teammate, pero hindi pa rin ito kumaya. Ang isang magandang ginawa ng Ateneo dito is having Monson helping out his team all the way from A-Long as that secondary, and it worked out swimmingly, worked out beautifully para sa Ateneo.
Yun yung hindi nga ina-expect din na Ateneo dito na meron pa tao dun lang sa may orb nga ng A. And I really thought na yun lahat sila nasa loob na, pero hindi. Kumbaga in terms of last zone, sobrang poison talaga na pinakita nga din dito ni Amador. And again, 7-5 yes, and with this, na kayang baliktarin, pistol round win lang for NU.
Malapit lang 2 rounds yung difference nila And you're absolutely right. Gawa lang ito ng NU, and Ateneo might lose a couple of rounds, lose that momentum again na nakuha nila.
Yeah.
And it's such a hard-fought battle. Kaya sa mo, di ba, push and pull sila as of the moment. I'm so curious na hindi pa masyadong nagpapakita ang NU ng kanilang tao dito. Maybe they're taking a page out of the book ng Ateneo, which is to potentially wait for Ateneo to overstep their defense. Maybe lurk a little bit more on mid. De Gea with the contact, pero wala pa siya nakakuha ang kill.
Damage has been dealt already. One is super low, and Rubio, actually buhay na siya dun Pero yun nga lang, si De Gea, andun pa, nagstay, at yung kill nakuha niya. So in terms of flash, yung main flash ngayon ng NU at least wala na. But again, andito pa naman ngayon si Ohm, and mali mo makapag-paranoia pa siya if ever talaga makuha niya yung perfect timing, which is this smoke, this the dash, and this the salvo na meron ng mga players ngayon ng NU. Monson is here as well. Nakapitas ng isa. De Gea inside that smoke. This the swing. Ayun!
Nawala yung dash niya.
Pero walang malakas sa dalawa.
Totoo. Wala siyang pantakas doon, Vil. Still, 25 seconds on the clock. Wala pa tayo nakikita plans ngayon para sa NU. Isang player from Ateneo, pocketed around the corner. Monson has to go big, still on short. Pinapush siya. Cruz charging in. Hindi niya makuha yung connection. Napakatagal! 13 seconds! Back of the site. 2 versus 2 on the pistol. Titigilan ba nila? Yes. 7 seconds. Antonio, there's still time. There will be a 2 versus 1 coming around the corner. The connection. Oh my God! Antonio hits the shot with the clutch, and he will have his defuse.
They have no idea at all na meron pala isang tao na nag-aantay na, which is Antonio. I mean, yes, yung amount of delay na ginawa ng tao doon lang sa may short, sobrang laki nun. Nag-aabulan sila. Yung isang gusto mag-knife, di ba? And again, kumbaga yung pressure kasi, I mean, yes, 2v1, pero yung pressure nasa inyo pa rin. Kasi wala kayong idea tol kung nasa din yung mga kalaban nyo. And that is the thing na ginawa nga ng Ateneo. Kinapitalize sa yung moment na yun. To the fact that Cruz, 1 bullet na lang siya. At lalong-lalo na, frenzy pa yung gamit dito ng ating Vice.
Ang laking bagay ng ginawa dito ng Ateneo before that. Yung catch, Antonio, great. Pero kaya sinabi mo, Monsod, the
Yeah.
player holding short, and yung smoke ni Owen for him to isolate a couple of fights, super important and super impactful in that round to win them that pistol.
The delay is here already, pero yung nga there's a dash coming in from Alejandro, the push, the stinger, the buy na ginawa nga dito ng NU. Tinry nila trying to make the most out of this. Guns nga na meron sila, but now Monsod, they're not expecting this to happen. The stinger coming in from Monsod, 1-to-1 trade again, 4 versus 3, lamang dito ang NU.
Oh, the stun!
The stun connects, pero again, Apolinario is there for them to pull that trigger. Liporada, however, nakabawi pa ng isa. Owen, he is stuck, and Apolinario will capitalize on that. 6-8, and Ateneo falling down to the hands of the Bulldogs.
Absolutely feral play from NU. Nakita mo lang agad, straight up, start of the round, onting contact, sugod agad sa B-site, and tignan natin kung ano mangyayari dito. And it just worked for NU. Hindi na-expect ng Ateneo to. They were not prepared for that aggression, and nahirapan sila na mag-react din. We'll probably see it in a replay if makuha natin yun later, pero napakabilis na nangyari, and now broke na naman ang economy, or sira ang economy dito ng Ateneo.
Paano kayo makakabawi dito to the fact na yun nga yung problem nyo? It's all about the economy for the side of Ateneo, but now NU Bulldogs trying to make the most out of this. Kumbaga, buy na meron sila economy, they have the firepower, alam ni De Gia na merong alarm bot nga dito. And tinatry na sirain lang din yung positioning din dito ng NU Bulldogs. I mean, yes, super deep na niya. One tap tries if ever talaga mag-connect. Actually mess up with the strategy of NU. But right now, Ateneo, kailangan din nila makabawi. But right now for NU, sila talaga ang may lamang ngayon. There's the dash already. There's the push. The aggression is here. Alejandro is inside already. At napakahirap nga nito to the fact na wala kayong pera. Yung ekonomiya talaga, hindi talaga lamang sa inyo. Apolinario gonna plant the spike. There's the delay, the fault line, the salvos connecting onto this side, but now Alejandro na-try na makabawi nga dito na ngaw, and now Liporada from afar catching one.
Antonio, great starting shot with that Sheriff, pero wala silang control na makakuha dito. Apolinario coming through, able to connect 2 kills already. Holding at the back of the side si Owen. Owen! 4K para sa kanya! Nag-line up sila, and somehow he manages to clutch around para sa Ateneo, even though they only had pistols to start the round with.
This round is actually for NU, but Ateneo says no. Ang daming thrifty din nangyari dito sa UAAP sa totoo lang, no?
Totoo.
I mean, lalo-lalo na sa mga iba't ibang klaseng teams, sa iba't ibang klaseng schools. But of course, for Ateneo, expect the unexpected. I mean, yes, namatay nga dito sa De Gia. Nakapag-plant kayo ng spike dito yung NU. Na-deny and na-delay ng Ateneo to. Pero with that spray transfer, a dirty kill coming in from Owen. And with this, 6-9 Ateneo, nag-switch up sa kanila yung momentum ngayon bigla.
Ang tanong na lang is na shook up ba dito ang NU doon sa mga hero plays na ginagawa ng Ateneo? Is there going to be a change of pace, a change of mentality, of mindset? We'll have to see na lang if NU will be able to overcome that. Kasi hindi pa malaki yung difference dito. Pero 3 rounds lang. But at the same time, Vil, Ateneo is, wait, simple maths, 4 rounds away from winning this first map.
Yeah, kasi 13 lang, di ba, brother? Oh, yun. Quick maths.
Quick maths.
Oh, tama ka naman, bro. Tama ka. Okay naman.
Okay.
But right now, here we go. The players of Ateneo, sila yung may dalawang utilities nga ngayon, at least. Liporada trying na ma-pull off nga itong wall na meron nga si Vice. But again, all the way from C, together with other players of NU, at least mong ito ata ang gusto nga nilang puntahan. Jiggle Peak, yes, nandun. But Owen, at least alam nila na meron tao nga doon. Antonio catching one, which is Liporada pa. Pero alam nila na lurk lang yun. For Antonio, together with other players of Ateneo, they know kung nasan ba. Perfect timing onto that Razor Visor right now. Antonio still alive, but Cruz says no. Owen from afar, from the backside of the map. At least wala na rin siya. 1v3, Apolinario all alone. Kaya pa ba nila to? But Amador says no.
Very stressful situation para kay Antonio to be in that spot. 3 versus 1, napakadaming angles na kailangan niyang i-clear, and hindi niya magawa yon sabay-sabay. Ang ganda ng response na ginawa dito ng Ateneo on that push from NU, on C-Long. Nakita mo na lang talaga that they were just kind of cascading yung utils nila. Mag-push yung NU doon, may paranoia sila, mag-push ang NU doon, meron din silang util nung Vice, the flash and everything to make that work for them, and it is now Ateneo I feel like they're on the driver's seat already. May weapons ang NU, pero may op na rin na nilabas dito ang Ateneo.
The usage of utilities na ginagawa dito ng Ateneo, sobrang nakasync nga for themselves, for them na madelay palalo dito ang NU. But now, Liporada, together with other players of NU, trying to pave their way towards kung saan pa sila pwede pumunta. It could be B, it could be C, or probably A. Pero with this kind of, siguro, positioning, can be A, if ever talaga sila pupunta. But, Vice is there, waiting patiently. I mean, yes, si Breach, andun lang dun sa may kabilado, pero yung fault line niya, handang-handa na. They really need to maximize the distance of that fault line para lang din mapunta sa kanila yung lamang. But, Antonio, this is actually really deep though.
Ang question ko na lang dito is, naspatan ba nila si De Gia na naglalaro sa C as the operator player para sa Ateneo dito? Kasi yung movements ngayon ng NU, I think they're still a little bit in the dark kung ano ba talaga yung merong setup ngayon ang Ateneo.
Hindi pa nila napupunta yung operator though. Mukhang hindi talaga sila nagpapakita. Pero this is actually one of the best na sites nga na talaga na pwede nga nila puntahan, lalong na if ever Garage. But Owen is there already. The paranoia being set by them though. At pag lumabas na itong recon bot, ibig sabihin on game na Owen, Mamba at paranoia is here. But Armageddon towards Garage. This is deadly for the side of NU. Owen with a 2K. Make that a 4v2. The timing is not in their favor right now. And again, the reset. Liporada trying to stay alive. And Amador finishing the round with a win. 6-11 already. And the Blue Eagles, 2 more rounds for them to finish this game.
Incredible response para sa Ateneo. Nakita mo yung instincts, yung spider sense ni Owen. Agad na meron na ata mangyayari doon sa garage. Na-call niya, he just backed away, saw the setup already, 30 seconds onto the clock, and alam agad ng Ateneo that this was not a fake, this was not something else. It's a clear-cut push on that C site. And nag-respond na sila very, very well against this this push na ginawa ng NU. There's also a thing lang din na nangyari before that round ended. I think hindi na pick up ng Ateneo yung operator ni De Gia.
Marami silang pera.
Okay lang, tama. May pambili sila. Ang 10 operator, sabay-sabay pa.
May pambili sila, bro. So, hindi nila problema yun, ekonomiya, bro. Pero ngayon, for the side of NU, recovery stage, yes. Final pause, I mean, not final, pero last pause nila para pagdating nga dito sa series na to. But for the side naman ngayon ng Ateneo, konti na lang.
Oo nga eh.
Konti na lang. Tapos na itong game. 2 more rounds and it's over. Antonio and Owen, we're gonna get to see if ever kung paano nila gagamitin ito from the shadows together with the Vipers. Steel Garden na meron nga si Antonio. But for the side naman ngayon ng NU, 1 more orb for the Blaze Storm. Lockdown. Hunter's Fury from the shadows is online. They desperately need this win.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say, it is such a risk ngayon. De Gia, that starting shot against kay Alejandro na nag-try lang na makakuha ng kanyang orb for that ultimate. What a risk and what a painful damage dealt. And you trying to just kind of move elsewhere on the map, knowing that De Gia has already shown yung sniper on that C side. Pero syempre, Ateneo will respond in kind, get that control outside A. Kita mo agad, nakapocket na si Antonio outside that A house. He's prepared for it. If ever man na mapush siya, kita mo rin dito, Tejo as well as si Amador on that breach is just going to be prepared to assist him with a potential fault line.
Ang dami kasing high risk, high reward moment na ginagawa rin dito ng NU. I mean, minsan gumagana, minsan hindi. Pero syempre, at least they're really trying so hard for them to do a big comeback. For the side naman ngayon ng Ateneo, well, lamang sila eh. They can do whatever they want.
Yes.
I mean, yes, they have 5 rounds to lose pagdating dito. And with this, pwede sila mag-switch up ng kahit ng mga utilities na meron nga sila. Pero dahil sa salvos already, Amador will catch one. Paranoia will connect nga sa may backside. And again, pagdating na naman dito kay De Gia and Amador, hindi man lang nakapasok yung spike sa loob ng B.
Oh, catch on to De Gia though. Pero consolation prize na lang yan dito. Apolinario, madadamihan pa ba ang mga kills niya? Mukhang hindi. And that is Ateneo pushing themselves into map point. I will add na lang, Vil. Amador, hindi siya na-knock out ng NU sa back ng side. Pinato na lahat sa kanya. Somehow, he's still able to survive.
Ito ba, kung napansin ko lang in terms of composition, Naalala mo, this is actually, kumbaga ito yung highest pick composition ng Haven.
Yes.
Sobrang tagal na. 2021, 2022.
Ay, sorry, which one? Yung sa NU?
Sa NU. Sa NU eh. Kumbaga for Ateneo, nag-switch up sila. Teho, mas pipiliin nila yung damage, yung delay in terms
Yes,
of information na pwede ibigay nga dito ng Sova.
Ito talaga yung yung new meta eh. NU, I do like the ideas, I do like the set strats, pero mas madami talaga magagawa, as you mentioned, when you have that Teho and Vice actually into the mix. Negia, where's the shot though? Forces the tailwind sa kanya, but he falls back into a really good position on short. No damage on either side, pero alam na rin ng NU kung ano yung nakaabang sa kanila dito sa A.
Buti na lang hindi sila nagkatamaan yun na yun. No
Totoo.
damage, zero damage, okay na reset for themselves. Pero if ever gonna talk about yung ultimates ng lahat ng mga players na to, this match is gonna be crazy. Sobrang gulo na to for sure. Pero they have the verticality pag hindi nga dito kay De Gea. They're not expecting this to happen. If ever nag-push ba dito ang NU for sure, pero we're gonna get to see kung talagang kaya nilang mapredict to. But for the 40 seconds in, this is a dash, this is a fault line connecting onto one. Numbers so pati nga dito si NU. Laser onto the side of the Gia. He's gonna be shot down by Liporada. And again, Monsod being flashed. The push is here. The damage. The flash again coming in from that breach. 2v1. Lockdown is online. Spike is dropped. Pero medyo malayo pa yung mga kalaban niya.
Absolutely. Liporada is still healthy with 150, pero alam ba niya na Antonio is already here for the lurk? He has 15 seconds. He sees the splash. Alam niya na. He has to go in. Has to even plant the spike. Wait, nakalimutan ba niya? He's already in 1 versus 1. Owen, great flash. Still no time to plant the spike. Nasaan yung kalaban niya? Right, ring around the Rosie.
Oh no!
Paranoia and the shot instead. No time! 1 second! Pinabagsak, and that will be map 1 para sa Ateneo.
The delay na meron dito ng Ateneo ever since the beginning of time, yun at yung delay ginagawa nga nila. It's actually really working so good for the side of the Blue Eagles. But for NU, kung ako rin talaga, yung killjoy nga ng NU, talagang mahihirapan ako. I don't know kung saan ako pupunta. May tao sa harapan ko, may tao sa likod ko, yung spike drop pa, yung oras wala na, yung bullets ko ubos na. Ano unahin ko?
I honestly thought nagagamitin niya muna yung lockdown.
Yeah.
Force someone to break it first and then try to plant the spike.
Yeah.
Again, I understood na baka nahihirapan siya kasi hindi niya lang kung magagaling yung 2 versus 1 na yun.
Yeah.
Pero I think he needed to take a risk, a gamble doon just so that he can have some breathing room lang para makapag-plant ng Spikeville.
The pressure is on. Pinakita nga dito ng Ateneo Blue Eagles. But again, this is actually the post-game. Yung mga scores nga natin, Monsod being the top dog dito nga sa game na to. It's actually that Teho. Ito
Yes.
kumbaga, alam naman natin yung team ngayon ng Valorant, Dawn of the Duelist, right?
Yes.
Because of Waylay coming out. Pero ang laging MVP sa UAAP, kumbaga, sobrang taas. 80-90% laging initiator.
Totoo. Kasi sobrang daming pwedeng gawin ni Teho. And speaking of which, of course, the MVP for Map 1 is Monsod on that Teho. Napakaganda ng timings niya. He's able to assist the Gia. He's able to create those opportunities for Ateneo to capitalize on. And he was definitely on fire in this first map here on Haven.
KD niya, sarado. 2.0 na pinapakita nga dito sa side nga ng Ateneo. And again, for the side naman dito sa ating first game, actually, for the side of NU, it's a good thing na kunin na yung first round. Pero, ang sabi dito ng Ateneo, tara, force tayo. They're not expecting that to happen. And they made it happen.
Absolutely. I will say though, NU, they had a lot of good ideas, a lot of good aggressive plays, pero it really wasn't enough to get a catch dito sa Ateneo. Ateneo, pinag-usapan natin kanina, so many rounds, so many thrifties that actually worked out their way. I think maganda ang start of play ng NU, pero sometimes they do tend to kind of play or not push through with their game plan. Sometimes they default a little bit back, and that kind of allows Ateneo to find and just kind of push through. And it is not so good when you're up against a team like Ateneo that is willing and it is very experienced in winning those type of situations.
Yung nasabi ko kanina na sobrang pressured na sobrang yung laki ng the amount of pressure na binibigyan ka ng Ateneo dito sa NU is nakakatakot talaga. Kasi ang hirap sabay-sabay lumalabas yung mga kalaban nyo na hindi mo alam kung ano yung titignan nyo. And for the side ngayon ng NU, hindi rin nila alam kung ano ba yung priority nga nila, kung ano ba yung uunahin nga natin. And with the amount of thrifties, clutches na pinakita nga dito ng Ateneo, they really deserve this 1-0 win.
With that, of course, like you mentioned na nga, they're one win away from getting themselves a Series W. A much needed din dito, Vil, kasi syempre, as you are, kind of preparing ourselves to get into the playoffs, gusto na Ateneo to at least end this Group A with a much better standing compared to kanina again, losing to De La Salle.
Si De Gia talaga inantay niya, no? Kasi alam niya na mayroong papasok doon. At si Omen pa, yung nakita nga niya bigla. At yun nga sinasabi nga natin, talagang sobrang na-pressure lang din talaga yung killjoy nga ng NU. But they tried their best. Everything has to be really worthy. Kaya pinakita rin din ng NU versus Ateneo. But at the end of the day, it's just 1-0 pagdating nga dito ngayon sa game na to. Pero before that, ladies and gentlemen, before tayo pumunta sa a very, very short break, catch the rest of the UAAP Esports matches on the Pilipinas Live app. You can also watch other sports content like UAAP Volleyball Finals, PBA, NBA Playoffs, na talagang sobrang fun ka, and more!
Yeah, of course. So download the app and register for free. Napakadali lang.
Yep.
Di ba, Bill? So, to all of that, incredible matches that we've seen here. Incredible, and we're still ongoing then. I cannot wait to see what happens for map number 2. But before that, we're gonna take a quick break, and when we come back, it is map number 2 here at UAAP Esports Season 87.
How much do we love Pinoy sports? As a fan, we don't just watch the games.
This season for me, and I just owe it all to the work I put in.
We watch every part, every angle, every name. We talk about the plays, talk about it for days. We witness the big events, the thrilling moments, and relive the best seconds. We cherish the fears, the tears, at syempre, the cheers. How much do we love Pinoy sports? With all our heart, all-out passion. All the time. All with Pilipinas Live. Ang app natin para sa sports natin.
You know what I love about Philippines?
Pilipinas Live is the home of Philippine volleyball. Watch your favorite volleyball leagues such as Spikers Turf, Premier Volleyball League, and the UAAP. All in one app. You can watch all these games and more live and on your preferred device. Download Pilipinas Live today from the App Store or Google Play Store and register for free.
Pag po nga dito ngayon sa syempre sa ating third series of the day. At yun.
Yun pala yun.
Tinawag kita yun. Kasi mag-start na tayo. Pero yun
Excited
nga,
kasi.
sobrang exciting nga talaga. And Game number 2, we're gonna get to see kung makakabawi ba dito ang NU Bulldogs or just Ateneo. Itutuloy at itutuloy lang nila, and I have a feeling ganoon na talaga yung mangyayari kung nakondisyon ni Coach Marcelo yung mga players niya.
Yeah, and again, may onting preview na tayo sa capabilities ng Ateneo on this second map. Again, just seeing earlier today, Icebox, it actually looked pretty good para sa nila. They had great ideas, they had great lurks, great map control, and is that going to be something that NU is gonna be prepared for? NU had, on the same end then, had great ideas, good aggression, pero parang raw firepower yan compared sa more finesse na pinapakita ngayon ng Ateneo.
Kumbaga, yes, you prepared.
Yes.
So much magaling dito sa game na to. You have this game plan bago kayo pumunta nga dito sa game. Pero, at the end of the day, it's all about kung ma-win mo ba yung mga fights mo. You need to win your fights first.
Totoo.
Your gun battles, everything, bago ko na rin talaga mapunta dun nga sa mas magandang win nga onto these rounds. But at least, for the side of NU Bulldogs, for sure with this reset that they did onto that break, sana mas maging okay pa itong game number 2 natin. I mean, maganda naman yung pinakita nila sa game number 1, yes. But it's just for the side of Ateneo, nalalason agad nila. Lagi yung mga kalaban nila.
Yeah, I think there is a couple of rounds na nasa-string together ng NU. Pero I think that's more of Ateneo just playing a little bit more haphazardly. Yung susugod na lang sila at bigla na lang makaka-catch off guard ito ng NU. Pero once Ateneo kind of, alam mo na, kalma lang tayo, hinga ng onte, hindi na mahanap ng NU yung kind of contact na gusto nila. Sure, there are some plays na kahit natin kagaya kay Liporada na nakakuha siya ng mga lurk kills na again, have been leading to a couple of round wins for Ateneo, but they are a little bit too stretched and far in between dito, Vil. So, again, NU really has to find that flow state, that rhythm, para mas, sa kanila mas makakuha sila ng better performance or better output sa kalaban nila.
Yeah. I mean, in terms naman dito nga sa side nga ni NU Bulldogs, anything can happen. Push it to a game number 3. Yes, you can do that because patapos na yung ating group stage.
Yes.
Right after this, gonna be the playoffs na Kumbaga, hindi naman lahat mapupunta sa playoffs. Siguro probably top 2. And with that, sila yung maglalaban-laban nga on to the grand finals that's gonna happen this Sunday. And in terms naman sa being a champion, yung Lasal, medyo mainit pa di ba? Napakita nga natin. I mean, yes, sila yung defending champion, but of course, they really want to get it now. And if ever na makakita ulit tayo ng bagong champion, yun din ang gusto ko nga makita. And for the side naman ngayon ng Ateneo, yun lang din I mean, they started this game na sobrang fire talaga, mainit talaga. All they need to do is just transfer yung capabilities nila towards the map 1 papunta dito sa map 2.
I wanted to ask lang pala, as we are just, waiting for our second match to go underway, sino ba ang tingin mo ang kind of big challenger ngayon sa Lasal? That is, again, our defending champions. But of course, for the moment, we do have the banner being brought up. Supporters para sa Ateneo dito. Love to see it. Ikaw ba, Phil? Saan ka nga pala na-graduate ulit?
Med.
Okay. Ako kasi hindi ako kasama
Magkaharap yung school natin, brother.
Ano yung tawag sa ano nyo? Sa school nyo? Okay. Oo.
Iba yun.
Iba pala.
Sa kabilang liga yun Tigil mo na. Dito tayo ngayon.
Okay.
It is Icebox na mapupunta nga natin ngayon, and it's gonna be Ateneo ang pumili.
So far, nakita din natin kanina yung how, again, I do like the ideas of Ateneo playing on that Icebox. I think si Monson ata yung naglalaro nung Gecko. I wonder if he's gonna utilize that again coming in to this second map, if it is going to be a part of the game plan ng Ateneo, or will they mix him up to something else? Maybe that more of a Tejo Breach combination. I have been liking that a little bit more moving forward. Pero NU, on the other hand then, this is a team that has been struggling so far. I think ang standing in at NU is 0-4, if I remember correctly.
Sadly, yes, nakikita nga natin. Pero ito Darwell, Asoray.
Ay, salamat Justin.
Asoray. Ito I really want to see a game number 3.
Yes,
I mean,
absolutely.
Lalo na patapos yung group stage natin, they really want to get that win. Lahat, of course. And for the side naman ngayon ng Ateneo, they've won against one team, syempre. They've lost kanina. And of course, if ever 2-1 yung score mo, you have a higher chance na mapunta sa playoffs eh.
Honestly, I think Ateneo have already sealed the deal na rin.
Yeah.
Kasi looking at the standings natin, before this day started, they were already second, just right behind De La Salle University, and they were both 2-0 na rin in terms of the score. So unless may sobrang gandang set na ginawa dito ang National ang NU. Actually, even then, I think the points just is overwhelming na sa Ateneo. Kasi Taylor did explain this kanina sa akin. If you win the series 2-0, it's 3 points for you.
Yeah.
If you win the series 2-1, it's 2 points for you.
Yep.
So Ateneo is looking at least safe as that second
Yeah.
seed coming in para sa Group A.
Actually, either way, ang kailangan lang nila for them na talaga mas-secure palalo, they need to get the 2-0, probably 2-1 dito nga sa game na ito. But for NU, of course, they want to finish the season na sila pa rin talaga, na meron pa rin talaga silang panalo for sure.
With a bang, yeah.
Pero pagdating na dito ngayon sa I want to talk about the other schools, which is in FEU. Actually, yun yung gusto nating makita. Last year, wala silang panalo.
Yeah.
Pero ngayon, top seed sila.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kasi hindi ko rin masyadong na-follow yung last year din, but it was interesting to kind of hear yung sinasabi niyo sa akin na there has been some trial and tribulations for the players, trying to get their groove. Maybe it's because, syempre, parang fresh into the competitive scene pa rin sila. Pero now, a year later on, mas comfortable na sila, mas prepared na sila. And it seems like we are showing up na yung comps ng team natin.
Yeah.
And Ateneo, still sticking to the same thing that we saw when they faced De La Salle earlier today.
And the full names, ladies and gentlemen, dito ngayon si Sova Amador, Killjoy Antonio, Jet Teguia, Viper Owen, and of course, nandito si Gecko Monsod.
And syempre sa NU naman, we have Reyna Liporada, Viper Cruz, Killjoy Rubio, Sova Apolinario, and Jet Alejandro.
Bagay, no?
Jet Alejandro.
Bagay,
bagay
diba?
siya, bagay siya.
Bagay na bagay.
Para sa'yo ba, pag ikaw, anong age ba yung ginagamit mo? Jet, di ba, madalas?
Oo,
So, Jet
Bilisiran.
Sa akin ba? Ano ba
Jet
ako ngayon?
din sa'yo eh.
Hindi, flex ako eh. Flex Lirena.
Flex Lerena. Killjoy Taylor. Kilala mo.
Tamang-tama, German.
Oo. Yung isang direct natin, si Reggie.
Oo, ano ba?
Jet Peneza.
Uy, pwede.
Bagay, no?
Oo.
Second game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Ateneo Blue Eagles versus NU Bulldogs. Isa na lang ang kailangan nga ng Ateneo for them to get that win. And NU Bulldogs really need to get that win as well for us to see a game number 3. De Gea, they have the better angle. They have that verticality as well na ginagawa nga nila, leading by Liporada. Ito at least they have that double duelist na hawak nga dito ng NU. But now Alejandro with a punish on De Gea.
Agad-agad. And you starting off with the bang. Even through the wall na nilapag dito ng Viper, di pa sila natatakot. Great catch by Cruz. The force, this is a beautiful start sa pistol round ng NU. The force back to si Antonio, having to wait for the rest of his team, and no catches just yet. Such aggression from Alejandro, will get punished though. Antonio waiting around for his own teammate. Potentially, 2 bullets left into the chamber. Medyo matagal yung Viper. Shots connecting. Medyo nahirapan. And that is going to leave Owen na lang in a 1 versus 4. Can he isolate a couple of the fights? As he does get spotted out. Great first catch pero hindi siya hahayaan ni Apolinario pumasok dito sa A site.
First pick-off na ginawa nga dito ng NU nung nawala nga dito sa Teguia. I mean, it's like they know what's gonna happen onto this game. And ito fresh pa yung nangyari nga kanina, Asaray, diba? Nung nakalaban nga nila yung Lasal a while ago. So for NU, they know what's gonna happen. They know the angle, the position na pwedeng yung puntahan nga ngayon ng Ateneo. And with that, biglang na-punish ng NU Bulldogs itong Blue Eagles. And again, they have better economy, firepower as well. At pagdating nga dito si NU, they need to win this no matter what. At hindi na mauulit yung kanina, syempre.
Monsod gets caught by Alejandro playing very aggressively sa B-long. Throwing out yung DC sana para makakuha ng flash pero hindi nahayaan ito. Great reactions for NU. Slow approach for the rest of the team. Majority ng forces ng NU looking for this B take, especially with the setup na meron yung Viper. The wall giving them much coverage. Hintay lang ng onte. Slow approach. Antonio gets caught. And this is a very clean and honestly just kalmadong pag-push ng NU. Shock darts being thrown Apolinario's way, pero hindi matitigilan yung pag-plant ng spike. And Ateneo is just gonna be looking potentially for a bit of that eco damage. Great shot para kay Apolinario dito. Owen coming around the corner, jumping shot, takes down the one. And isa na lang tayo ngayon. It's just Alejandro, or Amador, excuse me. Back of the B site. 1 versus 3. Oh, teka lang. Umiinit siya dito. Can pick up a weapon din. But time is ticking.
Can be winnable right now. They have the Spectre, pero yun nga lang, may wall pa. Kumbaga, decayed din yung buhay niya. If ever papakita nga siya dito, but Cruz, more than ready for them to take down Amador. Well, yun nangyari nga kanina, it's not gonna happen anymore na hindi na nag-force buy dito ang Ateneo. But now, Enya Bulldogs, at least with this decision, with this aggression, and lalo-lalo na, yung advantage na meron nga dito yung Bulldogs, they're gonna use this in order for them to overwhelm their opponent. Ito ang pumili nito, syempre Ateneo.
Yes.
Of course, they're not gonna pick a map na talaga hindi sila comfortable. Well, this is actually really scary for the side of NU rin. To the fact na nanalo ang Ateneo dun sa mapang pinili nga nila. What more dun sa mapang pinili din ang kalaban niya.
I will say though, medyo maaga rin naman. Good starts para sa NU, pero ito na yung talagang challenge sa kanila as Ateneo will have their gun round already purchased. You can see na medyo mabago na yung galawan dito ng Ateneo.
Yeah.
Owen is going to be holding yung back yellow dito. He might need to get color rotation from someone else para ma-assistahan lang siya. And yun Simon Sod already running through from mid all the way through B. Now they know that Owen is going to be here. Owen holding a different corner, and I love just yung ano niya, yung kanyang hesitation or yung kanyang trigger discipline, not choosing to go for this fight. Lalo na naka-multi-stack ang NU.
The one-way smoke is actually really working for the side ngayon ng Ateneo. Owen catching one again, pero meron pang pangalawa. At least decayed pa. Owen with a 3 already! And Antonio is there to finish the job. 1-2, Ateneo is back. And ito well, siyempre, lamang din ang Ateneo in terms of firepower. And from NU, goodbye pa rin. Good round. Why? At least yung isa namatay nga dito ang side ng Blue Eagles. But the problem is, Viper Spit is online already. Again, for the side of NU Bulldogs, in terms of struggle, wala pa. Like what you've said, we're just starting and yung timing na rin talaga nung pag-push nga, yung pag-up ng portion card for the side of Ateneo,
Yeah.
great timing.
I'm more surprised na natagalan ng NU going in for that push through B. Parang hinayaan nila na matulungan si Owen ni Monsod, with that Viper Gecko combination. NU, second try tayo, second take 2 dito sa B. And I do like na maybe they will change yung kanilang potential push. And mukhang yun ang ginagawa nila. I like the setup, I like the everything, and yung snappiness ng pag-push na sa B-side. Quick plant agad dito para kay Apolinario.
This portion cloud para din talaga mapigilan, and then yung mga players dito ng NU Bulldogs, Alejandro will have that verticality. Drone catching him right now, but the problem is, can they get this post plant down? Retake is on for the side of Ateneo. Owen pushing in, pero medyo malayo pa nga sila. We're just waiting as well for the retake, and as well, yung utilities na pwede nga nila magamit nga ngayon. Liporada is here. Cruz catching one. I mean,
Monsod!
but the collateral damage connecting onto 2, and not just 2, but 3 already. Hunter's Fury from afar. Medyo malayo pa to. Rubio trying to stay alive. And again, that is Ateneo trying to stick, and a clutch by Owen. At naubos pa niya.
Nakapos yung Nano Swarm. There was also an interesting play na nagbato si Apolinario dito ng kanyang Hunter's Fury pataas.
Yeah.
I think he's trying to get a catch kay De Gia, pero he wanted to at least hit somebody more closer grounded to the floor. Ayun binato niya pataas yung kanyang Hunter's Fury. I have no idea what that was for. In any case, these little bits of mistake or maybe yung na-pressure ang NU dito costed them that round, and that will also cost them their money coming into this one.
On to that round, siguro 6-footer si Viper. Pero hindi.
Tangkad naman.
Tangkad ni Viper doon. Pero yun na nga, ito na yung sasabi nga natin kanina, the pressure is on for the side of NU Bulldogs, and now Ateneo, at least everything is actually really working good. The side nga nila, in-stick ni Owen Grabe yung pagka-stick nga ni Owen a while ago, even managed to take down 2 remaining players of the Bulldogs. And now Alejandro, there's a dash, trying to get that yellow control. But for Ateneo, retake it is.
Napaganda na yung wall nila dito. I think they're just hoping na makahanap ng first contact si Alejandro. Maybe another call para i-drop lang yung smoke. Yeah, there it is. Great 2 catches. Alejandro. Oh! Second connection gamit ang kanyang blades. Pangatlo ba? Hindi. Na-fly swatter na siya ni Owen. Still no plant onto the spike, pero Rubio has gotten... Oh! No! Nasmatan siya! Amador!
They have the idea already, pero magko-commit ba dito si Rubio? I mean, yes, well, some choice nga dito because of the time. 35 seconds remaining. They have an idea that probably is gonna be A, at yun na nga, doon na nga sila papunta. This is 3v3. They have this locked already for the side of NU, at medyo lamang nga sila dito. But now, Amador will gonna get that Raptors control. Alam niya na meron tao nga sa baba. Cruz is super low on HP. Meron pang third. There's a push already, and that's a deny! He's actually whiffing his shots. Owen with a 3K already. Might as well get that 4. But where is the ace? And now Liporada, one tap to the head, connecting. Amador with a finish. 3v2. I mean 3v2. And now the Blue Eagles with the lead.
Salamat talaga sa tulong ng ating production. Kung wala sila dito, hindi natin makikita mga amazing plays na ginawa ng Ateneo on the retake. It was kind of interesting to see na this was the play for NU, banking on yung player capabilities ni Alejandro. It actually worked out pretty well para sa kanya. The only thing na lang talaga was naspatan si Rubio on that lurk sa A site. Ang ganda na sana eh. Nahanap niya na si Amador, pero hindi. Amador just checked A, made sure, and the timing was just unfortunate para sa NU.
Once again, they have the Hunter's Fury, and the trash is online for the side of Ateneo. Alejandro will push, or probably push and pull na lang ulit kasi alam naman niya na maraming ng tao nga dito ngayon sa A. With that operator na hawak nga ngayon ng Tequila, this is going to be deadly. Aldrode from up top, spawning him out. And with this, the delay is on again for the side of NU Bulldogs. They have the lockdown once again. Kailangan nga nila magamit dito no matter what. But now, the wingman, the trash. I mean, pwede rin na gamitin nga dito ni Monsod. But it's just the timing. It's actually really waiting. De Gia from up top. This is the kill. One tap to the head. Cruz with a recover. With a trade 1-1. Hunter's Fury is online. But now the Hunter's Fury, they have the trash for them to counter out this Viper's bit though. Pero with the recovery nga dito nga ni Monsod, nakabawi pa ng isa. Liporada on to 2F. Will catch one. But right now, it's just Amador together with other players of Ateneo trying to stay alive for them to get this retake done.
Owen at Antonio coming in for the flank as well. Antonio able to hit a shot. This is great para sa kanya, pero that Viper Spit nahihirapan talaga i-push through ng Ateneo, and that will equalize our rounds ngayon as NU are able to bully out Ateneo out of that A site. The big thing din dito, Vil, is Ateneo, or rather NU, nakapag-save pa sila ng Killjoy lockdown, and that is going to be huge to create more tempo in this round, especially when Ateneo is gonna be on this kind of broken or half buy in the 7th round.
I mean, broken by for the side of Ateneo. At least NU, try talaga nila makabawi dito kahit papano. I mean, yes, yung Viper Spit na gawa nga nila, Owen, meron pa naman siya ditong one-way smoke para mas mahirapan din dito yung pagpasok nga ng NU. But in terms of firepower, economy, lahat, lamang na lamang din ng NU. Empress is online, activated as well. So, NU, this is gonna fight. Lalaban nga sila dito in Ateneo. All they need to do is siguro pigilan lang din, lalong-lalo na si Reyna.
Easier said than done, honestly, to be able to do that. Pero you can see that NU, mas kontrolado sila ngayon. Hindi na sila agad-agad na nagpo-push. They're making sure na meron silang fallback or may refrag sila, able to assist each other just in case na Ateneo does have something a little bit, I would say, zesty in mind or tricky in mind. We'll have to see na lang. This is a slower approach. 50 seconds na lang titira. And you able to go for the contact. Lear already used. Alejandro using yung high ground niya, high ground capabilities and Jet to push them back. Owen is able to get that lurk off. So at least magkakaroon tayo ng 4 versus 4 on this retake para sa Ateneo.
But here we go. This is the retake na gagawin nga ng Ateneo. 3-man ultimate song for the side of Ateneo right now. There's a lockdown being set by NU. De Gia catching one as well. Pero meron pa ditong Rico nga nakitang-kita na nga nila. Trash being activated. Hunter's Fury din. Basag na yung lockdown. And it's time for them to wreak havoc. Owen with a 3K already. But where is that Killjoy? Rubio all alone. Apat pa yung katapat niya. There's a double swing. And Owen making it happen with a 4 freaking K again and again. 4-3 Ateneo with a step back.
Absolutely gorgeous retake dito para sa Ateneo. NU stuck a little bit too close to site nila and got overwhelmed. Now, tables have turned a little bit. Let's look at the quick little replays. Owen, sobrang linis talaga. He's able to just influence yung entire map natin dito. Getting that catch against the lurk ng NU all the way sa B. And somehow, as he rotates to help out yung A site, siya pa rin yung the one coming out on top. And look at the KDAs ngayon. Owen is the only one hitting double digits, Bill. He's got 16 kills to his name, and he is not looking to slow down as we continue into another round pa.
But right now, for the side of NU Bulldogs, I mean, yes, in terms of economy, hindi natin talaga napupunta nga sa kanila. But right now, for Ateneo, they have the firepower, they have the guns being set nung win nga na ginawa nga nila kanina. But now, Owen, si Owen, in terms of multi-kills dito, Asoray, actually really working good sa kanya. I mean, 4K, an ace. For sure siya yung top frag nga ngayon. Off-cam kill onto the Gia, taking down Rubio. But they have an idea for sure na lurk lang yun.
Still the push comes to shove. Owen pa rin. Able to get the W against Alejandro. Nice use on the snake by creates some space. Pushes. Uses the smoke, and hindi siya mahanap ng NU. The isolation, the rotation, and Owen is just 1vxing NU at this point. Ipit na ang players nila. One more left standing. Apolinario with a shot, but that is just a response that might not be enough. 3 versus 1. The push. Double swing, and Amador gets the victory, and Ateneo get themselves a 2-round lead against the NU.
They have the advantage, of course, so might as well get that win again. But for the side of NU, ito na yung recovery stage nga nila pwede nga gamitin ngayon. They have the Hunter's Fury, Vandals, Phantom, kompleto. But can they manage to overflow their opponents right now with all the utilities nga rin na meron sila? You have a double duel setup, yes. So in terms of playing fast, pwede nyo gamitin yan. Pero napipigilan na rin talaga sila because, of course, you have that Viper. Na parang na siya nagiging sentinel sa B. So, nagbibigay to ng oras kay Killjoy na pupunta sa A. So, parang nagiging double sentinel na rin to.
I think the problem right now then para sa NU is hindi nila magamit si Liporada as that secondary duelist eh. Masyadong mabilis ang pag-entry ni Alejandro dito. And as that Reyna, kung hindi siya makakuha ng pick to get that dismiss, ang hirap sobra. Amador, I love the idea dito. He's playing such a close position right around the corner against Rubio, but because he does have the Gia doon sa high ground na nakita niya through the walls, maganda ang setup dito ng Ateneo, at least getting a more aggressive or proactive control sa A-main, giving a lot of information for Ateneo.
Sobrang deep na nga nasasabi mo, like Sova ngayon na they're not really expecting that to happen. But for the side naman ngayon ng NU, Alejandro is inside already.
Wow.
At di rin i-expect to na Antonio is here with a swing again and again. Denied yung wingman. So, wala silang oras ngayon na pwede nga talagang gawin. But at least, Liporada has that yellow control. Poison Cloud is still alive though. Gecko going down for them to get more space, get more control onto that side. Pero mabalis dito ang NU. This is the push already, and the swing is there. The damage is not enough for the second peak. At least, Liporada managed to get that kill. Nano Swarm para mas mahirapan pa dito ang NU. The delay is here. Apolinario is there from the backside. Owen as well. Pero push nga nila. There's the kill, there's the swing. But Cruz making it happen. The recon, hindi na kailangan patayin to. He's super low in HP. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Shockturn is there, pero yung alang wala ng oras din.
Walang time. Walang safe space ang NU para makapag-plant nung spike. Nakita mo na lang, like you mentioned, planting the spike the first time, na-catch off ito ni Antonio. They tried to follow up, pero binato na Swarm to delay even further. Tapos yung susunod pa, shock darts coming out from Amador was just able to delay NU. Wala silang chance na makapag-respond doon. Antonio playing a very, very good game of Valorant in terms of being an anchor on that side. And kita mo naman, yung difficulty ng NU dito. Sure, Cruz can light it up like that. He can heat up. Pero ang problema, kaya sinabi mo, ubus na yung oras niya.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of pressure talaga na nilalagay nga ng Blue Eagles dito is just that intense. But now Antonio again catching one, which is Cruz. Oh! Buti nilang na-dink. Hindi nga sila nagkatamaan doon, but the damage onto NU. Nabawasin na dito si De Gia bigla-bigla. But for NU, the Kinda deep. Liporada, the timing onto that Sova. Hindi nga talaga sila nagkakakitaan. Liporada, all alone here in A together with that Killjoy as well. That Dizzy, MVP Dizzy. Nahuli agad yung mga kalaban nga nila.
Wala, slow approach ng NU. Hindi sila makakuha ng first pick up. Apollinario, unfortunately, medyo hindi malakas ang kagat ng Stinger at that range. Flawless round para sa Ateneo dito. And they are looking a lot more threatening up against sa NU. And NU has called the timeout. They need to take a step back, a breather dito somehow, or not a lot of things is working right now para sa NU.
At least with this timeout, kailangan nga talaga na mag-uusap-usap ngayon. They need to talk about kung ano ba yung mga kailangan din nila i-adjust. But for the side of Ateneo Blue Eagles, everything is really doing great with them though. Kahit B, kahit A, mid to B or mid to A, napipigilan nila yung delay. Nade-delay nga nila yung mga kalaban nga nila ngayon. And for any, they're really struggling so hard. And sana, right after this timeout, yung reset ng NU is manalo sila sa susunod na round. Actually, mataas naman yung conversion lagi nung timeout to win eh. So
Sure,
this is the time for NU to win.
Well, they're still gonna have to go through yung defense na sinet up ni Owen at ni Digia. You try to force Owen's position, nahihirapan ka sobra sa dun sa ganda, sa just great anchoring niya. And if you try to go against Digia, his operator has been such a big threat. And tingnan mo lang dito, Villa, Owen, isang kill na lang, makakakuha na siya ng 20 kills dito sa ating game na to. And he's the one that has been honestly solo farming yung picks against the NU team.
Really need to get all these one tap to the head, syempre, for the side of NU. And with this, they had the Viper Spit, yes, for Ateneo. So, kumbaga, go signal na to na hindi na sila sa A pupunta. They don't want to contest this. I mean, yes, meron kayong lockdown. Pero, yung distance, yung laki ng Viper Spit na yan,
Depende mo kailangan sa Raptors sa ilagay para maapektuhan yung majority ng A-side.
Actually, andun nga siya ngayon, di ba? Nasa may pipe siya, actually. And medyo delikado nga rin talaga. Kumbaga, hindi nga naapektuhan yung site, pero hindi ka makakapasok dun lang sa may orb mismo.
That's true. And kita mo yung support dito ni Owen is yung alarm bot na yan. It gives a very easy way for him to just know kung atakihin siya dito ng rest ng NU team. Speaking of NU, I don't know, man. Sobrang tahimik lang nila muna dito. I think they're just waiting potentially for a setup and whatnot. But you have to also take note na wala silang na-bait out ng resources ng Ateneo. So napakadaming pang delay ng Ateneo in terms of planting down that spike.
Viper Spit lang actually, no? Pero yun nga, look at Amador. He's gonna catch one. The aggression is here. Alejandro trying to stay alive, but Digia will get the kill instead. The wingman is here. Digia, the operator, the Vandal of Monsod, trying to stay alive with a 4 na people pa nabuhay nga sa Ateneo. 8-3, one more round for them to get that 9-3. Pero syempre, if ever in the shoes of NU, we will have to get that 8-4.
Yeah, we're going into this round, into this last round of the first half, where NU is just lacking in terms of that economy. Tingnan mo naman to sa Digio, just so quick to get that refrag against his opponent. Monsod, just adding a little bit more salt to the wounds. Walang chance si Cruz na makapag-plant ng spike na yon. And it's just so difficult for NU right now to just pierce through the defense ng Ateneo. Digia, he's already looking for a potential jump. Napakagandang gamit ng drone and hahabulin nila sa dulo ng mundo si Digia. The Hunter's Fury not connecting. One more shot and Apollinario hits it. Is that the opening that NU needs?
Wow. That's a really good na-guess nga na ginawa nga dito ng mga players nga ng NU for them to take down the only person na gusto nga talaga pumatay sa kanila. Hunter's Fear is here already. May matatamaan ba? Natamaan yung dalawa, but no casualties. Maganda nga dito si NU. And this is now the retake na gagawin nga ng mga players nga ng Ateneo. Alejandro pushing in. There's a swarm already. What's up tonight on that Blaze Storm? That is beautiful na ginawa nga dito ng National University. And with this, NU Bulldogs trying to recover with the win. 8-4 to start the second half.
Yung cascade ng picks dito ng NU, getting the catch onto
De Gia, the follow-up onto the players at the back of the site, yung pag-setup nila ng Viper Split, throwing everything that they had just to get that round was so crucial right now. I think ending in an 8-4 as we enter into that second half is so important ngayon para sa NU. Alejandro, that 2 versus 1 at the back on Snowman at the back of the B site was also such a pivotal clutch para sa kanya to again just solidify na yung round para sa NU.
One blade to the head nga ginagawa nga dito ng mga players nga ng NU, and they needed that win. That could have been kumbaga yung ganong klaseng play kanina pa. Parang talaga hindi tayo mag-skate sa ganitong klaseng score. But for the players of Ateneo, it's time for them to like havoc for sure. At lalong-lalo na with this kind of composition dito, Asoray, for the side of NU, this is built for attacking. They are the double duelist, pero this is actually really working din pagdating nga sa defending. Kasi once again, ito yung isa sa pinakasikat din na composition nga sa mapa na to. Tanggalin mo si Killjoy, lagay mo si Sage.
Liporada and Alejandro, if you can see, are pushing out aggressively outside A. Liporada now spots out Antonio on the spawn, hits a shot. Grabe naman, handang-handa na siya. That could call the rotation for the rest of Ateneo to just go the other direction. Apolinario hits a refrag, pero he's down to 17. If he holds this mid position, he might get caught by the remaining players ngayon ng Ateneo. Ateneo now looking to go the other direction as they want to compress their fight. Play along yung wall ngayon ni Owen as it still is going to be a 4 versus 4.
40 seconds remaining for themselves, and this is the push coming in from Ateneo. Blue Eagles, Monson will catch one. Owen nakapick off pa ng isa, pero yun nga, ang dami mong kalaban, may Rico pa sa baba mo. De Gia is here, and Monson to finish that round again. 9-4 and Ateneo Blue Eagles. Once again, nakakuha ulit sila ng score dito. And for NU Bulldogs, ito you don't want na yung kalaban mo is double digits yung score nila.
Yeah.
Kahit sa mga games mo, Asoray, ayaw mo rin. Siyempre, lalo na dito sa this kind of tournament.
Absolutely. Sobrang stressful niya na iniisip mo na lang na onting rounds na lang ba, makakaya ba natin ito. But I gotta say, ang hirap nung setup na yun para against na ginawa natin against sa NU. Si Cruz na nasa high ground ng B sa second floor, hindi siya makakita ng isang player ng Ateneo. Lahat sila sa ilalim niya. He couldn't get any picks whatsoever. At somehow, bypassing him, and you were not prepared for that push na nangyari sa Orange at sa back ng B side.
Yeah. And with this, buhay na ulit ako. Ramdam na ramdam ko na for sure makakabawi ng NU Bulldogs ito nga sa round na to. But for the side ngayon ng Ateneo, they had that firepower, they have this advantage, but look at that, the amount of respect na pinapakita nga nila sila
wait.
Ayan o. Iisipin mo, yung iba nagbabakbakan, tapos ito, meron ng
Stress ball kasi yun.
Stressed ako.
Kailangan mo ng stress ball. Or stress bear? Stress tacti bear? Hindi ko namin tawag kasi.
Kinakabahan ako.
Wala kasi ako nun.
Pero here we go, same. Pero here we go, the Ateneo Blue Eagles coming in. Papunta nga dito sa B. Pero yung mga players nga dito ng NU, mga tropa, medyo malayo pa. Mag-rotate pa. Yung dalawang tao nga dito sa Aegis ko, medyo malayo pa. Here's the wingman being set by the players of Ateneo. And now De Gia with this positioning is here. Pero meron pang tao nga doon lang sa may orange. Someone is actually really low, kind of low, which is Liporada. But at least this is the... Uy!
Antonio with the contact on mid. Pero ito na yung susunod na mga players ng NU. Pero inubos lang sila ni Owen dito. He's already 20 plus onto the kills. Rubio left standing and the push shot from Owen. Just able to make it happen.
Yung isa, kinda low. Which is si Reyna nga. Nagulat na lang din tayo, talaga nag-regen na rin yung HP niya. But for this round, 10-4, yes. Once again, you don't want your enemy, your opponent, na double digit niya to the fact na 6 pa yung hahabulin mo. That is really difficult for you na mahabol. But, a comeback, siguro, timeout kung meron pa.
I think they still have one more.
Yeah. But for the side of NU Bulldogs, this is a match, a game, a round na kailangan nga nilang manalo dito no matter what. If ever they really want to push into a game number 3, this is a must for them.
Absolutely. The only question right now is how is NU going to make that happen, as it is looking to be a lot more difficult para sa NU. Okay. Dalawang beses. Alright, third time's the charm. You got this, De Gia.
Di na. Maraming nanonood.
Let's go. Gia.
Marami daw nanonood, hindi na.
Okay,
Ayaw
hindi
na
na.
nagamitan. Once again, live tayo sa Pilipinas Live. If ever you want to watch us, please download the application as well. Kung gusto nyo
Yes.
manood, not just this, meron din tayong volleyball, syempre, basketball, of course, kompleto yan.
Yeah, NBA
But
playoffs.
NBA playoffs.
Absolutely.
Sino paborito mo sa NBA?
Siyempre na tayo, man on the Lakers.
Okay, alright. Sige.
Di mo alam yun?
Hindi, kilala ko yun.
Okay,
Ako
kilala
si
mo pala.
ako si favorite ko si Dubstep. Andun siya.
Talaga, sino?
Oh.
Saan?
Andun siya.
Anong team?
Ano? Ayoko sabihin.
Okay, sige.
We're
Okay na
going
yan.
back.
Digia.
Gia gonna push, and that is a punish by Cruz. Apolinario as well. Once again, ito yung kailangan nga ng NU na makabawi nga sila kasi if ever hindi, magiging 11 yung puntos dito ng Ateneo. They have better firepower. Alejandro making it happen. 5 versus 2, and NU Bulldogs, they have the lead.
Monsod and teammate now trying to create an opening using yung wingman to get that plant first, maybe even as a bait, pero hindi kakayanin ito. The catch from Alejandro and Liporada is able to deal with it. Another round para sa NU, a slow approach and a round win, a much needed 1 point para sa NU.
And for NU, slowly and surely, nakakabawi na nga rin sila dito kahit papano. And ito yun na Darwell Asoray.
Oh,
Na-
Justin Ville.
Na in terms naman sa lahat ng mga gun rounds nga natin dito, ito na yung pinaka-fair. They have
Okay.
the same na economy nga dito, barrel, utilities, everything. And with this round, kung sino mananalo dito, yung pwedeng siguro na makakuha rin talaga ng advantage of the fact na pag natalo dito ng Ateneo, wala silang pera next round.
Absolutely. Gotta say na lang, Ateneo, they do have the thrash. So, alam agad ng NU to not play into the site on that lower floor kasi baka mahuli sila ng ultimate dito ni Monsod. The setup for Ateneo sets it up, or rather, is gonna allow them to just get into the site, plant the spike. Will this wingman get denied? As nakita mo yung Nano Swarm, hindi. Plant is gonna go through,
Yeah.
pero Apolinario somehow manages to find Amador in that confusion.
Makakabawi pa rin dito yung mga players nga ng NU. Just gonna do this one step at a time. Thrash is here for them to get that kill onto Apolinario, pero missing that shot again. Pero they have the verticality. They have the full stop. Papunta nga dito. Antonio catching one. Alejandro as well. Alejandro storming in! Taking down Monson together with Antonio! And that is the retake coming in from NU Bulldogs.
Bit of mistake here and there para sa Ateneo, and NU able to collapse correctly into this fight. I think masyadong pinwersa ng Ateneo eh. They had the wall right in front of their face from Cruz, and they were kind of inclined or forced to actually just push through that and maybe challenge NU. But that was not working out para sa kanila. Thrash not also getting any hits, any detains was a big and I wouldn't say mistake, pero a big missed opportunity para sa Ateneo to really help themselves out in that post plant.
Yeah, big shout out to Mr. Jeremiah. But for the side naman ngayon,
Yung teacher ni Yuji?
hindi, ito siya.
Ay, sorry.
Pero for the side ngayon of Ateneo Blue Eagles, they're struggling right now. NU, sila yung may lamang. They're winning all the important rounds. Pagdating nga dito sa game
Temporada.
na to. Hunter Fury is here, but the lineup, kamunti ka na. Alejandro trying to stay alive, trying to wreak havoc onto this game. Amador, low HP. This is Shorty pushing in. The off-cap, nagahanapan sila. Ito na, Alejandro still managing to take down Amador as well. And Apolinario finishes the deal, ending this round with a win. 10-7. Comeback is here.
This is the second win ng NU, and it is looking a lot more difficult for Ateneo to get any kind of map control at this point. And the call out for Ateneo to go for this time out, para nam, I don't know, it seems like they are missing beats. They're not really getting that tempo, yung cohesion na nakita natin in the past couple of rounds. Pero I do like this set strat or yung parang response na ginagawa ng NU dito, which is to use Liporada as that kind of riot shield. Siya yung tatangke lahat ng offense ng Ateneo dito. If he gets any kind of kills, pwede siya mag-dismiss. Nandun si Alejandro sa likod niya to assist with that operator, and this kind of two-pronged approach ng NU has been working out in these past couple of rounds.
As long as it's working for the side of NU Bulldogs, they're just gonna do the same thing all over again. But for Ateneo, they're now struggling. Kita-kita natin dito na siguro iba na rin talaga ang depensa pinapakita nga ng NU Bulldogs. I mean, yes, dun sa first half, nahihirapan sila ng sobra. Pero once na nakuha nila yung groove nga nila, dun sila bumabawi pa unti-unti. Once again, they need to use their ultimates dito one step at a time. Well, 10-7. Kayang-kaya pa talaga makakuha nga ng
NU.
comeback dito ng NU.
Yes.
But for the side of Ateneo, 3 points na lang ang kailangan nga nila. In terms of economy, okay, pag natalo dito ng Ateneo, for sure wala na silang pera dito. And for the side of NU, siguro 2 to 3 more rounds, may pera pa sila, may economy pa. So kailangan nga nilang manalo dito no matter what for us to see a 10-10.
This wasn't really a big problem din kanina. Pero De Gia hasn't really gotten that much of any explosive impact compared to what we saw from that map 1. Nakita mo na 8 or 9 kills ng ata siya here in this Icebox map. And now that he needs to be that entry frag for Ateneo, they can't really bank on Owen anymore. De Gia is the point man for Ateneo here, and he needs to step up big. Viper Spit has already been used. They're gonna have a toxic screen as a response. Yung Wingman, successful on that spike plan, and ito na, Ateneo has a set strat, and they're forcing the hand of NU to retake this site through that Viper Spit.
At mukhang papasok na talaga yung mga players ngayon dito ng Ateneo. This is the last time nga na meron nga silang firepower ngayon na may barel. De Gia, get it up for verticality, catching Alejandro bigla. They have the Viper Spit, lamang na lamang dito
De Gia!
yung may Viper Spit. And De Gia, unstoppable kill. Taking down Liporada again. Apolinario, super low. The Viper Spit is no more, but Monsod trying to clean up all the mess nga dito ngayon sa site na to. 7-11 Ateneo. Dalawa na lang ang kailangan nila. But for NU, they still have that operator.
Yes, what a confusing situation to be in para sa NU. Look at that Viper Spit being put beautifully. De Gia able to hold a high ground position to just get catches in a better vantage point, getting kill after kill after kill. And this is what I wanted to see para sa Ateneo dito, to have De Gia have more impact, have more presence in these rounds. Now NU, kaya sa mga Vil, they have the operator, they have some set plays in mind. Liporada pocketing himself here dito sa ating B main and is looking to maybe get an assistance, but De Gia is starting to heat up once again.
And the push is here coming in from NU Bulldogs. But now, at least, nabawasan din dito ng isa yung NU, which is si Liporada again and again. But now Ateneo, itong mga damage na binibigay nga nila slowly is talagang take a huge toll for the side of NU Bulldogs. But for the side ngayon ng Ateneo, they have that trash once again in terms of distance, information, at lalong-lalo na creating space. They can actually get it. But for the side of NU, they need to stop the aggression here in A. Andyan naman si Sova dito. Pwede na talagang pigilan nga dyan. Pero napakahirap nga if ever talaga hindi siya nakuha yung first shot niya. Dizzy out, and with this, the aggression starts. But Apolinario, crisp shot onto the side of De Gia. Wingman, wala nakatingin dito kahit isa. But again, the players, which is Antonio, slowly and surely waiting with the lockdown being placed by them. Meron pa silang trash later on. 3 versus 4, lamang ang Blue Eagles.
Walang pansira na lockdown dito ang NU, and mauubos ang oras nila trying to just wait around with that ultimate. Kinascade pa ng Ateneo ang thrust nila to delay things a lot further. NU, do they have an answer? They cannot allow this round to go through. Mahihirapan sila. It's going to be that 12-7. Alejandro coming around. The defuse starts in. Cruz with a contact onto Antonio. Alejandro, 1 versus 1. No! Falls down to Amador. And it's Cruz and teammate now pushing into the site. The defuse pushes through. The half! Nakalang! Natigilan! Cruz! No time! 1 versus 1! Amador!
Oh no!
Siguro ba yan? May oras ba? Wala! 12-7!
That could have been a win for the side of NU, but the pressure, the timing, napunta sa Ateneo, lalong-lalo na si Alejandro kanina. He got that operator, but the problem is, hindi na nakuha yung kills nga ng Ateneo. And with this is a much-needed timeout for the side of NU Bulldogs. They have the timing, they have the probability nga na talaga makuha nga nila, but they need to solidify their strategy in order for them to win. This might be the last round of the day, but for NU, ayaw nilang mangyari yun.
losing Liporada so early into that round costed a lot of map control dito para sa NU. They had to play it with a 4 versus 5. Ang ganda na ng ginawa ni Apolinario where he was just able to get a couple of kills and that very important frag onto De Gia then. But still, nakita mo na nga, Vil, able to just plant that spike with the wingman.
Yep.
Follow through, another pick for Antonio allows him to get that lockdown and again, inubos na lang ng Ateneo yung timer dito para sa NU, not allowing them that breathing space. Isipin mo, kung walang lockdown, walang thrash, plenty of time I think para makapag-half ng defuse ang NU dito and even work around with that retake clutch. Pero yan nga, kinulang sila.
Pero, well, yung Rico naman, at least, diba, dalawin na tag niya either way. And again, they have the information. The problem is, the damage is not enough for you to take down everyone nga pagdating nga dun sa site na yon. But, for Ateneo, all they need to win is just one. Blazorm is online. Viper's been as well for the side of NU Bulldogs. This is the last round. If manalo ang Ateneo, but for NU, babawi at babawi sila dito for sure. Alejandro is inside A. In terms of economy, medyo yun ang problema ngayon ng NU.
Ateneo is looking to be that team to just finish this last day or this day with a bang against NU dito. NU, now you can see a lot of movement around that A side. They just want to make sure. One of the things right now para sa NU is that Rubio is taking the task, the responsibility na i-hold yung mid as much as he can. Smoke being pressed right there. I don't know. Is Rubio gonna push through on mid? Kasi medyo minamata niya na eh. As the rest now, if you can see, of Ateneo now setting up this A side.
And it's gonna be A talaga, nasa isip nga nila. But right now, there's Antonio. That is a tag already being set by them. De Gia with the push, the dash!
Uy!
Oh no! Hindi pa nagkatamaan, pero nga na Owen dito at least nakabawi pa. Liporada all the way nga sa side. Hindi na kailangan nga mamatay dito. Kailangan na makabawi, which is yun ngayon namamatay nga kanina. Which is yun na nga yun. For the third time already, Liporada going down as early as that.
3 versus 5, and this is looking very dire, very grim para sa NU. Viper Split has already been used. There's the Hunter's Fury. Magkoconnect pa ito. Coming out from Amador. Napakahirap ng buhay nila. Monsod, sinugod. Isa na lang ang matitira. Alejandro hitting shot after shot. 3 versus 1. He's gotten a bit of steam, a bit of heat, pero kulang pa rin ito. He has to go for the defuse. The flag coming around. Alejandro, does he know? The shot right over his face, and natalo siya. Nahuli siya, and that is going to be a W, a victory para sa Ateneo.
The pressure is there coming in for the players of Ateneo, and that was the third to fourth time already na nawawala nga si Liporada. He is actually really vital for that play to work, but it's just
not enough.
Not enough. Lagi siya nahuhuli. I mean, gunshots, utility, shock dart, nahuli na din siya, and lalong-lalo na. If ever we're gonna play this kind of composition, of course, double duelist, syempre, aiming yan towards attacking. And onto this day, onto this game, Ateneo, sila ang makakakuha. And of course, we're gonna get to see rin kung ano ba yung mga thoughts ng ating mga players. So, ibawadulong mo natin sa ating mga host. So, Laika and Ryby, please do take it away.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Ateneo are going to be taking the win for this last series of the day in a very commanding and fashionable fashion with that shock dart. So, we do want to interview our players here. This is your last game in the groups here, in the group stages. So, we want to ask, how has your performance been so far for you guys?
I think we can be proud of it, honestly. Like, for what we've accomplished throughout this group stage. We've definitely put in all of our effort and all of our time into this, so I think we made for a great showing. Yeah.
That's fantastic to hear. And you know what? I'm a little bit surprised that you guys came well prepared with a banner and everything. So I gotta ask, were you expecting this 2-0 result in this final series?
All I can say is we were confident going into it. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, confident, sure of themselves, and that's exactly how players should be. So, you guys are going to be waiting for your match in the semifinals. Who are you hoping to go up against?
I definitely think we want a rematch against DLSU. We want to give them an actual fight this time. We wanna actually win. Semis? Oh shoot, sorry.
Semis. That could be a grand finals match.
Honestly, anybody. FU. FEU.
FEU. That's a really good answer as well. Well, you know what? We can see that half of the bleachers here are already filled with your supporters. So I'm sure that you have a message that you want to send out to them. So go ahead and do that.
Thank you so much for coming out to watch us. And I hope we put up something that you guys can be proud of. And of course, to all our other players, I hope we can be proud of this as well. Yeah.
There you have it, folks. Ateneo, look at these guys. They're very happy with the results that they've had today. But you know what, Rebby? The show is not over. We're going to talk about these players more as our analysts or our casters talk about the post-match analysis.
Thank you so much for that one, hosts. I love the confidence na pinapakita or ano man doon sa interview with the Ateneo players. But I gotta say, this really was a redemption din para sa kanila. Seeing, again, that loss that they had earlier today, completely different face of Ateneo. And I am looking forward to see how they perform coming into the playoffs then, Bill.
And for the side naman ngayon ng Ateneo, we're gonna get to see nga, like what you've said, kumbaga ito yung playoffs mode nila eh.
Yes.
If ever they're gonna push it to a game number 3 yung NU Bulldogs, they can. But it's just, we can say na Ateneo is mas siguro better dun sa mga strats na nakita nga natin. And right now, this Owen being the MVP of the day with a total ACS of 340, 27 kills, 12 deaths. Actually, one of the highest na ACS nga na nakita nga natin dito. But for Ateneo, kumbaga, everything, yung foundation nila, yung binuo ni Coach Marcelo dito na ganitong klaseng team, it's actually really good and perfect.
Absolutely, yeah. I definitely felt that nga. And it really does goes to show. I will say na lang, Owen, just going back into him as the MVP, he was the one that I think was taking advantage dun sa pag-isolate niya ng fights against the NU players. And that shows, look at this, every single time na nasa B-side si Owen, somehow he manages to get those 1 versus 1 versus 1s palagi. And hindi siya ma-flush out ng NU as effectively or as quickly as they would like to do so. And because of that, napakalaki ng ginawa ni Owen dito. He won rounds by himself for Ateneo. On the flip side naman para sa NU, I gotta say, I did like the effort that we saw or the impact that we saw given by Alejandro and Liporada. Ang naging problema na talaga dito was they couldn't really find that tandem that they were kind of hoping for na si Liporada. He's just having such difficulty, I think, as this Reyna to get the ball rolling. Kasi ang problema ng Reyna dito nga is if you don't get any kills, if you don't get that contact, hindi ka masyadong nakakatulong sa team mo. And you have to find that right balance. And unfortunately para sa NU, he couldn't find it earlier enough.
Yun nga yung delay na pinapakita nga dito ng Owen. No? I mean, there's a lot of multi-kills nga na ginawa niya onto this game. And it's just like what you said, si Liporada, kumbaga, hindi na talaga mahanap yung perfect groove nga na pwede nga niyang gawin onto that first half, lalong-lalo na nung second half. It's just, I mean, yes, being duelist onto that Jet, second duelist onto that Reyna, hindi rin talaga sila, kumbaga, yung synergy na hindi rin talaga natin nakikita. But for the side naman ngayon ng Ateneo, everything is precise. Everything is concise.
Yes.
Alam nila kung anong gagawin nila. Alam nila kung paano i-delay. Alam nila kung paano mag-retake, ipo-push or whatsoever. And with this, kitang-kita natin yung foundation, yung development ng lahat ng mga players nga dito, the improvement as well, all towards this 1 year of preparation na nakita nga natin for the side of Ateneo. Can't wait na makita ang playoffs.
Yeah, and you love to see it nga dito because they are looking to get that redemption. So with all of that, I'm just, again, as you mentioned nga, excited na makita kung ano yung gagawin ng Ateneo moving forward into the playoffs.
Anything can happen, lalong-lalo sa playoffs ngayon. Pero syempre, before natin i-close itong show ngayon, catch the rest of the UAAP Esports matches on the Pilipinas Live app. You can also watch other sports content like UAAP, Volleyball Finals, PBA, NBA playoffs, the favorite mo, sorry. And of course, download the app and register for free. Before natin closing show, do you have any last thoughts?
Woo! Yun yung thoughts ko. My closing thoughts. It really was a fun day of Valorant dito sa UAAP Esports.
2-0 lahat.
2-0 lahat.
The first ever. 2-0 lahat.
Talaga?
Oo.
Thanks for the confirmation. Oo, kasi first time ko lang din sumali sa
Tama.
inyo
Kasi
as
nung-
a caster
yung
dito
day
sa
1
UAAP.
natin,
Oo.
yung second series, nag-3 games.
Yes.
Tapos kahapon, yung kinas ko, nag-3 games.
Oo.
So ngayon, first time, 2-0. Swerte mo.
Ang tanong ba is kasama niyo si Ray Ray for those 2 days? Okay, that's all the answer I need.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Pero yeah, I mean, yun nga yung final thoughts ni Asoray. Yay. And for sure, for the last time, of course, coming up with the mga characters, on behalf of Liza Taylor, thank you very much first for watching UAAP Esports. Pero syempre, mapapasa na natin sa ating mga host. So, Laika and Rebby, please do take it away.
Thank you so much to our casters. At tama nga naman, di ba? 2-0 all the way tayo today. Pero wag natin kalimutan na naging dikit pa nga yung iba sa mga mapa dyan. Di ba, Rebby?
That's right. Honestly, I feel like every single match today has been such a treat to watch. I can just remember so many different highlight moments, and tomorrow is going to be even more exciting. But speaking of tomorrow, I think we're going to be having to break down our schedule in just a second. And remember, this is going to be the last day of the group stages. So far in our group standings, Group A has De La Salle sitting on top, undefeated.
While in Group B, it's Far Eastern University that's also undefeated in their respective group. Nako, Rebby, ang unfortunate dito na makita, syempre, yung previous matchup natin, National University has failed to secure a map.
That's right. I mean, at the end of the day, I think what matters is that they were able to come here, show up, get that experience, and come back even stronger next time. Because I think there have been other teams who have performed, maybe not their best last season and came back way stronger this season. I think there were a lot of players mentioning how other teams have shown up and shocked us with their results. But tomorrow's schedule, first up at 10 a.m., we have Far Eastern University versus UST.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I'm really excited for that one as well.
Right?
Kasi magkapit-bahay ang dalawang yan. Tapos maghaharap
They
sila
see
dito
each
sa
other
Cubao.
every day.
Tama, di ba? Tapos susunod naman dyan, LaSalle versus UE, and we're gonna cap off the day with UP versus Adamson University. Rebby, you're gonna be covering that tomorrow as well. So meron bang matchup dyan na ikaw naman excited kang makita?
Honestly, I think I'm going to have to agree with you that Far Eastern University versus University of Santo Tomas is definitely going to be one of the highlight matches. But again, I do love seeing the other teams in action because we do have a lot of players in the teams, like individually, who have been showing a lot of skill, a lot of prowess.
Yeah.
And again, the collegiate scene is where legends start.
Oy.
So this could mean the path to pro for some of these players.
It definitely is the path to pro. And this is the beauty of what we're doing here at UAAP Esports. Talagang painit ng painit yung laban. At pinapakita natin na ang gagaling ng mga collegiate esports teams natin. Pero syempre, Rebby, this is the end of day number 3 dito sa UAAP Esports Season 87. Pero hindi ibig sabihin na tapos na lahat dahil sabi mo nga, legends start here. And thank God it's Friday nga pala.
That's right. It's Friday, which means tomorrow is the weekend. So Saturday and Sunday, you guys can come on down here to Gateway Mall 2 to watch these games live. Tomorrow's the group stages, and on Sunday, we have our semifinals and grand finals, and you guys don't want to miss the action here in person.
There we have it, folks. We've broken down everything. But for now, it's time to close the show. So once again, this has been your host, Likeable,
Andrew Bixco, and remember, tomorrow is day number 4 of UAAP Esports Season 87. And remember, you don't want to miss this because the legends start here.
UAAP Season 87 Esports is back in full swing. Watch the collegiate esports athletes from all 8 schools